Deku Fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was ready to give everything to become a hero, but UA's Class 1A was never where he truly belonged. Thrown into Class 1B after a twist of fate changes everything, Izuku expects disappointment, isolation, maybe even failure. Instead, he finds something he never truly had before. Real friends. Not people who admire him from afar. Not classmates too distracted by chaos to notice his pain. But a class willing to stand beside him, protect him, laugh with him, and drag him back up when he falls apart. As Izuku slowly grows stronger, the people around him begin to notice uncomfortable truths hidden beneath UA's perfect image. Questionable teacher decisions. Broken systems. Dangerous favoritism. And one sleep-deprived underground hero who desperately needs to start using his brain. Aizawa thought expelling students and glaring at children counted as mentorship. Class 1B is about to prove him wrong. With friendships forming, rivalries exploding, and old canon mistakes finally being challenged, Izuku's journey takes a completely different path, one where strategy matters, consequences are real, and being a hero means more than flashy power. Because sometimes the greatest change in a story is simply putting Deku in the class that actually cares. Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin.
Zukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. Midoriyahousehold. Third-person POV. Izuku had woken up early for his first day at UA due to how excited he was to being there. Kind of, not so much as waking up early, as he instead stayed awake the whole night unable to sleep due to his excitement. So instead, he had spent it going over his hero journals with entries on the heroes he knew were teaching at UA. Especially Eraserhead and Vlad King, who oversaw the first years. Eraserhead is an amazing hero, but the media gets on his back about his teaching exploits way more than Vlad King. He said to himself, as despite the media trying to throw shade his way for being a blood quirk user, he was well known as a nice person. When his alarm went off, he grabbed his vacuum-sealed uniform from his closet, opening it up for the first time since receiving it 2 weeks ago. His mother insisted on washing it, but it was vacuum-sealed and new, so he did not want to wash it, as he wanted to wear it as new as possible. However, to his horror, when he opened it up, it was the girl's uniform. WHHHAAT. Izuku could not stop himself from screaming, waking up his mother, in the process startling her. "Izuku, what's wrong?" Enko asked her son as she scrambled in through his doorway. They sent me the girl's uniform," Izuku exclaimed after starting his sentence over from the first word, not screaming enough for the neighbors to hear but loud enough to be called shouting. This confused her, causing to go over the uniform he had laid out on his bed, and then checking the student identification card to see that it said, "You know, if you let me wash it before then, we would have noticed the gender mix-up on the card and the uniform," Enko said, knowing her son was distraught but unable to resist the "I told you so" moment before her. After much discussion back and forth, they decided he would wear it to school and ask his teacher to fix this after meeting them. They had heard previously from a neighbor that her son had forgotten his uniform in his gym locker once at school, wearing his gym clothes home. If the same power-tripping security guard was watching that gate today, then they may prevent him from getting in and starting his first day. With your former quirkless status, they may not let it slide if you do not show up on the first day of school. She told him, hating this like the few times in the past where at home she had to acknowledge in front of him how society treated the quirkless. So, with much displeasure and some help from his mother, he managed to put on the girl's uniform, wearing briefs instead of boxers with them. On the way to UA, third-person POV. Izuku had managed to, albeit barely, to catch the train to school on time, avoiding being late. Since there were no seats available, he stood by the door holding the hand railing above him with one hand while the other held his bag. Feeling like someone was grabbing his butt from behind, he turned his head slightly to see an older man returning his look with a lustful stare and a hushing motion. "If I say or do anything, people would notice, and if they find I'm a boy, I will die of embarrassment," he thought to himself, trying his best to keep quiet till the train ride was over. Never expecting he would ever have to deal with the rumored train molester, he was about to cry when a blonde girl with horn pushed her way through the train crowd. "Stop, you pervert," Pony Tsunotori said as she walked up to them, pulling the man's hand off Izuku but just before slapping them across the face. Needless to say, the sight of Izuku about to cry, as indicated by the tears at the edges of his, made it easy for even the people who did not know English to understand what the man did. Someone in the crowd called the line for the station to let them know the man would need to be picked up by security at the next train stop. Picked up he was. Off the ground, that is not security but by the local police, who had a car pulled up outside of the next station taking a break during patrol. It was satisfying for the officers, however, to see, despite the interruption to their break, how the man was kicked off the train, violently shoved out by 3 women who people made room for that stepped up to help Izuku after Pony Tsunotori made everyone aware. "Thank you," Izuku replied in a quiet voice back to Pony, unable to bow his head on the crowded train, getting a pleasant smile from her. "Thank you all as well," he told the 3 women, equally quiet as he did for Pony. The 3 women told him it was no bother to help a cute girl like him. "Yep, I defiantly look like a girl in these clothes," Izuku thought depressingly, barely keeping a smile on his face. "I hope we get in the same class together. After all, we Americans should stick together," Pony Tsunotori told him, waving him off as she sprinted ahead of him as they got off at the same station. This made Izuku wonder what she meant by Americans, but decided he needed to hurry, so he forgot about it, not realizing he had spoken in perfect English without an accent. This little hiccup of sorts was due to him mastering English by the age of 8 due to his obsession with watching and understanding all Might American interviews. UAENTRNCHALLWYSCLASSROOM. Third-person POV. Getting through the gates was going to end up being the easiest thing. Izuku would do that, though he would not know it at the time. As he was making his way through the front gate, he could feel people staring at him, even getting what he think his mother would refer to as catcalls. He could feel his face turning a bright crimson, but walked forward with his head down, forcing himself to ignore them all. As he had expected, the security guard his neighbor's son had described when they were over was indeed at the front gate. Heading into the school, he made his way to the class labeled 1A, marveling at the size of the door before him, hoping his future classmates would forget this. "Oh, hey, you're the girl who saved me. Achako Uraraka," had exclaimed when she saw him, causing Izuku to turn around. "What? No, Izuku was about to say he was a guy before getting cut off as Tenya Ida opened the door upon hearing them scream, stopping his reprimand of Bakugo. "Class is about to start, come in quickly." Ida ushered them in, taking care to be gentle, as the 2 girls, despite training to be heroes, were still ladies first. Ida was then unable to introduce himself to them as he wanted to, and praise Midoriya for seeing the truth about the test was stopped by an irate Aizawa, who did not like that one got all the top 10 students no matter what, unless very unique circumstances were at work. "Alright everyone, my name is Shota Aizawa. I have no time to waste today, as you will all learn how busy heroes can be once classes actually start. First though, we are going to do a quirk apprehension test using the same standard 8 physical fitness tests from middle school. I will meet you all out at the athletics field in 30 minutes. There will be no further questions, as I will not waste valuable class time on something superficial like an opening ceremony," Aizawa said, leaving gym uniforms with their names labeled onto the plastic bags containing them on the front desk before walking out. Normally he would be this abrupt, but the students who bothered him the most, Izuku, Midoriya almost made another student late with herself by holding them up at the door. As everyone was grabbing their uniforms and leaving, Momo noticed Midoriya standing alone from everyone else who was already walking out. "Excuse, but are you okay? We need to hurry and get changed for class," Momo told the green-haired girl, who softly told her to go ahead. Barely being able to hear them, she was worried to leave them alone but decided not to push a stranger, albeit one of her new classmates, to do what she told them to. "Okay, but be quick," she said, thinking maybe they were just self-conscious about changing in front of the others. After all, she was as flat as a brick. Izuku, now relieved she left, was able to get dressed, stuffing the uniform into his school bag as he had no locker at the moment. Thinking back to his encounter on the train, not the pervert but the other UA student who he assumed was American, he hoped she was having an easier time in her class. "Looks like I missed my chance to ask them to fix the uniform issue," Izuku spoke to himself, sighing, using English, finally noticing for once without his mother telling him. He shook high head, reminding himself his other classmates likely only spoke Japanese. Not noticing Hagakure was in there with him, as she was at the back of the classroom as he began stripping himself. The reason for Hagakure being in there still was since the new mysterious girl with green hair was clearly going to change there, she thought to change with them. But being shocked by their English and assuming he was American like Pony did earlier, she lost her chance to ask if it was okay before they began stripping. So, she decided to avoid the awkward moment by quickly and quietly changing before going to open the door, only to jump to the other side of it when Izuku's body jolted green energy, indicating along with his physical jerking motion that he noticed her. Going to check the open door, worried but making sure to keep behind it, Izuku had only stuck his head out before looking both ways. Not noticing anyone, he sighed in relief no one caught him changing. He closed the door, thinking it just came loose on its own. "I should let the teacher know after the door needs to be fixed," though before closing it, not noticing Hagakure kneeling right under his chin on the other side, just out of his field of vision. Relieved she would not be called a pervert by what she thought was an American exchange student, she left for the field, glad she already put her uniform in her bag. UA Athletics Field. Third-person POV. Everyone had gathered onto the field and Izuku could swear that the teacher was glaring at him, but no, what reason could they have to be upset with him on the first day? In any case, they got to the point quickly. Alright everyone, for the first test we will use this ball with a tracker to see how far you can throw the ball with your quirks. The first up being the highest scorer on the exam, Katsuki Bakugo, step up and don't leave the circle, but remember anything goes besides that one rule. Aizawa said, throwing the ball to the student to catch. Despite his gloating, which he did not like and made a mental note to train that out of them, he had to admit that the kid had good reason to be cocky. Getting over 300 meters on the test with a single explosion that was not his maximum was impressive. This was also when Mina Ashido spoke up, saying how this looked like it was going to be fun. Fun, you say? Aizawa asked her in front of everyone, seeing his opportunity. Alright then, whoever comes in last for all of the tests will be expelled. He told them, hearing the wave of complaints he was expecting from these group of wide-eyed hopefuls. This irritated him as memories of a certain cloud quirk user came to mind. I can and will expel you, as we teachers at UA have full control of our classes due to our unique traditions here. Also, if none of you have noticed, the world itself is unfair. Every day innocent people suffer for no good reason, and that is why we heroes exist, to fight against this unfairness. Aizawa said, finishing his short speech, seeing the awe on some of their faces. Though most were still nervous. Midoriya, come and throw the ball using your quirk, he told them as they gulped, stepping forward. Izuku stepped forward despite the fairly recent memorized and fear of breaking his arm again, but was determined to not come in last. However, as he wound up his pitch to throw the ball, his quirk had stopped for some reason. That was when he noticed Eraserhead glowing red eyes staring at him with a displeased look on his face. How do you expect to be a hero and save people when you become useless and need of saving yourself after one use of your quirk? Aizawa asked Izuku, who froze up for a moment before grabbing the ball to do it again. Sir, I don't think they understood. Hagakure had spoken up, trying to help defend the student who has singled out their teacher. I assure you they understood me perfectly. Now be quiet and wait your turn, Aizawa told her, making her shrink back into the crowd. Is he some sort of racist that hates foreigners? Hagakure thought, unable to think of any other less rude explanation for what appeared to be targeted behavior. This time Izuku did it without his quirk, scoring a little over 150 meters, impressing everyone, including Bakugo, who kept his annoyance surprisingly to himself for once. Alright, I can do this without a need of a quirk thanks to All Might strength training, Izuku thought as he continued to do this for all of the other tests. The grip strength went easily for him, scoring quite high due to raw power, the distance run, and the long jump just barely clearing the sandbox. Though the others were only a little bit tougher for him, he still managed to score, in his opinion, pretty good on the seated toe touch, sit-ups, and repeated side steps. The 50-meter dash he got a little over 5 seconds despite Bakugo purposely hitting him with an explosion. Granted, he tripped at the end due to momentary blindness from the explosion to the face he received, which, as he predicted, the teacher said nothing about. Bakugo laughing at him for tripping was not helping with his confidence issues that All Might was trying to help him with. Speaking of All Might, the symbol of peace was hiding in a nearby corner behind a wall, watching this all unfold before him. I heard he was tough, but give Midoriya a break. He just got the quirk, and wasn't that explosion to the face a dirty trick, you jerk? He thought to himself, getting worried for Midoriya's safety, but had to leave after the 50-meter dash as he still needed to do some paperwork for tomorrow. I know you can do it, young Midoriya. I believe in you, All Might said to himself quietly as he walked away, wondering if this is what a parent felt like watching their child learn to do something new. Alright everyone, here are the results of our test, Aizawa said, displaying the results on a hologram for all to see. 1. Momoye Urazu. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Katsuki Bakugo. 4. Tenyo Ida. 5. Fumikage Takoyami. 6. Mizo Shoji. 7. Mashirawa Jiro. 8. Izuku Midoriya. 9. Tsuyu Asui. 10. Mina Ashido. 11. Hijiro Kirishima. 12. Ochako Uraraka. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Koji Koda. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Hantasiro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Minoru Maita. 20. Toru Hagakure. These results are what one should expect, all things considered, as most of the tests can easily be accomplished with enough physical ability. It was obvious that Izuku, who honed his body to such a degree that he can carry a hulking mass of muscles like All Might on his back semi-easily, would outclass most of his classmates. Many were quirk-reliant. This meant that since most of their quirks did not have that much brute force, Izuku was able to outdo them despite their creative quirk uses. For example, most would think immediately someone as meek as him would be weaker than Hijiro Kirishima, which is a fair observation since the gym uniforms cover their muscles. However, Kirishima could not lift anywhere near as much as him or had as much grip strength as him. Since his endurance was greater than his raw muscle power, you expect him to be better than Midoriya at the long-distance run. But due to years of bullying, Izuku has gained a considerable amount of endurance, or rather stamina. Then there was those like Tsuyu Asui, who mutant quirks allowed her to develop her muscles faster than most, allowing her to just squeak or rather croak out a spot from Hijiro Kirishima. Mina Ashido, though more physically than most, was still behind the 3 previous students in terms of physical prowess. Rikito-sat had a lot of muscle, but since he brought no sugar to class today, not expecting this test, he could only rely on his natural strength. As such, he fell behind others who had strength, as well as speed or flexibility. He was by no means weak, however. The only reason Toru fell in last was because she was distracted worrying about Izuku during the test, screwing up a few times. Otherwise, she would have placed higher than mine to being in a safe spot, as even Aizawa mentally acknowledged that this test made her stealth quirk useless. The person being expelled today is Izuku Midoriya. Now go grab your bag and get out of this school, he said, shocking them all as he delivered this surprising news with such a bland tone. Izukumidoriya. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Athletics Field, third-person POV. But sir, they placed 8th, and wasn't the expulsion thing just an obvious lie? Momo asked as Hagakure was busy trying to decide whether to cheer in joy that she was not going home or be sad another student would be unfairly robbed of their chance. Aizawa let out a little huff, slapping away. Midoriya reached out hand as they tried to sluggishly grab his arm, the student falling backwards onto the ground. I said this was a quirk apprehension test, and since they did not take my warning seriously like the rest of you did by not using their quirk, I will not waste my time on them, he said, painting Midoriya in most of their eyes as an overconfident slacker. This was mainly due to them not hearing what Aizawa said to Izuku earlier about their quirk. Unable to argue back due to shock, as most of the class was murmuring in agreement about how it was rude, he did not take it seriously. Also, she could not bring herself fault his logic, as it only made sense to get rid of a lazy student. Tenya Ida, who was going to apologize earlier to them for their rudeness on the test day, thought now he was right about them and that they must have figured out the true goal of the exam by sheer luck. Achako Uraraka, who was infatuated before cause they thought Izuku was a boy who saved her while risking their life, had lost all interest now. At first, she was turned off thinking they were also a girl, but when he told them that Izuku was not taking the test seriously while she struggled, this got her upset beyond words, making her quietly seethe in rage at the idea she looked up to a person like that. With they all left Izuku there with Bakugo laughing his ass off at not just his joke leading them to cross-dress on the first day, but also seeing them get told off by an actual pro. UAHLLWYSTCHER Lounge, third-person POV. Walking though the hallways after everyone else had left was one Itsuka Kendo, who stayed a little bit to talk to her teacher about future martial competitions for her family dojo. As she did, she came across a girl with green hair, and she got closer, seeing diamond-shaped freckles as well. The poor girl was crying her eyes out as she listened to an English video. By the looks of it, it was an interview of All Might from the States, but that was all she knew, as English was not her greatest subject. Are you okay? Why are you crying? She asked them as she bent down onto one knee to offer them her handkerchief so they could wipe their face. The reason Izuku was currently still in the female uniform was that he was so shell-shocked by the expulsion he mindlessly changed back into the uniform in the classroom after everyone left. Why did this happen? How am I supposed to face All Might after this? He thought to himself, asking such questions repeatedly but not coming up with any answers for them. Tripping and falling onto his knees in the hallway, he pulled up an old interview of All Might on his phone from America, meaning it was in English. Not that he chose this one specifically, it was the first one to be randomly selected from his playlist. As such, he was quietly, almost silently repeating his speech in English as he heard it. This was when an orange-haired girl knelt off her handkerchief, asking him what was wrong. Like a dam, he burst open, unable to hold back any longer. I just got my quirk. My arm breaks. I passed the test without. I was expelled. Izuku sobbed and broke midway through sentences forming in his head, only getting out a mess of a sentence. Kendo barely understood any English as it was, and the distressed state they were in was not helping them speak more clearly for her. But from what she could understand, the reason Class 1A did not show up for the welcome ceremony for the first years was because the 1A teacher did a quirk test. The person in front of her only just recently awakened their quirk as a late bloomer and could not control, so it hurt them to use it. Despite passing the test without use of their quirk, meaning through most likely pure physical strength, they were expelled for not using it. What the hell is wrong with that teacher? She thought to herself, practically shouting in her own head. Remembering she had a distraught victim who was unjustly targeted by their teacher, she got herself together. It's all right, I'm here for you now, Kendo told them, rubbing their back as she pulled the girl into a hug. Ignoring the discomfort from her powerful grasp, she let them cry it out a bit more before lightly separating them, confusing the girl. Let's get you cleaned up and I will take you to the teacher lounge to see if my teacher and 1B can let you into my class. Okay. she asked them as they sniffled but nodded yes, meaning they understood her. A quick trip to the closest girl bathroom that they cried all the way through. Later they finally got to the teacher lounge. Knocking on the door, she was told to come in. Spotting Vlad Sensei, Midnight Sensei, and Snipe Sensei, she noticed their confused looks. Sorry Midnight Sensei, but can you help them get something to drink while I talk with Vlad Sensei? Kendo asked the heroine, who nodded firmly, taking the green-haired girl with her to the fridge. Deciding that the clearly puffy eyes and still slightly sobbing student was in dire need of more than just tap water. So, the heroine gave them her bottle of sparkling water she kept in the staff fridge for herself while rubbing their back in a sideways hug. She also kept an ear open for the conversation between Vlad and his student while Izuku had tuned out everything around him. Alright, so can you explain why Izuku Midoriya was crying? Vlad King asked his student, surprising her before she recalled that obviously as an exam judge he would know all of the Hero Course first-year students' names. Well, from what she told me, the short version is this. She just got her quirk and was living her life quirkless up till now. The one a teacher did some sort of quirk test, and despite passing he expelled her. Because she did not use her quirk, even though passing a quirk test through sheer physical strength is impressive as far as I am concerned. Itsuka Kendo gave him the cleanest explanation she could, as the green-haired girl was clearly not capable of it in the moment. That is until the end of it, where she slowly stopped as the overflowing rage from her teacher was scaring her. For Midnight Sensei part, she looked surprised to see that the one a teacher did something like that before hugging Midoriya tighter, seemingly bringing them back to reality as she tried even harder to comfort them, making Kendo more worried. Vlad King, noticing how scared his student was, calmed down before taking a deep breath. Sorry about that. Izuku Midoriya, report to Class 1B tomorrow morning. You are not expelled, understood? He asked them as they nodded. With that he sent the two students off, telling them to rest well tonight and apologizing on UA's behalf, cause he knew Aizawa would never apologize for this even if Nezu tried to force him to. So why were you practically drowning in anger? Granted I was upset too, but also why were you not surprised before? Midnight asked if he knew something she didn't, since he did not react to the quirkless part. After the exam I looked at their file and it said quirkless, which I thought was odd considering what we saw during the exam. So, I asked Nezu afterward and said that based off his observations that in all likelihood they just awakened their quirk during the exam, which made sense why their body was not adjusted to it. He answered her as both her and Snipe nodded yes to his answer to her second question. The reason I was so angry is that even me, someone who was not even being able to teach them read their file, which based off what he did I can only assume he didn't. That and the inherent discrimination they must have experienced over the years reminded me of my own childhood a bit. Vlad King told his two work colleagues why he got upset, receiving silent sympathy from them for the second half. After a few minutes, Midnight left to go on her patrol but asked him to keep her in the loop about this, as she was not on speaking terms with Eraserhead for the time being. After hearing that, UANEZU office, third-person POV. Nezu, who was enjoying a cup of tea before finishing his paperwork for the day, was interrupted by Eraserhead, and less than a minute later Vlad King. So, all he knew was that Aizawa wanted to expel someone from his class this year, and with it being the only one, he was relieved they did not generate paperwork on par with last year's expulsion debacle. This son of a bitch is trying to expel Izuku Midoriya, Vlad shouted before surprising both men as he punched Aizawa, sending him crashing into one of Nezu's office walls. It was moments like this that Nezu remembered why humans made him want to scream his lungs out despite his joy at seeing the bright futures of his students. After that it took him a good few minutes to calm down both grown men. Naturally, before Nezu could finish doing so, Aizawa managed to get in a roundhouse kick on Vlad King, breaking the small glass table by the couches as the blood hero landed on it. But finally they began to make progress. Do you mind telling me why you expelled one of the only two students to defeat the zero-pointer this year? Nezu asked him as he saw the momentary flinch from Aizawa due to his anger at this mess they made. Unable to bear what he thought was unjustified anger towards him due to his counterpart actions, he spoke up to defend himself. They clearly never trained their quirks since they were little, so why should I waste my time training this unjustly overconfident and great? Aizawa responded, seeing how Vlad King went slack-jawed and Nezu's uncharacteristic sigh. He got worried but made sure not to show it. It should have been obvious from the exam footage that something was off about Izuku Midoriya quirk. But unlike like I hoped you would, Vlad was the one to see it and take a look at their file to see they were quirkless. He then asked me about it and realized that they awakened their quirk during the exam, not years before like everyone else, so Vlad knew they would have a hard time. Now before you try to defend your actions, I want you to continue to give me all the details of the tests and how you interacted with them. Nezu told them, seeing Vlad King had recovered at last. What the two men heard over the next few minutes made their blood boil and then freeze repeatedly over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. First their blood boiled at the offenses towards Midoriya, and then it froze when they considered the consequences of his actions. Aizawa, despite me opening the school hero course to the quirkless, your actions make us look racist towards them and would get us sued indefinitely if the Midoriya family took us to court. In fact, because we let the quirkless apply, that we could easily be seen as cruel, and I don't need to tell you this, but UA reputation affects all of hero society as a definitively acknowledged best hero school. If Vlad did not apologize for us already, we would be cooked alive by the media if they ever heard of this. On top of that, you pretty much destroyed their reputation amongst the student body thanks to your little stunt. Nezu told them as it had finally dawned onto Aizawa what he had done to UA by not taking any more than a cursory glance at the students' names and images from their files. I will decide your punishment at a later date, but for now Vlad will take over teaching Izuku Midoriya as her homeroom teacher. And by that, I mean me and Vlad will apologize to them tomorrow and assure them you will not go near them for a bit, as I doubt they want to see you right now. As for you, Vlad, any resources you need, ask me for them without hesitation, but do what you must to help them learn to control their quirk. I understand this will take significant time as their body still needs to get used to their quirk. I will have Recovery Girl do a quirk examination like they do for children when they awaken their quirks, though since they're much older she will have to adjust it a bit so the results may take longer for you to get. Nezu said, dismissing them as he rubbed his temples, worrying about how he would need to make peace with the Midoriya family. Midoriya household. Third-person POV. Getting home both mentally and physically exhausted from his first day at UA, Izuku struggled to push his front door open. Trudging through, his mother came out to the front entrance to greet him. Izuku, how was your? She had stopped upon seeing his puffy eyes and the fact that he was still wearing the female uniform. Sitting him down at the kitchen table, she encouraged him to tell her everything that had happened. Well, like we feared, the security guard our neighbor told us about was at the front gate, so it was a good thing we decided not to take any chances. Izuku told her, letting out a sigh as she nodded with him, unsurprised by her son's bad luck. Then the teacher, instead of going to the opening ceremony, had us do a quirk assessment test out in the athletics field. He then went into how he got changed in the classroom after everyone left to avoid embarrassment. His mother, still quietly listening, nodded along, agreeing he made the right choice by changing away from everyone else, though that still did not explain why he was still wearing the girl uniform. Then he lectured me, and made fun of me for not being able to use my quirk properly even though I just got it at the entrance exam. He told her, barely keeping himself from starting to cry again as he remembered that part of the day. Letting him take a moment, and rubbed her son back to help him keep calm. He said whoever came in last would be expelled, but despite getting 8th place, he tried to expel me for not using my quirk even though he knew using it right now would break my bones. Izuku finally began sobbing, but after all of his crying earlier, this only lasted a few minutes before he continued. As for Inko, she was well past being simply upset with them for how they treated her son. In her opinion, if anyone asked her, they should be banned from teaching anyone after that. But one of the students from 1B found me crying in the hallway after and brought me to her teacher. He told me I wouldn't be expelled and to come to 1B starting tomorrow. He made sure to tell her of the good news from today. This indeed made Inko happy to hear that the 1B teacher at least understood what it meant to be a teacher. But hold on a second. Izuku, why did Katsuki not do anything to help you? Inko asked him, to see him get nervous and scoot away a little. Izuku, she said, scooting closer, turning his head to face her and look her in the eyes properly. Well, the thing about that is, Izuku, unable to hide it any longer, told her the truth of Bakugo behavior that day and over the years, as well as the reason why UA thought that he was female, which was due to a messed up prank Bakugo did when the teacher announced both of them were applying to UA. Bakugo had swiped Izuku application paper from the teacher and changed the gender part on the application form to female, saying he was weaker than a little girl. Their teacher at the time laughed at it and said that he would fix it later, but clearly, he did not do that as he said he would. The horrified and pale look on her face spoke volumes of what keeping this information from her meant to her. I'm sorry for not noticing on my own, Izuku. Inko cried as she pulled him into a deep hug, too scared now to let go of her baby boy. It did not take a genius to figure out why she did not notice his injuries over the years, so much so that even she realized it. As much as she said she loved her son unconditionally like a mother should, his quirkless status even got to her. That and her desire not to lose her only friend in Japan, Mitsuki, had blinded her from the obvious signs before her. From now on, you stay away from him and the rest of the Bakugo family, as I will be cutting ties with them tomorrow. That means no calling him by his nickname anymore either if he confronts you again. Got it? She sternly told him now that she had calmed down enough to think straight. After telling him a few more things, she also made sure to tell him to talk to the principal tomorrow to get the uniform situation fixed. Izukumidoriya POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right, everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA, third-person POV. Izuku was nervous to say the least as he walked through the front gates, fortunately not getting anywhere near as many catcalls as he did yesterday. Though he did duck behind some bushes when he spotted Bakugo. When he got out of his hiding spot, Kendo was there to greet him. Hey Midoriya, why are you hiding in the bushes? Kendo asked them in hopes she would be understood by them. Izuku, not wanting to risk Bakugo hearing despite the wide gap between them that he knew would make it impossible, simply pointed to them. Following his finger in line of sight, she spotted who he was pointing and recalled how rude Bakugo was to her in the test area they shared. "I got it, so that guy is a bully, huh? But don't worry, I'm here for you, so let's hurry to class," she said, grabbing his hand, normally not bold enough to do this to a guy, but since she thought Izuku was a girl she did not hesitate to do so. A bit embarrassed to be holding a girl's hand like this, he had to concentrate to keep himself from blushing and stuttering like he normally would. Getting to the classroom, everyone was there already and greeted them. Well, they greeted Kendo anyway, as none of them knew who he was or why he was here. "Kendo, who is this?" Ibara Shizaki asked her, curious as to why this green-haired girl with freckles was with here, as they already had a class of 20. Ibara, however, would not get answer immediately, as one of the class foreign exchange students ran up to the two, grabbing a hold of both of Izuku's hands with her own. "Are you joining our class?" Pony exclaimed, happy at the idea that she could speak her native tongue freely with someone else in the class like she did back home. "I am, though originally I was in class 1A, but that is a bit of a long story." Izuku laughed awkwardly, still not quite wanting to discuss it in detail with anyone other than his mom or All Might right now. They said they would talk to him after school today, and that All Might was told by the principal what more or less happened. For everyone else other than Kendo, they were shocked to find another half-American, half-Japanese student in the school like Pony. To make things a bit simple, as it is a bit of a long story and class will be starting soon. All I will say for now is that they used to be part of one but were discriminated against by their teacher, and he tried to expel them. So now they will be in our class, Kendo told them just as their teacher came in. "All right, everyone except Midoriya, take a seat. I need to bring them to talk with the principal, so homeroom today will be spent deciding on your class rep while I have that meeting. It looks like everyone is here, so I will skip roll call today. Come on, Midoriya, we need to go over some specifics with the principal about how to proceed," Vlad King said, making sure he said the last sentence in English so they could understand. It seemed that between his father working in America, his perfect English scores, and the fact that Kendo told him they only spoke English so far, both principal as well as teacher assumed Izuku was like Pony. Surprised they knew English so well, he figured they were just speaking English much more than his last school, since heroes needed to learn it as it was the most common language on the planet. However, if Principal Nezu and Vlad King had looked past his middle school, they would have already realized that Izuku was born in Japan. This little tidbit of information would be discovered only after they finally talked with him. "So, but sir, should they not be here to vote with us about this?" Monoma asked his teacher, genuinely feeling bad for the girl for those snobs and wanted treating her like dirt. "It's okay, really," Izuku told them, not sure why everyone looked impressed with them. The reason they were impressed with him was that they assumed Japanese was his second language like it was for Pony. As such, his clear pronunciation without any hint of an accent was impressive in their eyes. Agreeing to it since Izuku himself said so, they let their teacher and new classmate go, barely getting the class representatives decided before launching into another kind of debate. UANEZU office, third-person POV. Sitting across from the mouse principal was Izuku with his new teacher Vlad King beside the principal, both giving him assuring smiles. "My apologies, young Midoriya, that this is how we are meeting for the first time. I was hoping that we would meet under more pleasant circumstances," Nezu said, happy to see some of the tension leave from the young lady sitting before him. Both him and Vlad King had decided to speak English during this meeting to make sure she fully understood them. "I can assure you that you will not have an expulsion on your record, just a normal transfer from 1A to 1B, so your record as a student won't be damaged. Well, any further anyways, my apologies if this is personal, but I noticed something very odd in your records from middle school," Nezu asked her, worried about how her past school experience may have twisted her up on the inside. What had him worried was that in their file she had disciplinary issues on an almost weekly basis since middle school. All of these incidents stated they were the one attacking other students out of jealousy of their quirks. More specifically, Katsuki Bakugo was named in almost all of them as the victim who simply defended himself. But with what they saw in the entrance exam and what Aizawa described during the quirk assessment tests of his, this made no sense whatsoever. It was also odd that if they were supposedly attacking the other students so often, then how were they not expelled but only given bad marks on their records? Well, the thing is, Izuku froze for a moment before relaying to them what he told his mother about his middle school experience and Bakugo. Not noticing their faces as he was focused on keeping it together, he did not see the shock and horror on their faces, very similar to his mother's own expression. Nezu and Vlad were, to put it simply, disturbed that this middle school almost let someone as mentally unstable as Katsuki Bakugo apply, with staff even recommending him. Then again, all of those recommendations were clearly lies when they noticed the discrepancies earlier with Midoriya. But to think that this person went as far as to torture someone for years like they did and not see what they were doing was wrong, wanting to become a hero, this had disturbed them greatly. But when Izuku got to the part about the gender on the form being changed by them, they focused again, realizing something. "My apologies, but you're a boy. Then why did you wear the female uniform without complaints?" Vlad King asked them, as that was the one thing that he really could not fathom a reason why. When Izuku told them about his neighbor and the security guard, they asked for the name of the neighbor and remembered the student. Now understanding why they had so many absences on their record now made sense, and also meant they needed to call them and apologize for this. Nezu also made sure to fire the security guard at the end of the day and make sure word got around for what he did and hid from them, assuring they ruined his career in security for anywhere. My apologies you had to suffer like that. I never approved of such a thing, but I will make sure you will not need to deal with them again. The uniform will take a few days, so until then you can wear the gym uniform, as we always keep a few spares of every size for students in case they damage them during quirk practice. I will have your new student ID ready by the end of the day, so come to my office after school to pick it up. Nezu told them, going into the system and adjusting their student file and sending the info to the library to begin making his new student ID. Sadly, for them, Izuku was not done. Sorry to tell you this, but my mom said she would be coming in Friday to talk to you no matter what. Izuku told them, seeing the momentary dread on their faces before they composed themselves. This was when Vlad King stepped up to tell him what was to come. Since you just got your quirk, I will help you after school starting the day after tomorrow to do extra training to help you learn how to use it. I know that your body will likely require months to adjust to it. So that is why we will only do serious training in 2 weeks, so that way if you break your arm or leg, recovery girl can heal you before the sports festival. Tomorrow, she will give you a quirk examination to help me figure out how exactly your quirk works, Vlad King said with as much confidence as he could muster after hearing about their disturbing past. Unsure of how to feel about this, as he did not want to leak All Might's secret, the hero had walked in, using his skinny form. All Might, Izuku exclaimed before covering his mouth. The blonde hero simply laughed at this, waving their hand in a way so as to indicate for them not to worry about it. The entire staff already knows of my circumstances, so don't worry. Nezu told me what happened yesterday with Aizawa. So, I will assist Vlad here in training you to control your new power. All Might told them, causing Izuku to relax but causing the other two people in the room to raise an eyebrow at him. What? All Might asked them, not knowing why they were staring at him like that. As much as I am curious about your relationship to them, as you seem close, I am more curious at the moment as to why you are speaking Japanese with them when you are even better with English than present Mike. Vlad King said, unsure of why he would not speak in the language most comfortable to them. Well, is it not natural to speak with someone in their first language when it is your first language as well? He asked the blood-quirked hero back in confusion. This had caused them all one by one to look at Midoriya. It is true I am just as fluent in English as I am in Japanese, but everyone else speaking English to me, so I assumed I had to respond back in English. Izuku told them, causing a new conversation to occur about the language mix-up. Finding out why he had spoken English to Kendo when he first met, it all seemed too ridiculous to be true if they were outsiders to this situation. Izuku also freaked out when he was told his status still said quirkless, and he realized he forgot to update it. Nezu assured them, however, that it was no problem for him to fix, as it was probably better to do it through the school than as a random individual calling the government agency in charge of these things. Anyway, why exactly do you two know each other so well? Vlad King asked them, now partly expecting something crazy like they were secretly father and son. It was then he got the tale of how the two met originally, shocked that Midoriya moved on instinct to save someone, especially that hellspawn torturing him. Seeing now why Nezu said All Might would help made sense. It also made sense how they thought they could get into UA without a quirk. With all of that done, they sent Midoriya away with Vlad King back to class as Nezu spoke with All Might about Midoriya past. Nezu had never seen the gentle giant of a man before him, virtuous enough to almost be called a saint, get so angry before. Though he understood why, after all Midoriya was his successor, the next symbol of peace, and therefore his responsibility to oversee with the time he had left. Telling him to keep calm and teach one, and normally he told them to go, as he would be calling Aizawa and Bakugo to his office shortly. When Aizawa and an irate Bakugo came in, he could tell Aizawa knew roughly what would occur. Greetings you two, now take a seat as I have something important to talk about, Nezu told them, scaring Aizawa as he always offered tea to people. Unless of course they had done something to incur his wrath. I am about to tell you what I have been told, and you young Bakugo will tell me if it is true or not, he said, going into what Midoriya had described to him but keeping their name out of it. Aizawa was visibly shaken, which was an extremely rare sight. However, Nezu expected this, along with the growling response from Katsuki Bakugo. Did that quirkless Deku try to get sympathy from you by lying? All I did was put the weakling in his place, since he obviously can't be a hero without a quirk. Bakugo yelled at them, essentially admitting to what he did. However, this was worse than simply admitting it, as he made it clear he was racist towards the quirkless. Aizawa actually regretted almost thinking someone like this had what it took to be a hero. I will give you this note to give to your parents. You are not allowed to come back to school till after I have had a meeting with you and both your parents. Except for this Friday, any day before or after will work for me, so they are welcome to come anytime once the school day starts, Nezu told him, as Bakugo blew up a chunk off his desk in rage at this. You can't do this to me. I'm going to be the next #1 hero. Bakugo got up to the principal face, screaming at them. Unfortunately for them, Aizawa could not pull them away or warn them in time before Nezu struck. Literally, as he gave the young man a stun gun to the neck, causing them to fall on the floor, convulsing for a minute before picking themselves back up. I can, and will do so, especially after how you just threatened your principal like you did. Despite what your middle school taught you, I will tell you how the real world works. Your quirk is not that special compared to other heroes. You are a dime a dozen that can easily be replaced in this industry. And keep in mind that with everything you have done to Midoriya, you could easily get yourself sent to prison for what you have done if they decide to press charges, so I would be careful if I were you. Nezu finished his speech, putting the note in his front pocket of his uniform jacket before getting Aizawa to drag the shocked student out of there. Whether or not Nezu skipped over the difficult process of how the courts would have to go through to charge him as an adult despite his young age. Well, oops, perhaps it was possible the intelligent animal could forget something from time to time, or this could just be another game of his to play with the parents when they come in to talk with him. UA Class 1B, third-person POV. After they decided their class reps Kendo, who knew them already, well, a bit more than everyone else, anyone was at front. With Pony beside her, as they felt having the other half Japanese, half American give them her opinions would be invaluable. Kendo made sure to let them know the full story as she knew it, which was not entirely wrong, so it was close enough that when they would find out the truth, they would likely not change their minds. Okay everyone, Class 1A is probably going to target her for bullying and by extension us from now on. So, make sure not to wander the halls outside of class hours without at least 2 other classmates with you. Agreed. Kendo told them to make sure they all stayed safe from the other class. All of them agreed. The second issue is helping her get used to school here in Japan, as unlike Pony, she had a really rough first experience, so be gentle with her. She told them all again, receiving agreements from them not knowing the truth of Izuku long school life in Japan. Pony, for her part, was going to do everything they could to support their fellow American transferee. After a few more back and forth discussions, the 2 people they had been waiting for entered, with her wearing the gym uniform. Alright everyone, before things get too out of hand, since it looks like you had a meeting beyond what I instructed for you to do, listen well. Vlad King said, pointing with his head to the chalkboard they wrote some notes on, embarrassing them all. Though they were all shocked to find out Izuku was a boy this whole time, and a watered-down version as to why he was mistaken for girl, this did not change much. Nor did their apparently non-American heritage affect things when it came to protecting them from bullying. Pony did still try to be the closest to him, as his English was still no different than the average American. With that, his second first day had started off well, with his class supporting him for the first time in his life instead of torturing him. The rest of the day fortunately ended without him being seen by 1A. Izukumidoriya POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends, by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. Alright everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. League of Villain Bar, third-person POV. Tamura was sipping a glass of whiskey on the rocks as he went over the basic quirk info the twerp they hadn't want to get for them. How the hell did a kid with a quirk powerful enough to destroy a zero-pointer get expelled so quickly? He asked himself out loud in a sarcastic way, as the spy had told them why from the beginning. Kurogiri, who knew this, kept quiet cleaning a glass, though it did not stop him from wondering how the child's supposed ego held up. Who knows, maybe we can track the kid down and use them to break All Might by having them join the raid. He spoke this time to Kurogiri, wanting his opinion on the idea. Naturally, he knew his sensei was likely listening in the background from his monitor, but knew they only spoke when they felt he needed their advice. As interesting as it would be to do so, I doubt that we will get a chance to meet them before the raid, since our spy did not see a reason to follow her after class. Kurogiri said, hating to deflate Tamura metaphoric bubble. Yeah, fair enough. Well, in any case, let's get to work on finalizing the details for tomorrow info gathering. Tamura told him, as he was still unsure if the morning or night time would end up being better. Bakugo household, third-person POV. Grumbling to himself as he went through the front door of his house during the early evening, as he spent a few hours at an arcade burning off steam. However, as soon as he entered, he got not the screaming he expected from his mother, but her slapping him across the face and dragging him into the living room by his uniform jacket right shoulder. Throwing him onto the single seat in the living room where his father usually sat in silence, he finally noticed how his mother's eyes looked all puffy, as if she had been crying. What the hell is that he, instead of getting yelled at by her, simply got slapped again, this time much harder, almost knocking him out of his chair. Why the hell did I get a call from Enko telling me she was ending our friendship because you have been bullying Izuku for years, borderlining on torture? Mitsuki yelled at her son, silencing him as her husband pulled her back, calming his distraught wife down. Katsuki, I want you to tell us why you thought it was okay to use your quirk to abuse Izuku like some sort of villain. Masaru asked his son, hoping to get some sort of reasoning, no matter how convoluted or twisted it was from them. Katsuki Bakugo, the ever-so-prideful person, even with his parents, huffed before responding in a quieter voice than before, as he did not like the look his dad gave him when he reprimanded him, which was rare. The quirkless idiot would never shut up about being a hero, even though he should have known it was impossible. I was just trying to put him in his place and show him where he belonged. He told his parents as he was very annoyed. They could not understand something as simple as he was great, and Deku was not. Both his parents, however, were shocked to hear her son say something so twisted considering all he talks about is becoming the next #1 hero. This was when the note had fallen out of his pocket and his mother picked it up as both she and her husband read it, scared of what could have been written in it. You got yourself suspended on the first day of school and you might get expelled. Mitsuki burst with anger at her son's stupidity she was reading about. To CH, the stupid rat principal said that I can't go back to classes till you have damn talk with him, he said, getting pulled up out of the seat from his mother. You will not be allowed to leave the house till after we have that meeting on Saturday, do you understand? Now go to your room, you will be getting no dinner tonight, Mitsuki said, cracking her knuckles when it looked like he was about to yell back at her, shutting him up. Her husband followed up with a shake of his head and a disappointed look in his eyes that sent the youngest of the Bakugo household silently stomping up to his room. What are we going to do, Masaru? If Inko decides to press charges for Get Hero School, his whole life could be over, she said in despair as she fell onto the couch, sitting covering her face with her hands. If her son got a criminal record cause of this, then he could kiss and decent jobs goodbye along with any hope of becoming a hero. Masaru sat down beside his wife, wrapping his arms around her, rubbing her back as she began crying a bit at the thought of her son in prison. All we can do now is get him back on the right path and do everything we can to minimize the charges against him, he told her in a soothing voice, upset with himself that minimizing the potential criminal charges was likely all he could do, since UA along with other hero schools were considered government facilities. Depending on what his son did, despite being technically a minor, he could end up getting a few years in a juvenile detention center if it was bad enough. UAENTRNSE, HLLWYS, CLASS1A. Third-person POV. Izuku had walked through the front gate, meeting with Kendo and Pony, who seemed to be waiting for him. Hey, you two. You know you don't need to wait here for me, right? Izuku told them, hoping what he saw on the board was a joke. But he now realized they were dead serious about being his bodyguards at school, even though he thought it sounded like overkill. I would like to say we know we don't need to, but it looks like we were right. Kendo paused for a moment halfway through her sentence before pulling Izuku behind her and Pony. This is when Izuku noticed he just narrowly avoided a hand grabbing his shoulder from behind where he stood a second ago. You have been expelled already. How dare you trespass on school grounds, and out of school uniform no less, Ida exclaimed, chopping his hands in his usual robot-like manner. Granted, he was still giving Izuku a stern glare. That is before Tagaru Kamakiri in all his green-colored rage grabbed Ida by the shoulder from behind him before kicking him in the family jewels. Ida, collapsing a moment after Kamakiri removed his foot, was turned onto his back by his attacker as they glared at him with disdain. Hey asshole, save the lectures for yourself, let's go you three before more show up, he said, pointing to the entrance with his thumb. Good call, but next time maybe just go for a gut punch. Though I appreciate you shutting him up quickly, making him collapse at the front gate like this will probably cause some backlash later, Kendo told him, rubbing the back of her head in frustration as she imagined one barging into their classroom later. Tagaru, however, did not care and was always ready to prove he was stronger than anyone else. Pony simply called class one of jerks, just as ready to follow Kamakiri lead. Wow, Kamakiri really is like Bakugo. He is like Bakugo, but he is semi-friendly and respectful to his classmates outside of a fight. Izuku thought of remembering how intense he got during 1B doing the quirk apprehension test yesterday during afternoon classes. Though Tagaru Kamakiri is every bit as intense and only slightly less foul-mouthed than Bakugo, he still tried to be friendly with his classmates. Even if Shizaki was constantly scolding him for his contemptible language, Kamakiri, however, did not care much about it as he was used to being scolded for it. Making their way through the halls, careful to take a slightly longer route on the other side of the floor opposite the one classroom to avoid bumping into them on the staircase. Kendo, Pony, Kamakiri, and Izuku in the center made it to class with no more issues. Hey everyone, fair warning, Kamakiri handed the glasses guy from one of his ass so we might get an interruption later, Izuku said, laughing awkwardly as Kamakiri huffed with his arms crossed at his statement like he did nothing wrong. Which and later on in retrospect was, as Kendo said, was just a bit too far, but it could also not be denied that Tenya Ida deserved every bit of the pain he felt that morning. His classmates at the time who were there all just sighed at this, honestly half expecting him to deal the first blow in this war between their classes. Finding Tenya Ida struggling to get up at the gate, Achako used her quirk to help him up after she ran up to him. Ida, what happened? She barely kept a mild yelling at this sight of one of her classmates hurt. Green, thug. Ida barely got out as he huffed, getting air back into his lungs at last. Green thug. Achako was confused as to what he meant but decided to hurry themselves up to class. Halfway through he was good enough to walk on his own, so she let him down, though he was still a bit pale. Perhaps the strain of zero gravity on top of a kick to his balls courtesy of Kamakiri earlier was not a good combination for him. When they brought him to the classroom, Momo ran up to them in shock upon seeing how pale Ida was as he walked alongside Achako. Aizawa was quietly resting in his sleeping bag like a caterpillar in a cocoon, like always, was listening closely to the conversation. Why is Ida so pale? Momo exclaimed in shock as she checked Ida all over. I was assaulted by a green-haired insect-like boy with a mohawk. I assume he was in 1B given his fighting abilities, Ida said, not realizing anyone could have kicked him from behind like that in the moment due to his pride blinding him quite a bit. You were just attacked. That is so not manly, bro. Kirishima said, shaking his head at how unheroic the other class was. Aizawa, however, who was hearing this, thought something was odd about this. After all, as aggressive as Vlad was, he made it clear to his students to never bully anyone. Right when I was lecturing the girl who got expelled on the first day about sneaking back onto campus and insulting the school further by not following the dress code, Ida said, confusing them all as to why they would come back. After all, Wana was the best, so getting expelled from them should have ended her student career. It was when Ida revealed this bit of information that Aizawa caught on to what had really happened this morning. So, Ida, in his so assured self-righteousness that it was stupidity at this point, did not realize he was harassing another student, therefore he was the bully in this case. Aizawa thought, internally sighing at how, despite coming from a respectable long lineage of heroes, was already causing problems. This also made sense to Aizawa as to why someone from Vlad class would just randomly assault someone like that. As much as he wanted to derail this train now, if he told them why Izuku Midoriya was still here, then they would begin to not trust him. Nezu told him to keep the details of why Bakugo was not in class a secret for now. The only way to divert this inevitable train was to explain that he made a critical error in judgment with Midoriya. But if they started doubting him, then they would eventually and rather swiftly force Nezu's hand, causing him to explain the truth to them about Bakugo's situation to prevent a class war between the two groups of students. This meant he could not tell them yet why Midoriya was still here despite him trying to expel them already. The last thing UA needed was for rumors to spread that one of their students had technically committed criminal acts. Even though they would normally be trailed as minors, it is beside the point as far as the media was concerned. Even now, Nezu and Hound Dog were using their spare time to do thorough background checks on all the Hero Course students to be safe. So, all he could do was hope they would show some self-restraint and listen to him when he told them not to make the situation worse. "Alright everyone, once class starts I will tell you something important, so calm down for now," he said, not wanting to repeat what he had to say twice by saying it now. UA lunchtime. Third-person POV. Izuku was lucky and ended up getting Katsuden for lunch today, so he was cheered up after this morning's confrontation with Tenya Ida. Everyone in 1B got together at the same 3 tables they pushed together, but everyone sat beside someone specific. It made sense to them sit beside someone who had more to talk about. In his case, that was Pony on his left, who he talked about American heroes with him in English, and Monoma on his right, who joined in a bit about their quirks, though in Izuku's opinion he needed to work on his English a bit more. Monoma was eating a simple lunch of steamed rice, miso soup, and grilled fish, while Pony was eating something more akin to home in the form of a burger. "Hey Pony," Tetsu asked her, taking his Japanese slowly for her, continuing after she nodded yes. "Your quirk is partially some sort of cow mutation, right? So, does that mean you are committing cannibalism by eating that burger?" he asked her, grinning. It took Pony a moment to process his question before she realized that he just called her a cow. Since he was sitting across from her, she kicked him in the shin, making him drop his fork onto his plate as he clutched his bruised shin. "I am a horse, not a cow," Pony exclaimed, pouting before turning her head to the side. This caused almost everyone to laugh at his mistake after Izuku translated the English for everyone to understand his screw-up. "In my defense, I want to point out horses don't usually have horns, but cows do," Tetsu said as Kamakiri jokingly smacked the back of his head, chuckled at his excuse, now joining in his classmate laughter. This laughing, however, would soon come to an abrupt end as Kirishima slammed his fist on the table with an irate Ida and an exasperated yet stern-looking Momo. Unlike most of her classmates, she realized something odd was going on, but decided to keep it to herself till she had an actual explanation to give them. Still, she came with them to make sure that no one got violent and went against their teacher warning. "Can we help you?" Kendo asked as she stood up, noticing how Izuku shrunk back as their attention was on him and Kamakiri. "Aizawa-sensei expelled you already, so why are you with 1B? Did you tell them, and their teacher, some sort of lie to get in their class? Cause that is so not manly," Kirishima said to Izuku, who was currently being held by Pony, who looked ready to launch her horns on a moment's notice. What Kirishima said crossed a nerve with all of them, as after getting to know Izuku a little could easily tell he would never do something like they described. "They told us no lies, though there was a minor misunderstanding about their gender due to a paperwork issue with the school, but that is it." Kendo tried her best to keep calm, as the last thing she needed was for the rest of the school to see the 2 hero courses fighting it out in the cafeteria. Ida had serious doubts that someone as rude of them would not try to deceive the students of 1B. The fact that they are violent fools in his eyes made it seem all the easier to deceive them. "Looks like I will need to help these delinquents see the truth, even if they do not deserve it. As a hero, it is my job to help them," Ida thought, still not realizing how rude he himself was being with how he rushed to judge them. "Despite the fact you gained up on me this morning with that sneak attack from him over there," he said, nudging his head towards Kamakiri, who needed to be held down by Tetsu. "It is my responsibility as a future hero to help you see how badly you are being deceived and set you back on the right path," Ida said, seeming proud of his speech. That is till Monoma started laughing, holding his gut. Needless to say, this offended Ida greatly. "Thanks, but no thanks. If anyone needs help being set back on the right path, it is you," Monoma said, wiping the tears from his eyes as he stopped laughing and got up. Now even Momo was starting to get annoyed with how rude he was being towards them by laughing at them. "You are the only delinquents here, I'm afraid. harassing us, judging a fellow sorry former classmate without knowing them, saying we are the ones that need to change our ways to fit your ideals. You know, at first, I was upset I got into 1B, but if arrogant fools like you is what makes up Class 1, then 1B is a far better place to be in terms of training to be a hero. And unlike your teacher, our teacher may encourage a rivalry between classes, but at least he makes sure we don't go as far as to become bullies like all of you. Monoma finished his speech, catching his breath, excited to show the school which class had the actual future top heroes in it. His classmates, despite finding him to be a bit egotistic himself, could not help but smile and agree with him. Even Kendo, who wanted to hold back the fighting, could not argue with his speech, so instead walked over to him and pulled him back down into his seat. My apologies for what my classmate had said, however he was not wrong about you clearly trying to abuse your status as the perceived better hero class, Kendo said, making it clear his point in case they had lost sight of it during his rambling. Momo was now beyond miffed and was seeing red herself after being insulted so blatantly like that to her face by them after they injured her classmate. But before she could give them a good piece of her mind, the alarms went off, sending the whole cafeteria into a panic. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UALUNCHROOM, third-person POV. The moment the alarms went off, when the shrill siren hit the student ears, that was when the school had begun filling to the brim with chaos. Left and right people began shoving each other to get to the exits, not even realizing they were trampling each other due to their panic. 1B, however, was the only ones not in a panic, as Izuku had stopped them, recalling the reporters from earlier this morning. Everyone stop, it's just the reporters. Izuku tried to yell out to everyone, but it only reached his classmates. What do you mean? Kendo had to yell to make sure he could even hear her over all the screaming and the alarm. According to Midnight Sensei, who was waiting for the students by the gates, they are only interested in getting information on All Might teaching the first years. Because I was wearing the gym uniform, they probably thought I was a second or third year and let me go through without any trouble. So it was probably one of them that just broke through the barrier when getting impatient. There is probably no villain attack right now. Izuku finally finished taking a breath while it sunk into the others. Alright 1B, get yourselves together and wait this out calmly, Kendo told them all, figuring it was safer to wait here at their table than go into that stampeding mob. She would also be proven right, as Power Loader had to fix several broken doors and Recovery Girl had to deal with dozens of cases of broken arms or legs accompanied with major concussions. UA Recovery Girl, third-person POV. Despite the protests of the other students of Class 1B, Vlad King had to send his students home, promising them he would drive Izuku home. Nezu had recommended to the student body that everyone travel as far as possible towards their homes as possible with at least one other person. Nothing could wrong with Vlad King promise, right? Well, onto the quirk examination after everyone left. However, All Might was the one there, not Vlad King, as for now Nezu decided not to let him in on the full picture. Not out of spite or distrust, mind you, but more so as Aizawa had dumped a metaphoric pile of hot garbage on his desk in terms of legal issues that needed his full focus. As such, he could not go through the long and complicated loops that came with One for All, so he decided to save it till the Midoriya issue was handled on hopefully Friday. Nezu would need to make sure to have Recovery Girl give him a watered-down explanation in her report so as to not disclose the truth of One for All yet. That, and he had a feeling about something the symbol of peace may or may not have done yet. Alright young man, first off, I have known Toshinori's secret about his quirk since he was given it by his master when he was your age, so we can speak openly here, Recovery Girl said, seeing Izuku relax, knowing that he would not need to worry about sharing anything he shouldn't. Now to simplify it for you about how Toshinori has explained it to you, it converts the metabolic energy from your body natural process into kinetic energy, resulting in what is perceived as enhanced strength, she said, stopping as Izuku was staring at her wide-eyed, his pupils practically turning into stars as he mumbled about how interesting the quirk was, writing something down in a notebook he pulled from somewhere she did not see. Toshinori, you did explain how your quirk functioned, right? I mean, I explained it to you when you were younger, Recovery Girl asked him with a sense of dread. I kind of forgot to tell him, Toshinori Yagi said as one of his former teachers was glaring at him, indicating she was going to smack him with her cane. Yes, she most definitely ended up smacking his head the moment he raised his hands to defend himself, which he then used to rub the spot on his head where she hit him. This was what Nezu was worried about, albeit very little compared to the Aizawa generated he was dealing with right now. Letting out a sigh of frustration, she noticed Izuku was shaking like a leaf in the wind. Realizing that she was scaring him, she put her cane down and patted his shoulder, calming him. Here is the same explanation I gave Toshinori when he was your age. It converts the energy your body creates during the Krebs cycle of your body metabolism that concerns the oxidation of fats and sugars into kinetic energy. What people see as destructive punches or gust of powerful wind made from his high-speed movements is the transfer of that energy, and when it passes through the air faster than the speed of sound. However, there is one special function of the quirk that defies physics. Recovery Girl said, seeing him stop tilting his head. This made the old woman chuckle before casually whacking Toshinori on the head again before continuing. Normally, energy is transferred between what you come in contact with and the air itself. This is due to the commonly known fact that energy cannot be destroyed or created but only transformed. Well, for anyone who has taken an elementary school or higher level science class at least. She said, expecting the same question Toshinori asked her when Nana explained it to him. Why, what does it have to do with this special function, and how does it defy physics? Izuku asked, now confused. Though with this quirk, a small portion of that energy every time you use it goes to a third place. A sort of core of energy that when he transferred the quirk to you, he transferred this core as well. But unlike the last two, the energy stays in this core permanently, making the quirk baseline strength more powerful than when you had received after you pass it on to someone else. It is also this baseline energy source that you tap into every time you use the quirk. However, the energy added to this core does not get used up when you tap into it. Think of it as more of a way to jumpstart and support the process in your body that it accelerates to get the power you use. She stopped winded, taking a sip of water, making sure to whack her former student on his head again as it looked like he was about to say something stupid. Izuku, after writing that down, thought for a moment before turning to the open window, catching their attention. I think I know how to limit my power for training for now, but I really am not going to like it. Izuku sighed as he realized how bad these next few days of meals were going to be. With that, he began explaining to them how, based off her explanation, slowing down his metabolism could help him limit his power output till he gets fully adjusted to it. The method he suggested was a high-carbohydrate-fueled diet that at first they both shot down, but then he posed a different question to them. Then how am I supposed to train with it before half of the school year passes by and my body is adjusted to it? Cause I doubt it will only take me a few months like most 4-year-olds, he said, making a fair point to the two heroes who relented. With it, they used Recovery Girl medical knowledge, as well as All Might undergraduate degrees in health and nutritional sciences, which was a surprise to even Izuku before he remembered that no one except a few knew what All Might's actual name was, so it made sense why he never knew that, and based on how he looks now, no one would ever associate him with health and nutritional expertise. After some back and forth, they decided what combination of vitamins to start off with and decided to adjust accordingly as the month went on. But they agreed to only do this health-risking experiment for a month at most before making him return to his regular diet, hoping this 1 month would be enough to help accelerate his body adjustment to the quirk. Oh yes, so what should I call my quirk? We still need to give Principal Nezu a name to submit, Izuku asked them as they realized they still needed to do that part before the end of the week, thanks to the Quirk Registration Agency, or QRA for short, demanding a fast response. In the end, he decided to call it Metabolic Boost, since using the quirk increases his metabolic rate to create such extreme boosts in energy. Also, naming it One for All officially would be too dangerous. According to All Might, as a powerful villain he once was forced to kill that knew of his quirk unique trait. If their minions are still around, they may have access to government files somehow, so it was best to err on the side of caution. This also meant he would need to eat a lot more once he got into serious training with it. MUSTAFU Streets, third-person POV. When Vlad King had promised in Midoriya he would escort her son home to be safe, he did not expect the most dangerous drive of his life home after work. On the way to Izuku Midoriya apartment, they had come across 4 villain fights, 3 in-progress robberies, and 2 drug deals getting busted. The robberies and the drug deals he had to stop as Izuku told him he was worried that another hero might not arrive in time. Saying he was fine with being a little later if it would not be a bother to his teacher, the blood hero himself stopped them, quickly handing them off to officers that were patrolling nearby or had been called to the scene by another passerby. Shortly realizing in a moment of despair that now he would need to fill out and send in 5 incident reports tomorrow to the HPSC, as he was the one who took down the criminals. On the other hand, he would get a small but unexpected pay bonus from the HPSC for doing the emergency on-site captures. I thought this area was supposed to be safe, Vlad King asked aloud, wondering why a formerly quiet area was seeing this much activity at this time. When he used to live in the area about 17 years ago before he moved to his current apartment, all this place ever saw an occasional mugging 2 or 3 times a week. So, when he heard recently from a colleague that this area was a hot spot for incidents, he was worried for Izuku and his mother living in such an area. I know, right? This is even quitter than usual, Izuku said aloud as Vlad King, despite his years of teaching and fighting villains, almost slammed his brakes on the next light in shock. He thinks this is even more quiet than it should be, he exclaimed internally as he gave a very subtle and unnoticeable side glance to his student while still focusing on his driving. Deciding it was probably better not to get a definitive number, he prodded with a general question. Hey Midoriya, how many crimes do you come across, crimes or fights on a daily basis? Vlad King carefully asked them. Izuku took a moment to think about this, making the man worry even more about what the general answer would be. Normally throughout a regular day I end up coming across something around 15 to 30 villains on average, I say. So, I really struggle to get to school on time when about 40 or 50 show up on my route, but luckily, I only tend to encounter villains every other day, so it's fine," Izuku said with a smile as something became abundantly clear to Vlad King. This kid is a villain magnet. He is the one somehow attracting all of the danger to the area. He internally screamed while keeping his neutral poker face on to not alarm Izuku. "All right, this is your apartment complex, right?" Vlad King asked his student, hoping the extra work and danger would finally stop. "Yeah, it is, thank you, sir." Izuku bowed to him as he went up to his apartment. Luckily for him, his teacher was watching to make sure he was okay, just barely using his blood in time to form a chain to wrap it around the hand of a drunk man about to grab Izuku from behind. Now having to take them to the police station on the route to his house so they can throw him in the drunk tank for the night. MIDORIYHOUSEHILD. Third-person POV. Izuku had finally come home at about the time Enko had been expecting him to get here, as she was told they were examining his quirk today. That and he had an unfortunate habit of drawing in villains wherever he was. So, to make sure no villains attacked whenever she went shopping, she would always go to the grocery store on the opposite end of the area they lived away from his schools. "How are you doing, Izuku? Did you figure out how your quirk worked?" she asked her son, hoping he would not hurt himself again with it any time soon. Telling her the basic function of it and how he was going to test a new diet for the next month to stabilize it made her happy, as it seemed that his first teacher at UA was one of the likely few bad ones, if hopefully only bad one. Then telling her of all the crimes they came across, a thought crossed her mind along with a silent prayer. This nice teacher sounds like he got lucky for a first-time experience with Izuku bad villain luck. Enko thought, not realizing her son considered his luck with villain encounters the opposite, even though he had no idea it was not a normal encounter rate for most civilians. No, for Izuku, all the villain attacks happening near him were just more opportunities to watch heroes fight and add to his hero journal's info about the various pro heroes he saw. League of Villain Bar. Third-person POV. Tamura was currently looking over the schedule and saw All Might was scheduled to do a trip to the USJ with Class 1B next week Monday, then on Wednesday with 1A. So, the second-place class gets All Might for recue training first. That's odd, but at least it means we get to have more time to prepare to kill the top class along with him, he said, laughing to himself a little at the thought of the news saying how he killed All Might and the supposed best of the next generation. Tsurajiri, however, hummed at this, catching his young master attention as they are indicating with a hand motion for him to speak. Is it possible there is friction between All Might and Eraserhead? If so, then it will be even easier for us to kill them both in 13 come Wednesday, Tsurajiri said, making Tamura wave him off before responding. Oh please, even if they had perfect teamwork between the three of them. We have a secret weapon made by Sensei and his personal doctor. Those fools do not stand a chance against us, Tamura said, remembering the basic quirk info he got from the snitch. I better get Sensei to ask the brat for more precise info, since a few days have passed since their classes started. So, the brat probably knows more useful information by now, he said, as always, with Kurajiri making a mental note to ask the master later when he was not resting later. What the so-called Demon Lord of the Quirk era did in his small window of time he called absolutely private, unless for a life or death emergency, always confused both the Misty Butler and the Krusty Gamer. But who were they to question his decision, especially when he was always attentive the rest of his time due to several quirks making it so that he did not need any more than 5 hours of sleep to maintain his current peak condition, not his former. IZUKUMIDORIYAPOV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Teacher's Lounge. Third-person POV. Nezu walked into the staff lounge as usual to greet his teachers before the day had begun, only to find an exhausted-looking Vlad King filling out paperwork. Naturally, the others were watching him, wondering why he had so much paperwork to do this morning when he normally handled all of his paperwork in the evening before going home. Hello Vlad, what exactly is all that paperwork? Did you not drop off the paperwork for Midoriya's special training equipment yesterday before taking him home? Nezu questioned, in his opinion, the overly colored red hero. Unable to properly respond without doing a mental reset, he dragged his hand over his face, letting out a long sigh. All right, I will tell you, but if any of you laugh instead of giving me helpful advice or your condolences, I will punch you in the face. That includes you as well, Midnight and 13. He said, shocking them all, as it was extremely uncharacteristic of him to threaten to punch a woman who was not a villain. Going into the details, he told them of all of the villain encounters on the way to Midoriya's apartment and what they told him about their villain encounters. Well, that is it, so anything you all have to say? He asked, as they were all far too shocked to speak at hearing how Izuku Midoriya himself is like a magnet for villains. Not to say that Izuku Midoriya was a magnet for villains was an understatement among understatements in their collective opinions. All Might and Present Mike, being the only ones not shocked for different reasons, had their eyes closed. All Might was not shocked, as this made him recall his own childhood and his own current luck with villains, so he was not surprised by this, thinking this was normal for a hero. Present Mike on the other hand was not shocked cause he was holding back his laughter but eventually gave in. When he did give in however, Vlad King made good on his word to punch them in the face, sending them flying across the room, landing just short of the wall, sliding into it. My apologies, Vlad. I take back what I said jokingly before about giving you a raise after Midoriya first day incident you took care of. Your raise will be finalized before the end of the day. Hang in there, my fellow hero and teacher. Nezu said, genuinely wishing them luck going forward. I am so sorry for every time I backed up Aizawa whenever he took a verbal jab at you. Midnight said, patting his shoulder before walking over to slap Present Mike awake for his homeroom class. UAENTRNCHILLWYS. Third person POV. Izuku guards today were Huryu Rin, Nyaranjiki Shota, and Ryako Yanagi, 3 people who would later be called the Silent Squad by their other classmates. Waving to them, they waved back to him, nodding as well, showing each other pictures of martial artists, close-ups of hero support gear, and some of their favorite poetry. However, they barely got to the entrance of the building when they were stopped by 1A. Yeah, just kidding. Zero made a bad attempt at an insult, joke at Izuku's expense for what Monoma said yesterday in the lunchroom. While Kaminari had made a dumbass comment so stupid that did not sound racist in his head but was in actuality very offensive. This had made Rin lose his composure, seeing nothing but red for the moment he needed to severely injure such a weaker opponent. Needless to say, Zero was tied up in his own tape by Yanagi using her quirk on the little bit exposed on his elbows to pull out the amount she needed. This would have been avoided if he did not pull up his sleeve to try and use his quirk to retain the foreign student. Rin had left Kaminari with a concussion, 2 black eyes, and hung them upside down on the pillar by wrapping his pants legs around it while he used Kaminari belt to tighten the section around his ankles so he would not fall out of them. I have a feeling we might get in trouble for this, Izuku said with a light blush, not trying to look directly at Kaminari, chuckling awkwardly as any attempts to fight back in his previous schools only got him in more trouble. Ryako was the only person other than Izuku who could not bring themselves to look at Kaminari, though for her it was much worse to look at him in his current state than Izuku due to gender differences than simple embarrassment of seeing someone else exposed, to put it mildly. No worries, if Kamakiri did not get chewed out for what he did to someone from a prominent hero family like the Ida family, then I doubt we will get in trouble for these two, Shota said quietly as they hurried to their class. Then he looked to Rin, who now calmed down and seemed to regret going as far as he did on Kaminari when he knew he could have easily knocked them out in one hit. Especially in Rin's case, as he had a fairly justifiable reason for losing his temper like he did, they said, trying to cheer up their classmate. The people they passed in the halls would whisper things as they walked by, about half for rumors that they are picking fights against the other hero class of 1A, while the other half of them were talking about how they were praised as one of the only 3 classes not to panic yesterday. The other 2 being one of the third-year hero classes and the other being one of the support course classes who just quietly locked up the support lab, since they were in there during the alarm and did so just so they could focus on their work, thinking the hero course just broke something. It was not as great as a feat as it seemed. However, no one would find out till much later on about this, though the rumors had still made them look tougher in the meantime. Fortunately for Kaminari and Zero, 3 of their classmates found them before classes started as they rushed towards them after hearing some female students scream. Mizo Shoji and Ajiro Kirishima had carried them to the nurse's office, while a red-faced looking away Ochako Uraraka went to class to let the teacher know so they would not be marked as absent or skipping class. UA Class 1A. Third-person POV. Aizawa was about to mark 5 students absent when one of the 5 students came in panting as she seemed to have been running to class. I take it you have a reason as to why the only 4 that I was not told in advance would not be coming are not here, Aizawa asked her, already expecting some bad news. When we got to the front gate at the same time, Shoji, Kirishima, and me figured we would walk to class together. But then we heard some other girls' screams and ran to see, Ochako said, beginning to mumble as she awkwardly described what she saw. The other girls in the class were going red in the face as she told them how Kaminari was found to not be wearing underwear to school today based off of Kirishima and Shoji agreeing it did not look like they were ripped off of him. Great, now one of my students was caught flashing the other female students. Nezu is going to chew me out later, he thought as the class began talking among themselves. From what he was hearing, it seemed that they planned on confronting 1B about this incident. Before anyone tries anything stupid, I would like to point out that anyone who does try anything will get punished harshly for it. The only reason I did not punish Ida was despite the fact he was the aggressor. His humiliation and pain from being stopped by them was worse than a single detention I would have given him for his offense of that kind, Aizawa said, making it clear that Ida had used up their only warning as a class. Technically he should have punished him, Momo, and Kirishima for lunchtime yesterday, but did not, was simply due to him needing to focus on securing the school safety after the break-in. But sir, this is the second time now they have. Momo was about to say attacked them but was cut off by Aizawa, scaring her into silence by glaring at her while activating his quirk. Second what? Second time they attacked you, Aizawa said, doing air quotes with his fingers when he said attacked you. I will find out the reason why later, but in the first instance Ida was the one verbally assaulting them and tried at what one could consider physical assault. UA teaching staff will handle this, just like how vigilantism is not approved of by pro-heroes on the streets. Neither do we approve of it in the school. We adults will be the ones to decide and handle the punishment of students around here, not children who do not know better and have no authority to do it in the first place. Now sit your butts down and get ready for homeroom, except you Achako, I need you to go get your classmates from the nurse's office who can return to class," he said as she nodded, running off again before he called out to her not to run in the halls. "Will Eraserhead and Vlad King make their way down to my office immediately? Midnight will cover watching 1B for homeroom while Cementos will watch 1A. Nezu called over the intercoms, making him groan in frustration at this year batch of class. UA Class 1B. Third-person POV. Vlad King came in to see 4 students, with Izuku standing among them seemingly and wait for him. "I know I am going to regret this, but what happened this morning?" he said, getting the feeling that wherever Izuku went there would be trouble not too far away. Launching into a very fast-paced explanation of what occurred, Izuku just barely managed to tell him before Nezu called him down, saying Midnight would cover for him. "All right everyone, I will try my best to convince Nezu to not give you any severe punishments for what you did, but I will give you some form of punishment for taking it as far as you did," Vlad King told his student as he patted them on the shoulder before leaving through the door. UANEZU office. Third-person POV. Currently sitting before the mouse principal of UA were 2 of the most headache-inducing children he ever had to deal with at UA. Vlad King and Eraserhead, who both looked like they were ready to just give up on everything, one of which this look was unusual to see on them. "First thing first, Vlad, tell me what your students had probably told you what happened that led to Denki Kaminari and Hantasiro being tied up at the first floor main entrance with the former flashing roughly half of the female student body," Nezu said as Vlad began going into a slower and as a result clearer explanation than what Izuku gave him. Aizawa did not get upset at him as he knew how confrontational Class 1A had been since they found out Izuku was in Class 1B after he left Class 1A, as well as how this seemed very plausible with how stupid Kaminari has shown himself to be in class from what he has seen. "I see, normally it would mean suspension for Kaminari for what he did unintentionally to the female portion of the student body as well as his racist comment. But in this case, I will let him off with a week of detention and an exclusion from any and all hero training during that time. Any objections to that, Aizawa?" he asked the hero for his input as it was his student in the end. "I can see nothing wrong with that punishment, sir. I have made it clear to the rest of the class after this that any further action on their parts will be harshly punished," Aizawa said, regretting that he did not act with them before this happened. Though with the intruder issue, Nezu could not blame him for checking their defenses for any other holes that could be exploited. "As for your student Vlad, what do you think will affect them most as a punishment, as I feel a whole week worth of detention is unnecessary?" Nezu asked them in hopes to not put any more strain on them than he already has so far. Vlad King took a moment to think about this before answering his boss. "Forcing him to sit in the sidelines during hero training for tomorrow and next week will do him good and actually teach him a lesson," Vlad King said as Nezu nodded happily at this. "I agree that as a hero student, watching the others train while he is forced to sit it out will feel worse than any detention. Once the students in the infirmary can tell us what happened, once they wake up that is, if they say anything different from what you told me I will let you know if we need to change the punishment," Vlad, Nezu said, agreeing with him to send the heroes back to their classes as homeroom was now halfway done at this point. UA Class 1B. Third-person POV. Returning to his class, simply glad he was able to avoid Rin getting any sort of mark on his student record, Vlad King was hoping to relax a little now. Instead, what he saw was Midnight giving out romantic advice like it was some sort of official class, with the boys unable to bring themselves to look at their female classmates. When he saw on the board explained as she was in the middle of telling them how to know how low you should put your hand around their waist when wrapping your arm around them from behind. "Go Vlad, how was the meeting with Nezu and Aizawa?" Midnight asked him after enjoying herself due to the reactions his class was giving her. "I could ask the same about what was going on with my class." Vlad King tried not to be upset at her as she was actually siding with him instead of Aizawa for once. "Oh this," she indicated to the lesson she had written on the board, getting a nod from him. "Well, since they are going to spend most of their time in high school focusing on hero training, I figured I could use this rare chance to teach them how to deal with dating problems," Midnight said proudly as if she was doing them some sort of favor. After a literal just over 3 minutes of getting her out of the room politely, Vlad King could now stand before his class. "All right everyone, first thing first is to alleviate any of your fears. Rin will be punished by sitting out the hero foundational lesson tomorrow and all 3 next week. So, no need to worry about this getting on his permanent record," he said, seeing the relief on their collective faces. Whether it was a delayed reaction from him saving them from Midnight due to their embarrassment, shock, or the knowledge their classmates were fine, he could not tell. "As for your schedule next week, normally we have only 2 hero foundational classes a week, 1 rescue and 1 fighting. But since we start the first week with only 1 combat lesson, next week you will receive combat on Monday and rescue on Wednesday as well as Friday. After that it will alternate between one or the other on Tuesday and Thursday. Class 1 will be doing rescue training Monday and combat on Wednesday and Friday, so I doubt we will meet them during that period," Vlad King said, seeing someone raise their hand indicating a question for him, so he motioned for them to speak up. Why are they not trying to balance out the rescue training like we are, sir? Kendo asked him, thinking it sounded odd like her other classmates. Vlad King let out a sigh as he pinched his nose, worrying her. She said something wrong. The reason they are not balancing it out is because Aizawa, the Class 1 teacher, sees more value in combat training than in rescue training. I am sure that many of you wanted more combat training than rescue training, thinking rescue training is a waste of time. But trust me, it will benefit you and the civilians you will rescue in the future, he said, pleasantly surprised by their answers. I'm sorry, Sensei, but you're wrong. To be taught how to save lives better is never a waste of time, Ibara Shizaki said, standing up before bowing to him in respect. She is right, sir. When those fools in Class 1 are unable to assist the heroes, they in turn with after the sports festival with rescuing people they will regret, Nito Monoma said, flipping his bang to the side while laughing. They're right, sir. No matter what school they go to, I have never seen on the news a hero allowing students to risk taking part in an actual fight. So having better rescue skills will be more useful to them till we reach our second years and are allowed to get our hero licenses, Izuku said, happy to see how everyone here would not make fun of him for not being ready for a fight yet like they probably would in Class 1A. In fact, his classmates were impressed as none of them even considered that very point before he mentioned it, making them glad. Well, except for Kamakiri, but he still understood what Izuku was saying even if he did not like the reality of their situation. UA Class 1A, third-person POV. Getting back to his class, Aizawa saw Kirishima and Shoji return during his absence along with Hanta Zero. Zero, you go to Nezu's office to tell him your side of the confrontation this morning. And be honest, or else, he said, making it clear by saying the words separately to put emphasis on them. This made Zero gulp before going to the office as he was told to do. Letting the class know of Kaminari punishment, they complained as he had expected, calling out how it was unfair. To make it clear to you all, he said something incredibly racist, which is why he was attacked as brutally as he was. UA does not tolerate such matters. I can assure the punishment for racism here can be much worse than what he got. Granted, he had other things to be punished for beside that one point, but I will not go into that right now as it would require a needless explanation, Aizawa said before going into next week's schedule, making them all excited as they all were happy to get to fight more than rescue training dummies. Clearly, unlike Class 1B, they lacked the benefit of Izuku knowledge to assist them in learning overlooked facts of hero work that their teacher had no intention of providing them with at this moment. Izukumi-doriya POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right, everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA lunchroom, third-person POV. The morning lessons went by quickly and luckily without any more incidents from Class 1A. Though some of the students who saw them beating up Kaminari and Zero but did not hear what they said were spreading rumors about Class 1B. They were saying stuff about how they were going on a power trip and attacking anyone they did not like. Though this made it hard to eat their lunch without getting stared at intensely by the whole cafeteria, at least no one was approaching them about it. Well, this is just great. As always, everyone considers Class 1 of the stars of the hero course and 1B the extras to make them look better, Monoma said dejectedly with a sigh as he took another bite of his food. Yeah, but now we are being called everything short of villains or criminals. Kinoko Komori responded to him, upset about how they were getting the wrong kind of attention. Just ignore them. The truth will either make its way to them, or they will stop talking themselves if we stay patient. That means Yukamakiri, Juro Shishida said, reminding their most hot-headed it was better to show restraint right now rather than lash out against them. Hey, I am not the one who people are making these rumors because of what they did. Kamakiri pointed out how no one was spreading rumors after what he did to Tenya Ida. This was mainly due to the fact he checked around that people had turned away before he took care of the trash before him. Sorry again, everyone. This is all my fault, Rin said in apology to his classmates, seeing now how his overreaction had dragged them all down with him. There is no need to apology, your outburst was understandable, and besides, if not you then he would have likely done something himself, Shishida said, pointing his thumb to Kamakiri, who began arguing back. With a bit more back and forth between the two, their conversation had ended, and as they had predicted, there was no incidents at lunch. UA Gym number 3, third-person POV. Vlad King had taken Izuku after school to Gym 3, this time with Rin, Kendo, and Kamakiri staying behind to help Izuku train. He was on the fence at first about Rin joining and due to his punishment, but since it was not actual hero training, and he was a skilled close combatant, he decided to allow it. This would also save him and Midnight the trouble of going out of either of their ways to take Izuku home today with all 4 students together. Alright Midoriya, you have a strong body but little actual fighting skill. Since you can't use your quirk properly yet, we need to make sure you can properly punch, kick, and do basic throwing, grappling attacks in order to even the odds tomorrow for you, Vlad King declared as he got out a pair of gloves meant for practicing punches with someone. Alright Midoriya, don't hold back when you punch into these gloves, okay? I recommend you go left with your right hand and right with you left hand. Kendo told him in order for him to get used to blocking with his other forearm in a fist fight. No, keep your arm straight like this unless you are going for a haymaker, and don't try that yet as we need to learn the basics first. Rin told Izuku to see him bend his arm a bit when he punched, correcting his posture. After a few more punches and adjustments, they began working on his kicks. Seeing as his legs were stronger than his arms by a fair bit, he suggested Izuku focus on kicks just a little more in his fighting style. No, you kick them here if they catch your punch and punch them here if they catch your kicks, Kamakiri told Izuku while teaching them some traditionally considered dirty attacks in a fight. Rin and Kendo both could not help but cringe as they like most considered these dirty shots to take against an opponent. But as far as Kamakiri, Vlad King, and Midnight were concerned, these were all fair things to do to an opponent in a fight. Oh yeah, Midnight had joined them after Izuku started practicing his kicking, telling everyone favorite blood-quirked hero she had a surprise test for Izuku. Calm down Vlad, he will be fine, I think, Midnight said, not exactly inspiring confidence into him, but decided she could not do any more damage than Aizawa had done. Alright you three, prepare to have me break your butts cause you three will be fighting this opponent with Midoriya, she declared proudly as her and Vlad King went to the railings above them, saying they could not step foot on the ground outside of the rectangular ring. Coming through the door was a modified version of the one-pointer robots from the exam, where instead of guns it had thick five-fingered hands like the zero-pointer did. On top of the original wheel, it moved on and had two legs, very basic but still allowed to walk rather than drive around. Midnight was wearing some sort of metal headgear and a tight bodysuit with what looked like sensors all over it. Grinning like a child opening their Christmas present, they knew they were in for some serious hell courtesy of her. This is experimental tech made by the now third-year students that Nezu hopes to implement in next year entrance exams. With this I can control the robot by linking its senses to mine. That means I will feel any damage it takes without actually getting physically hurt. If you four even can hurt me, that is, Midnight said, not missing the glare from Kamakiri, who did not take too kindly to being looked down upon. With it the battle began, with her making the robot leap at Kendo, with surprising them all with the modified version of its agility. Bringing her right hand down in an over-the-shoulder motion, the robot delivered a devastating haymaker, crushing the ground beneath it into rubble and dust right where Kendo was standing a moment ago. Luckily for her, Izuku was able to get to her just in time. Kicking the arm after grabbing her, he used it as a hard surface along with the force of the attack to get them out of harm's way. Kendo focus, Rin said, launching his scales at its back to try to force her to attack him. However, his scales barely scratched the armor at all, giving Midnight a tingly sensation that she barely noticed. Due to the helmet now covering up her vision, however, with what the robot camera was seeing, Rin had still managed to accomplish his goal, forcing her to spin the top half around to look at him. Time for me to take a stab at you, bitch, Kamakiri said, creating two long blades running forward, aiming for the left leg joint. Midnight, being able to tell where they were aiming and what they were planning, easily countered it by spinning around to catch him and spinning him around some more before throwing him away. She saw him coming from behind through the reflection of this recently cleaned robot arm joint, which was how she saw him coming before he spoke. This throw caused Kendo and Izuku, who used the distraction to try and run up behind her, to split to avoid crashing into him. Kendo, once close enough, enlarged her hand to strike with two palm thrusts to knock it off balance, while Izuku came in with a straight punch in the same spot, putting a dent in the middle. This translated into the equivalent of a solid gut punch, almost bringing Midnight to her knees. Just kidding. Midnight believed in the phrase, a tank can take as much damage as it can deal. So as a tank, or rather sadist, she believed she should be able to take as much pain as she dishes out to villains. Recovering in shocking speed, she used the robot left hand, slamming it down on the ground, rolling to the left to face Rin, who was behind her. Seeing him running to her as she fell back, Midnight saw him coming at her, extending the long robot arm, hitting him mid-run, sending him flying back. Not bad, Rin. Your training before UA really paid off, Midnight said, seeing how he was still standing on his 2 feet despite the heavy blow he just took. Kamakiri, however, would not be bested so easily by her, aiming for the one spot he knew no one could withstand getting struck in, male or female. Take me in the ass and die, you bitch, Kamakiri shouted at her, not realizing what it sounded like when said out loud, causing everyone but the 2 teachers to get flustered. Midnight turned around ready to grab him again, but this time he ducked between the hands, sliding forward and punching it right underneath where it gyrated. This, however, due to the sensory replication of the technology, essentially translated this to his shoving his fist up her. Well, let's just say it was not the hole he mentioned. As a result, she screamed in pleasure as the overwhelming shock to that part of her body from the machine caused an instant orgasm, making her fall back. The robot, due to the hole he punched in it, cutting his knuckles in the process as well, mimicking her orgasm, caused something specific and unpredicted to occur. It released a huge wave of lubricant from within the machine that is used to keep its joints from getting rusty or locked up. AEWW, Rin, Kendo, and Izuku said in unison as Kamakiri had to fight the urge to vomit as some got in his mouth when he got covered by the stuff. The only other adult in the room was now worried if the lubricant the machine used was safe to get on human skin or to be consumed. Assuming Midnight should still even be considered an adult in a situation like this with what she just did via the robot to her student. Hey Kamakiri, get back, it might gush again. Izuku ran up to him, pulling on his arm, trying to warn him. Don't you mean squirt? He replied to his classmate thinking his word choice was off. No, that was definitely a lot of liquid, so I think gush would fit better. Izuku responded back to him, making it clear he considered a squirt a small amount of liquid. But they call a lady a squirter if they release a lot, so shouldn't it be squirt? Kamakiri said, scratching his head and confusing, as that was what he heard from his older male cousin about women. That is rude and sexist. Besides, we are talking about a robot here, not a human being. Izuku chided, reminding them of what exactly got wet all over them. Yeah, but it was only mimicking Midnight Sensei, so technically it was a human that wetted themselves all over me. He responded back, pointing out the technicality of the situation to them, not wanting to lose even an argument. Everyone else watching and listening to this could not believe they were having an argument like this right now. Will you two stop it before I come? Kendo yelled at them, getting cut off as it orgasmed again, along with Midnight a second time, covering Izuku now. Everyone looked to her as she was cut off at an awkward pause. I was going to say come over. C-O-M-E come, not C-U-M come. Kendo exclaimed in embarrassment as she went red in the face from having to explain it to these boneheads. I will consider this argument a tie, Kamakiri said before Kendo slapped him upside the head for missing the more important part of the situation. You two go to the male locker room to get showered in. Izuku, I forgot you don't have a spare gym uniform, do you? As Vlad King asked them as they nodded a definitive no dejectedly. Do either of you have spare uniforms, and possibly underwear to lend Midoriya? He asked, his other students receiving nods of no from them as well. Kamakiri only had one set of underwear and his school uniform, while Rin's gym uniform was soaked through in sweat and covered in dirt, so he needed his uniform and had no change of underwear. I have spare pair of panties in my locker if he needs them, Kendo said embarrassingly, as Izuku then added that he still had the female school uniform he received by accident in his locker. With it they went to shower, Izuku and Kendo in the girls' locker room after grabbing the uniform from Izuku's locker, as she did not want either of them to see her spare underwear. In fact, she had to make Izuku promise to close his eyes as he got dressed when she handed them to him. Naturally, she would turn away after he came out of the shower wrapped in a towel. Izukumi-DORIYAPOV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. You a hero course female locker room, third person POV. When Kendo and Midoriya got to the locker room, she turned away after giving him the bag to put the soiled clothes in to be washed afterwards for tomorrow. Putting the clothes in the bag, he carefully turned the corner of the wall separating the showers from the rest of the room to place the bag down. Setting down the shampoo and conditioner Kendo gave him to get the awful smell of machine lubricant out of his hair, he turned the water on, causing steam to fill the area. Standing just outside the range of the falling water to feel it with his fingertips, he pulled his hand back as it was a little too hot. Turning on the cold water handle, he waited a moment to test the water again to see if it was the right temperature. Not too hot but not too cold either, perfect, Izuku said to himself softly as he got under the water to begin rinsing off some of the lubricant. The hundreds, thousands, no millions of tiny water droplets rolled down his body, going down the delicate skin of his back, reaching his firm but soft derriere before falling off. His small frame hiding under the baggy gym clothes, his naturally delicate-looking figure that had become toned and not muscular but still strong since he began his training for UA. Arms befitting that of a Greek goddess gathered some shampoo, and then he began running his hands through his hair, lathering it, creating bubbles. The faintest scent of wild berries filling his nose as he began humming a tune he heard from somewhere he could not recall. His legs were the one part without any eye-catching scar, so smooth and pure-looking they would draw your eyes in upon seeing them, bending them ever so slight so he could lean his head forward like a noble lady about to do a curtsy upon greeting someone. This was to wash out the shampoo he had taken care to scrub deeply into his hair before moving on to the conditioner that had a woodsy smell, creating the illusion of picking wild berries in the forest. Sitting on the bench in her failure to look away, she could only continue to stare at Izuku, or rather his silhouette, from the light steam covering his body in the showers. Originally, she had intended to look at the wall facing away from the showers in order to give him proper privacy. However, what she did not realize was that there was a mirror in front of her showing her the silhouette of Izuku from the mirror. Now it would be simple enough to just ignore the mirror and close her eyes to stop staring at him while he showered. But the moment she saw the silhouette, she gulped loudly, though not loud enough for Izuku to hear over the shower, as she was too drawn in to look away. Oh God, why did I have to have shampoo and conditioner with those 2 cents with me at school? Kendo chided herself as she asked herself what she was thinking. Now all she could see was Izuku walking through the woods picking berries. The mental image was so adorable she felt like her head was going to burst into flames from how excited it made her. Izuku had turned off the shower, draping a towel around his shoulders covering his whole body, as he did not want to take the chance of her seeing most of his scars, if any. His green hair, that was now heavy due to all of the water in it, had covered the sides of his face going to just below his shoulders, just stopping from covering his freckles, showing how long his hair really was. If anyone saw this face, they would no doubt think he is a girl, and if Kendo would ever to be asked about this, a hot girl at that. Proof of that was how as soon as she saw his face in the mirror she covered her eyes with one hand while the other held out her spare underwear and socks to him. Take this, Kendo said in a bit of a panic, too focused on Izuku looks to remember why she felt so awkward about helping him with this. Izuku could only nod back in response to this act as he was simply overcome with embarrassment that he, as a guy, had to borrow a girl's underwear and a classmate at that. Getting dressed quickly, he just barely managed to put on the socks he got from Kendo, nearly completing the school uniform. All he had left to do was to button up the uniform jacket, and after Kendo pointed it out, redo the white dress shirt underneath as he forgot to tuck it in when doing the skirt. That was when someone came barging in, practically buzzing with energy. It was a girl who anyone who attended UA would be able to recognize, or rather should recognize in Izuku's opinion. It was Neji Hato in all her overly curious, periwinkle-colored wonder who had decided to hug Izuku from behind, pressing her chest into his back. "You two must be first years, and you're so cute, especially the green bean here," Neji said as she nuzzled Izuku's cheek affectionately, thinking he was a female student. Then she suddenly stopped, letting go and turning him around she began patting his chest, making Izuku and Kendo worry she had found out he was a guy. "You, why are you not wearing a bra?" she exclaimed, relieving them that she might not have pieced together the truth. They felt relief not because of having to explain the ridiculous circumstances that led to this, but possibly dealing with an angry third year who might beat up Izuku thinking he was a pervert. "I have a spare sports bra in my locker you can borrow for going home. It will be a bit big on you, but a girl should never go around not wearing a bra. If a pervert grabbed you and found out, it could be some really bad news," Neji said, pulling up Izuku's shirt and jacket, removing them in one swift motion, not realizing she was basically the one being a pervert right now by undressing a random guy. The moment she turned around to open her locker, Kendo grabbed a stunned and pale face, shaking Izuku by the hand, grabbing his clothes along with their school bags using her other hand. Running out of there screaming an apology, she scared Kamakiri and Rin, who were waiting a little bit away from the door for them to come out. Confused, they chased after her in silence, accidentally hitting Neji in the face and knocking her out with the door as she had partially opened it when they ran by, about to give chase to the two first years herself. When they got a good distance away, Izuku fell to the ground trying to cover himself up as he pressed his back against the wall, looking like he was about to cry. "Hey Midoriya, why are you?" Kamakiri was about to ask when Izuku cut him off as he tried to place a hand on their shoulder. "Don't look at them, turn around," Izuku shouted at them, confusing all three before they noticed the hand-shaped scar on his shoulder and turned around for him. Finally getting fully dressed, he turned, wiped his tears that were lingering on the edge of his eyes. "Sorry everyone. I just don't like people seeing me get dressed for." Izuku struggled to explain his reaction to them, freezing up a bit as Kendo put a hand on one of his hands as he was hugging his elbows together. "It's okay Midoriya, when you're ready we will all be here to listen, and by all I mean everyone in Class 1B. Kendo said, smiling as she decided to not fight the urge to protect him. "You really are like a big sister, I see what Shizaki meant now," Izuku said, smiling as he let his arms fall to his sides before hugging her. Kendo had gone completely red in the face as she was not expecting this. The snickering of the other two guys behind her only made her embarrassment worse. With this, Izuku had just finished getting dressed once Kendo turned back around, of course. Hearing two people from down the hallway, one of them asking the other where they thought their friend went, saying she was taking too long to get changed. Rin and Kamakiri, despite not getting an explanation as to why Izuku and Kendo were running out of the locker room with Izuku half naked, picked up quickly the reason involved this friend of these people. Not wasting time by explaining there, Kendo spoke up. "We will explain on the way to the train station. For now we need to get out of the school." Kendo told them that as all four ran for it, just avoiding contact with Mirio Tagata and Tamaki Yamajiki. MUSTAFU train station. Third-person POV. Like the majority of UA students, 3 of them did not live in Mustafu, so all except for Izuku commuted by express train to school and naturally back home. After the earlier incident and how it was still earlier than when they thought they were leaving school that day, they figured they had time to see what Izuku home was like. "You guys really don't have to walk home with me, you know," Izuku told them, but after earlier they had shot him down. Even though all they came across was 8 muggings, 3 drug deals being broken up, and 1 convenience store hostage situation, they had still insisted on coming with him. Izuku thought they were being a little too overprotective, but to all of them the sudden spike in crime rate tonight made them worry, as Izuku seemed like a magnet for problems. When he told them this amount of crime was normal, though, they told him how wrong he was and that he apparently needed to reassess his definition of normal. "You two better keep a close eye on your classmates there. Pretty girls like them always end up getting taken hostage by a villain over boys like you two." The old man working the ticket pay counter where you enter said, making Izuku realize he was referring to him as one of the girls. "Do I really look that much like a girl?" Izuku asked them depressingly as they rode the train to where he lived. Kamakiri was the first to answer despite the awkward atmosphere, as he was never one for waiting for someone else to finally break the silence. "Well, to be fair, you have a fairly androgynous look, so when you wear clothes that people think only one gender can wear." He trailed off as there was really nothing else to say on the matter except saying a sympathetic sorry. But he knew Izuku was not weak enough to need him to add that after seeing how well he took to being in danger along the way to the station. As two of those muggings were when he tried to buy them sodas from vending machines twice along the way, speaking of paying. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to ask you, Midoriya. It's about your family, so if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But what exactly does your dad do for a living? Based off of the bundle of cash in your wallet you pulled out that you said was your allowance, it looks like your family is well off. Rin said, hoping he was not overstepping his boundaries with his new classmate who was clearly not used to being close to others outside their own family. Izuku just laughed this off as he did not think it was weird to ask a classmate questions like what their parents did for a living. No need to worry, my dad runs his own business in America but lives in New York. He has gotten busy recently in the last 5 years, so he hasn't had a chance to come home much, but we do call him once a week. After taxes and other business expenses, his salary he takes home is around $1 million a year, so we don't really need to worry about living expenses. Hey, why are you all staring at me like that? Izuku asked them as to wonder why they were staring him mouths agape. What Izuku did not realize was that the reason they were in shock was that even if they assumed his father split his salary evenly in half, that was still a lot. To be more specific, once converted from American dollars to Japanese yen, even half of his total yearly salary was nearly 15 times average here in Japan. In their eyes, to say he qualified as a rich kid was an understatement, which made it even more odd as to how he could be so humble with all of them. Midoriya, never tell anyone else what you just told us. Trust me, it will only be bad news for you. Kendo told him, recovering from her shock first to make sure Izuku never told this to the wrong person. Okay, but why? Izuku asked her, confused about what was so odd about his father being a successful businessman in America. Just trust me on this, okay, Midoriya? Kendo told him, now understanding why they say ignorance is bliss. Midorya apartment. Third-person POV. Kendo, Ren, and Kamakiri were surprised to see Izuku and his mother lived in such an average-looking apartment, half expecting him to be living in a more upscale place with a doorman. Instead, it was a regular apartment with an old elevator, and their opinions needed a light cleaning if it was to be used every day. Hey Midoriya, why live here of all places? Rin asked him as they exited the elevator. Well, my dad says it is better to live modestly so that way no one bothers you. In fact, he always tells my mom how silly she is when she says she wishes she wasn't so plain looking. Izuku told them, making it clear to them his dad does not like attention. Odd for someone as successful as him, but hey, it is not like he is hurting anyone by living this way, right? They all more or less collectively thought back in response. As soon as they opened the door, Izuku was swept into a hug by a short, plump, and overall homely-looking woman who resembled Izuku a bit. Well, in terms of color, most of his facial features they assumed he got from his dad rather than his mother. Oh, you must be his classmates, come on in. Izuku, why are you wearing the female uniform? Again, Midoriya greeted her son and his classmates before pausing to look him over, then inquire about the uniform. It is kind of a long story. Can we go in so I can change back into my underwear and return Kendo her pair? Izuku asked her awkwardly, making Inko have even more questions than before. Okay, you two go to your room while I make some tea for everyone before calling taxis for them. Inko told her son in a mixture of confusion and stone-cold shock at this revelation. The others tried to turn down her offer of a taxi, but she insisted that it was the least she could. Also, it was just dangerous in general to let them all walk home as it was now dark out. With that, a few minutes passed when Izuku and Kendo returned, with Izuku wearing track pants and a shirt that had the English word for shirt on it. So, tell me what happened that made Izuku wear the female uniform, and why both him and you Kamakiri smell like you just took showers. She asked them after they all introduced themselves. Well, you see, Midnight Sensei basically squirted lubricant all over the two of us, so we needed to. Kamakiri began cutting right to it, hoping to make it quick, not realizing how bad it sounded out of context before getting cut off. What? Inko exclaimed, shocking them all as she ran over to the next room to grab an anatomical doll she got recently for when she decided to ask Izuku certain questions. I want you two boys to tell me where she touched you on this doll, she said, scaring them all as they realized what she was thinking. Hold on, Mrs. Midoriya, and listen to the whole story first, Kendo lightly shouted in a panic, waving her hands around. With that, Inko let Kendo explain the whole thing from start to finish, making it clearer to the mother what actually had happened, as well as what occurred on the way here. I see, Kamakiri dear, I can tell you are not the kind of person to mince words and likes to fight. But in the future, please be more careful as you explain things to people, she told them, shaking her head lightly. Seeing how exhausted they looked when explained the villain run-ins, she decided to send Izuku away. Oh, Izuku, my phone died earlier. Can you grab the house from my room? I left it somewhere on my bed earlier, Inko asked him as he went to grab it for her. But it is right there behind the cookie jar. You were floating it with your quirk, Kendo asked her, confused as to why she sent her son away like that. I know, but if Izuku was here, it would take twice as long to try and attempt to explain why he and his father encounter villains at such an odd rate, Inko told them, seemingly shocking the three students. The mother could not help but giggle at this. Oh yes, Izuku's father was just as much of a magnet for danger as he is, despite the fact he dislikes attention. It reached a point where they both do not realize how odd it is for either of them to encounter villains at such a rate like they do. The way his father waves it off as just a normal day was quite funny to hear the first time, but trust me, you will get used to it, she told them as they began talking for a few more minutes without Izuku, taking her warnings about going to conveyor belt restaurants to heart as she told them a story. It was about how her husband just continued to eat food from the converter belt despite a hero and villains wrestling on top of it, sending food flying everywhere. Apparently, his father was also in the habit of constantly analyzing the quirks he saw around him and taking notes on heroes. Hey mom, I can't. Oh, there it is. Izuku had finally come back and about to tell his mother he could not find the house phone before he saw it behind the cookie jar, bringing the stories to an end. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. Alright everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. Ue Frungia T, HALLWOY. Third person POV. Izuku, much to his dismay, was being walked into the school by his mom, as she was also told yesterday by his classmates how Class 1A was treating him. It was embarrassing to say the least, but to say his mother trusted him to tell her the truth about people mistreating him was as far from accurate as possible. As expected, the other few students coming in so close to class starting were whispering about them as they walked into the building. It did not help that his mother was wearing a pantsuit into this meeting, trading in her sweet-looking motherly appearance, getting in exchange for it an aura like that of an angry mother bear ready to take out her claws and tear apart the UA administration. Hey, is that lady a new teacher? So, is she a hero? She gives off the attitude of someone prepared for a fight. I don't recognize her though, and she looks really similar to that girl walking beside her. So, she brought her mom to school. Talk about pathetic. Don't be rude. What if her mom is a teacher? You might end up getting her as a substitute for today. Inko simply shrugged this off as Izuku was trying his hardest to resist covering his strawberry red face as they walked into the building. Fortunately for them, Vlad King was there to meet them at the entrance, waving them over to follow him down the right side hallway. We don't need you to come in for this meeting, Izuku, so you can go straight to the nurse's office to get the male uniform that arrived this morning along with the other spares we finally got made. The company that makes you a uniform only does bulk orders, so that is why it took so long to get a uniform for you, since got the smallest bulk order we could. Vlad King told his student, then continued to a slightly more in-depth situation when his mother raised an eyebrow at him. Just a few minutes ago he was sitting in the teacher lounge hoping he could get through homeroom without incident when Nezu told him the security cameras picked up Inko Midoriya walking in with her son. Rushing to greet as he was told while he heard papers being shuffled and organized in a panic in the background, Vlad knew that it would be a rough morning. Well, that is fair enough. You are a fairly large school, so I can see why you got locked into placing bulk orders by your supplier, Inko said, releasing a sigh, not too happy she had to give them a pass on this as their system for ordering uniforms made sense from a budgetary standpoint. Vlad, for his part, was trying his hardest not to sweat bullets, wondering how such a sweet-looking woman could come off as so threatening to him. The students, seeing his struggle clear on his face, as the Midoriyas did not see as they were looking at his back, would be the only ones to know until the newest batch of rumors the students were spreading made it through the school. UA nurse's office. Third person POV. Splitting up, Izuku went into the nurse's office to see Recovery Girl sipping some tea as she was reading over a student file. Oh Midoriya, there you are. I have the regular male uniform for you on the bed there. I also put a new gym uniform beside for later if you need it during training. The other one kind of fell apart in the wash after the lubricant damaged it a bit, along with your boxers, sadly, she told him as she ushered him to the bed, closing the curtain to give him some privacy. Thank you for this, Izuku told her as he got changed, not realizing that before he left, he had accidentally put the female uniform in his bag with the gym uniform as he was in a rush to get to class. Luckily for his peace of mind, Recovery Girl assured him that he would not be considered late. He found out why when he got there. UA Class 1B. Third person POV. Walking into class, Izuku was greeted with congratulations about how good the male uniform looked on him. At the moment they had an ectoplasm clone filling in for them, and in their sister class a door over from them. You know Midoriya, you looked really good in the female uniform, almost better than the girls in the class, Setsuna said, smiling as she laughed at her own joke before getting cut off. Oh yeah, if a guy looks better in the female uniform than all of you girls, then what does that say about you girls? Yosuke spit back, shocking her, and getting glares from the other girls before he was defended by one of the others' guys. Take it easy on him, Takage was the one who brought it up. Besides, do you girls really want us to take a vote on this? Tetsu said, defending his fellow male classmate from the female half like he felt a real man should. Well, in this instance anyways. No offense to Midoriya, but I have faith that as a woman I would not lose to him, Tetsu. Ibara Shizaki said, pridefully setting herself up for a fall like any other religious figure of the past, allowing their pride to blind them. Ectoplasm, deciding to hold it to a vote to try to quickly settle the argument, got some results that genuinely surprised him and made Izuku unable to look any of the guys in the eye. after taking down balays for yes or no if Izuku looked better in the female uniform than all the other girls, shuffling them up in a small box to keep anyone from saying who voted yes or no. They read them out. Minus Izuku and the girls for obvious reasons, the results were as followed: 10-3 votes with Izuku getting 10. All the girls except for Pony Tsunotori and Yui Kodai were laying their heads down on their desks in defeat, as they were basically told a boy looked better in the girl uniform than actual girls. Pony was not upset, as she agreed with the guys. Izuku looked cute in the girl uniform, not realizing the point of this vote. Yui Kodai, being as stoic as she was raised to be, just shrugged it off as it was a fair democratic vote, so she did not see the point in arguing it. Yui and Izuku office. Third-person POV. Greetings, Mrs. Midoriya. It is both my own and the pleasure of the others in the room to meet you at last, Nezu said, bringing his paws together on his desk. Spoke happily to hide his true emotions as always. On either side of him was a lawyer, both men from the law firm that has a contract to represent UA in legal matters. When they originally were told of what Eraserhead did, they were for a word pissed at the man. Even if they settled the matter out of court, if even snippets of the truth leaked out UA and by association them, they could be ruined for it. So, when Nezu pointed out what he was told by Izuku Midoriya about his old school and his plan to divert the mother rage towards them, their bosses had gladly agreed to offering to lending their legal powers to the mother in exchange for silence to avoid bad PR. Thank you, Principal Nezu, Inko said coldly as she sat down, with Vlad King going behind Nezu as he towered over the principal's seat. Noticing the two men who were obviously lawyers on either side of him, but she would not allow herself to be intimidated for the sake of her son. Though I would like to discuss what happened yesterday, I will need to save that for last, as this meeting only started due my son unjustified treatment on the first day. Inko told them, making sure to get right to the main topic so as not to lose focus. Yes, that first day, I will start the fact that unless you have any objections, I will have Aizawa take a temporarily leave of a month. Naturally without pay, however, if I may ask for one more week before I do so. Nezu treaded carefully when asking her this, but was prepared to explain why, as the issue had a direct connection to her son and his deal he will offer her. If you do not mind, may I ask why? Inko wondered what the delay could have been, but considering it was a hero school, she figured some form of politics was involved. Of course, you would want to know. As you have recently found out, Katsuki Bakugo has crossed a significant morale line before coming to UA. This meant we had no choice but to temporarily suspend him till we meet with his parents at their earliest convenience, Nezu told her, seeing the confusion on her face. As informative as this was, and someone answered what they planned to do about Katsuki's treatment of Izuku, Inko could not see what this had to do with the teacher suspension. If we were to suspend him from teaching for a month before coming to a conclusion to the whole Katsuki Bakugo incident, the situation with his classmates could get a tad ugly, to say the least. Specifically, for your son is due to the things Aizawa said, his reputation is a bit damaged per se in the eyes of Class 1A. So, to avoid your son being confronted by them again, as well as not risking Katsuki Bakugo case getting dismissed in court, we would like to settle on a conclusion they cannot complain about due to the legal reasons I just mentioned that are preventing us from giving them a full explanation, he said as she nodded in return, seeming satisfied to him. Inko for her part understood what he was saying and did not mind if waiting a bit for this teacher punishment if it meant less trouble for his son. However, a month of suspension with no pay seemed too light of a punishment, since he could still do hero work to make up for the financial hit. I'm sorry, though I can wait for you to deliver his punishment. I cannot agree with the punishment itself, as it seems far too light, she said, annoyed he was going to get off so easily. I understand that this is how you feel, however, please hear me out about the deal I am about to offer you for the punishment and not taking legal action against UA nor our teaching staff, Nezu said, waiting for her to respond to the proposal of a deal. What exactly is this deal? Inko asked him, as to wonder how it would be enough to make her want to spare this hypocrite of a teacher from his well-deserved punishment. In exchange for what I said, the law firm that has a contract with UA will for no cost to you assist you in suing his previous schools for what they did to your son, Nezu told her before one of the lawyers added to the pot. Keep in mind that the middle school likely had a significant amount of victims, so if we post a commercial for it, we can make it a class action lawsuit. Not only would it guarantee to wipe out the school financially, but whether it succeeds or not, which we are confident we will succeed, a class action lawsuit against the school will destroy the reputation of all the teachers at that school, essentially black-marking them from ever going near a school again, let alone being a teacher. That is also not including the federal crime of falsifying information on the paperwork his homeroom teacher sent to UA, among any others they have committed, he told the mother, seeing her smile for a moment before going into a contemplative stance. The lawyers knew they had her in the bag. It was just a matter of moments till she said yes to their deal. Inko for her part knew that what the teacher and Katsuki did, altering the information on the paperwork, was a legitimate crime. Since all hero schools were government funded to a certain degree, it was only natural that legally they would be considered government's institutions. Very well, I will accept this deal, but I want you to make sure that the teacher who ruined my son's reputation to his first UA class will admit to his students he was wrong in his judgment to set the record straight. Inko told them as they all agreed to it. After all, even if something that is horrible about someone is true, you can still sue someone for publicly saying it. In this case what he said was not true, making it far worse for Aizawa than even if he was right about Izuku Midoriya. A few more back and forth to hammer out the final details, and then Ko left, sending Izuku a text saying she was making katsudon for dinner. As for Midnight and Power Loader, who approved of her using the robot controlling gear earlier in the day yesterday, and Ko agreed to letting Nezu punish them as he saw fit to do in this situation. She understood this was an unexpected technology malfunction that she believed him when he said they could not see coming. Unfortunately for the two teachers, or rather just Power Loader, she asked if his punishment was amusing if she could see it. Though she was joking at first, she was genuinely surprised along with the lawyers and Vlad King when Nezu said yes to her request. As for Midnight, she got lucky as Izuku had told his mother after his first day how she comforted him after Aizawa tried to expel him. So Ko asked him to take it easy on Midnight, pointing out how she was there to take responsibility for the other teacher's previous mistreatment of her son. UA Class 1B, third-person POV. Lunch had come and gone peacefully today, fortunately enough, which is how the class found themselves sitting as their teacher would be coming in a few minutes. "Oh yeah, Midoriya, what is your hero costume like?" Setsuna asked him as she really wanted to show off her own. "Oh, my costume? Well, my mother sewed a prototype for the design that I want to use till the sports festival. I'm going to need to get a better one made for the internships that will come afterwards," Izuku said, feeling slightly bad for his mother, but eventually he would need to replace it with something more practical. Vlad King entered, setting down his books and folders before turning to his class to give them a big show of their costumes. "Alright everyone, today we will do our first combat exercise. Since Rin cannot participate today due to his punishment, we will have even numbers for a series of 2-on-2 matches. But remember that half of a hero is the costume, so here I present you yours," he said, pressing a button for numbered suitcases to pop out of the wall. Everyone ran to theirs while Izuku went up to him. "That's right, Midoriya, your costume is still in Class 1A, right? I know it will be a little, or rather really awkward for you to go in there, but I will be there with you, okay?" Vlad King encouraged his student, managing to convince the others to go get changed ahead. All except for Kendo, that is, who insisted as the class representative that she should be there as well for Izuku. "I can't wait to see your hero costume." Knowing the one a teacher, I bet he was too lazy to try and get rid of it yet, Kendo said, taking a jab at Aizawa as Vlad King laughed along with her and Izuku chuckled with them. Despite how the man had treated him, he was still a hard-working hero, so they should still show Eraserhead some respect, right? Izukumi POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends, by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "Alright everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Class 1A, third-person POV. All Might had just come in a moment ago, causing everyone to get excited when Izuku, Vlad King, and Itsuka Kendo came in, making them go silent. "Excuse me, but what exactly are people from Class 1B doing here instead of going for combat training like we were about to?" Ida asked, thinking he said it politely, which he did, except the almost sneering look on his face showed how he looked down on them along with his condescending tone. This look Ida gave them made All Might frown, as this was not appropriate of a hero, especially one of the Ingenium legacy he has heard Ida bragging to other students about. Granted, Ida did not realize he was bragging, but the way he told his classmates and the support course students who asked to confirm this first was most definitely bragging. "Young Ida," was all the blonde hero said, making his tone clear he was upset at them about what they said, embarrassing the speedster. "I take it you came here to get young Midoriya hero costume. I was just about to take out the suitcases, so go ahead and get yours quickly," All Might told them as Izuku smiled at the idea of wearing his hero costume. Kendo, for her part, was happy to see the symbol of peace properly disciplining a student for rude behavior. "Where is it?" Izuku asked as he could not find his among them, confusing everyone, including Class 1A. "It's not there." All Might looked himself to see his protege was right. "Give me one moment to call Power Loader and support to see what happened. For now, everyone in want to go grab your own and go get changed," he told them as he went to a far corner to call Power Loader. After a few minutes of back and forth with them, All Might was grimacing, causing the other three to worry. It was a good thing he told the others to leave already. "Don't tell me." Vlad King trailed off, already feeling the headache and rage coming to him thanks to Aizawa again. "Yes, I am afraid so." Aizawa decided it was pointless to keep a hero costume for someone he was expelling and took it to be disposed of. All Might began to trail off and stopped as he saw Izuku fall down onto his knees looking crushed. But don't worry, young man," he said, getting all their attention. "Power Loader had basic body armor and reinforced gloves for you to wear over your gym uniform in the meantime. He told me he would make your costume himself this weekend, so do not worry, as a new one will be ready come Monday," he said, seeing the relief wash over their faces. Though Izuku still showed sign of disappointment, but they understood he was actually sad, as they too would be sad if they were in his shoes. With that, Izuku and Kendo went down to support to grab his stuff, while Vlad King went to start the combat exercises with the others. UA in Izuku office, third-person POV, currently wanting to throw his teapot against the wall and scream. Nezu was pacing around the room. Now thanks to Aizawa they may have angered Mrs. Midoriya yet again, and right after they just managed to calm her down from last time. This however changed Power Loader punishment from the accidental midnight orgasm incident to a joint three-way lecture with Midnight. Originally it was going to be a game where the second-year hero class hunted him down around campus for extra credit on their exams depending on how close they got to capturing him or if they caught him. I swear, if his quirk was not so useful for keeping out of control students in line I would have already fired the man. Nezu muttered to himself as he did agree a lot with Aizawa's view of how to teach but not how the man executed said style. He just wished the man learns from this incident with Midoriya about not doing a half-assed job as the teacher acknowledged by the public as the superior hero course teacher due to teaching 1A. UA Training Ground Alpha, third-person POV, observation area. Being one of the fake city sections consisting of nearly 24 city blocks, it was one of the test sites for the entrance exams as well as one of the more spacious training grounds. Though it had cameras and speakers, unlike the training ground that one was using today which was on a much smaller scale than the larger training grounds like this one they used for the exams. It did not have a viewing room to oversee the whole area that was directly connected to the speakers and cameras, so when using this training ground, they needed to use a tablet. Izuku and Kendo had arrived halfway through the 2-on-2 fights, so there was only one more fight before their turn as their teacher had decided to automatically partner them up. It seemed that their opponents would be Toguro Kamakiri and Juro Shishida as he judged them to be the best suited opponents for them. Kamakiri would be aggressive enough to keep Kendo from focusing on protecting Izuku like Vlad King thought she might, while Shishida would be aggressive enough to push Izuku to his limits but would also be able to hold back Kamakiri if he got too intense. Tetsu really is like a wall of steel, Izuku murmured to Kendo beside him as he saw their metal-covered classmate block a direct hit from Pony Tsunotori charging strike holding his ground. This was also while he blocked Yui Kodai throwing an enlarged cement scrap at his face, something that would normally instantly knock someone else out. That also includes Shishida. Luckily for them, their teacher managed to borrow a portable small flat-screen TV from Power Loader when he went to get the tablet from them for the surveillance cameras that he needed to use to watch the progress of the fights. That is an understatement. I doubt even my martial arts could break through his defenses, Kendo said as she was impressed by his willpower to take those hits and keep moving. This was when she noticed their opponents and realized they needed a strategy to win this. Midoriya, do you have any ideas on how to beat Kamakiri and Shishida? Kendo asked, remembering what his mom said about him always analyzing the quirks around him. I do, but it is not the straightforward fight Kamakiri will have preferred, Izuku said as he went into detail about the plan. Fake apartment building. Izuku and Kendo got to work fast with her setting the stage for one fight up in the penthouse suite of the building while Izuku went to the basement, grabbing some tools, a bit of string, and an empty bucket that were all left behind by the support course student that assisted Power Loader in fixing this building a few weeks back when they forgot them in a rush. Fortunately for Izuku, it was easy to jury-rig what he had in mind with the supplies they lucked out on finding. Observation area. Vlad King was currently grimacing at the sight of what the two students were doing now, realizing how dangerous Midoriya intelligence really was, as well as the major apology he would be giving to Power Loader later for what Izuku had done to the building. The students around him, on the other hand, watching from the synced portable flat screen, were curious as to what they were doing. Why are they setting a trap both in the basement and on the top floor? Tetsu asked, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know, but I am surprised that Midoriya has it in him to play dirty with traps like that. I think I might ask him out soon at this rate, Takage said, chuckling to herself before feeling a death glare from all of the others. What did I say? She said, raising her hands in a surrender, hoping she wouldn't have to dodge any attacks. You will not defile such a pure and innocent soul, especially one who is still in healing that we promised to protect, Shizaki said, leveled and calm but with the threat clear enough in her voice that doing anything inappropriate to Izuku would result in pain. Sighing, Vlad King spoke up while still being focused on the screen. As much as I appreciate you all wanting to protect Midoriya, I must ask that you do not kill each other over him, he said, making the girls blush in embarrassment and the guys cough or look away, some doing both. In any case, the 5 minutes were up and he had to let in the hero team, with the objective of simply capture the villains since they could only use weapons props in that area one was using unless he prepared it a day in advance. Alright, your 15-minute starts. Heroes enter the building and start the exercise, Vlad King gruffly said, making the buzzer go off. Fake apartment building. As Kendo and Izuku suspected Kamakiri came rushing in looking for them, Izuku waited till the power was cut in the basement. This was when Kamakiri was about to open the door to the stairwell. This even caused him to stop in confusion, giving Kendo the chance to jump him as she swung the door open, getting him in a chokehold that was meant to silence him. She then dragged him into the stairwell, locking him in place with her legs. Shishida, doing what they expected, took the other stairwell on the building map that indicated it went straight to the basement, thinking he could take out one of them and restore the lights for his teammate as they hopefully approached the other on the top floor. Back with Kamakiri, as soon as he broke out from Kendo hold, he was assailed by Izuku, giving him a haymaker from behind. When he spun on his heels instinctively to respond, however, thinking Kendo somehow got behind him, he was surprised to see Izuku face instead. Kendo then struck him from behind with a chop from her enlarged hand, knocking him out, taking full advantage of Izuku distracting him. Tying him up with regular tape they found and not the capture tape, they would wait till the lights came back on to use the capture tape. With Shishida, he had just reached the basement when to his shock he found an odd setup of a bucket tied to a lever with a leaky pipe leaking into the now overflowing bucket. Realizing that he has been tricked, he quickly turns on the lights and hears an announcement go over the POS system saying that Kamakiri had been captured. Damn it, looks like a 2-on-1, hopefully Midoriya is as gentle as he looks, Shishida said to himself, already having a bad feeling about this turn of events. Elsewhere, his partner was waking up and attempting to swear through his taped mouth as Kendo figured he would begin swearing upon waking up. Observation area. The more tactical fighters in the class could not help but internally groan at how Kamakiri did not raise his guard when the lights went off, while the less tactical fighters just winced at Kendo's rough handling of him as she pulled him into the stairwell with ease. The brutal sight of Izuku getting in Kamakiri's face like he did was a surprise, as he seemed far too gentle when you first saw him to think he could be that aggressive. Kendo distraction got quite a few ooh and awe sounds from her classmates with a few claps. Half of them wondered why they did not use the capture tape to eliminate Kamakiri from the exercise till saw Shishida turn the lights on. By taking advantage of the blackout to distract them, they also forced them to split up. That was a good way to get an advantage over the other team, Juzo Honuki said calmly as always, analyzing the fight before him. It was this ability to thoughtfully read an opponent and learn from them that got the attention of the hero that recommended him. But they didn't eliminate Kamakiri when they had the chance. Wasn't that a mistake? Yosuke asked, still not understanding why they went through the trouble of binding them in regular tape when all they needed to do was use the capture tape. If they eliminated Kamakiri any sooner from the exercise before Shishida turned the lights back on, he might have given up and rushed to them. Even if it only tires him a little, having him run from the basement to the top floor will also buy them the time they need to potentially win this exercise with a timeout. Shota responded before Honuki could. Though the short was never one to speak first, he always responded back quickly to any question you sent his way. There was more murmuring and talking. As a result, no one noticed the floating pair of gloves with boots moving in sync with each other through the door. UA, won a training. Third-person POV. Hagakure, due to the slightly odd numbers, was one of the only 6 people on a 3 students versus 2 student team fight to secure a super weapon. With partners like Ejiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato, she was confident they could win if they followed her simple plan. Her first step was to send in Kirishima first to bait out the opposing team first or even first and second members to thin out the defenses around the fake bomb. Since Kirishima had strong defenses, she knew he could take at least the opening attack before he needed Sato to help him. With opponents like Todoroki and Aoyama, she knew their best chance was for her to sneak past the two with her quirk while they held off the opponent for her. But of course, as soon as she finished explaining the plan to them in detail, the bell rang for them to start, and their response was, "I'm doing this the manly way and fighting them head on. Leave it to us so we don't have to worry about you. Stay behind and let us focus on beating them. Once we take out Aoyama, we will have a better chance at beating Todoroki." Kirishima and Sato told her, ignoring her plan, thinking she was not strong enough to even go near Todoroki in this fight, thinking that fighting was the only answer to dealing with powerful opponents. If anyone were to ask if she was hurt by them ignoring her plan and thinking she was weak, well, she would tell them honestly that it bothered her greatly. As expected, when she followed them, she saw them break down the frozen doorway to the room with the bomb. Waiting for them were both opponents, with Todoroki setting up ice slabs everywhere, which gave her a bad feeling. This proved accurate as Aoyama bounced his naval laser off an ice slab behind Sato, clearly knowing he would dodge it as he smirked at them. The result was it bounced off an ice slab above the doorway, slamming him from above and causing him to fall on Kirishima. Using the same kind of tactic again, she saw how the laser got ever so slightly stronger when bounced off the ice, resulting in a blast that knocked them out of the room. Todoroki sealed up the door again, amazed that his partner plan worked like said it would. After all, he only went along with it cause he came from powerful family as well. When the blonde boy had told him he was an expert in this due to always staring into his reflection, he thought it was a joke to try and get close to him. Aoyama, for his part, was also not regretting listening to Todoroki's advice to stay here with him and wait for them to come after seeing the double thrashing he would have received if they approached them. Tora once again tried to convince them to take advantage of her stealth and have them split up in the room to buy her time to reach the bomb. Though she was genuinely surprised to see that Aoyama did not wait for them at the start, as he seemed to love the spotlight. However, like before, they ignored her, saying she had no idea what she was talking about since her quirk was not suited for combat, so she had no idea how a fight actually went. As much as she wanted to point out angrily they did not know either what actually combat was like, she did not want to divide their team further by fighting each other. So, she ditched her gloves and boots, deciding to let them do their own thing while she tried to sneak up on her own. This plan went horribly wrong as her teammates decided to break the ice slabs and throw them at the enemy. This also meant that she was in range as well. Constantly having to dodge while sneaking up on Aoyama and Todoroki was not easy, which caused her to take longer than if they just dodged or kept her presence in mind. Todoroki was trying to constantly freeze them, pushing them back as they were dodging just out of the way before moving forward again to continue their ice attack. Aoyama looked away for a second due to a minor stomachache, noticing an odd flash to his side. His full attention was diverted to this flash. Looking closely, he could just barely see an outline of a person, more specifically a girl's body shape. I will focus on the opponent trying to sneak up on us. Would you be alright with dealing with them yourself? Aoyama asked. Todoroki simply nodded yes, hiding his surprise at this information but deciding to trust Aoyama due to before. This teamwork took out Toru quickly and her teammates as her quirk ended up reflecting and increasing the strength of Aoyama laser tenfold. The only reason Aoyama and Todoroki escaped with the bomb undamaged was because Todoroki put up an ice barrier to protect. Izuku. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. Alright everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Training Ground Alpha. Third-person POV. Fake apartment building. Shishida had to rush up the staircase to get to them in the upper floors before time ran out on him, especially if they were on the top floor like he was beginning to suspect. Passing Kamakiri on the stairs, he had to leave his partner tied up, even when they managed to bite through the duct tape to yell at him to untie them. Even though I am pretty sure I have them beat when it comes to raw power, it is still a 2-on-1. And most likely they both will rely more on techniques than raw strength to make up their small but lean physiques. Shishida thought to himself as he tried to recall anything specific Kendo mentioned about her martial arts. However, no information was being recalled. Since it has just been a few days since class started, it only made sense since the school year just started. Oh well, looks like I will find out when I meet them up at the very top of this place, he said to himself as he was one flight of stairs away from the penthouse. Deciding to abandon any stealth, he went with shocking them with an over-the-top outburst upon entering, hoping to eliminate Kendo first as she seemed to be the stronger one of the two. Transforming to his full size, Shishida smashed the wooden door to pieces after rearing his fist back while he ran. However, despite jumping to add a little extra impact to the blow, it did instantly break open as his head got stuck in some sort of desk on the other side. A half-second later he then got a low-powered shock, so no serious damage but enough to make his right arm that he punched the door with go numb for what he expected to be the next few minutes. Fortunately, it was not completely numb, so he could still move it enough to block, but that was about it. The next strike broke through as he smashed it with a roundhouse kick, stomping in to exaggerate his presence while looking around the room. Spotting the broken lamp on the floor that he suspected Midoriya rigged to shock him earlier when he tried to punch through the door. Noticing Midoriya hiding behind Kendo, he assumed Midoriya was more of a strategist than an actual fighter, so he decided to disregard him for the moment and take down the seemingly bigger threat in Kendo. "You're going down," he said, using his left arm to deal a haymaker that Kendo easily dodged before jabbing his under his ribs. Kendo was shocked that he did not seem to feel it, rolling away just in time to avoid getting swatted by him. Using her enlarged hands, she diverted one punch with her left while uppercutting him with her right. However, that too did very little to actually damage him. It still did a lot more damage than her earlier jabs, but his bulkier form shielded him from most of the damage. Not expecting his full-powered form he had told them about earlier to pack this much of a punch, Kendo was unsure of what to do till Izuku punched them from behind, sending Shishida stumbling forward. As much as the fur-covered teen wanted to think it was just a lucky punch, he felt considerable muscle behind that hit. Turning around, going over them both, he now realized when he looked closely at the small part of Midoriya's arm that was exposed that the muscle on it he saw was impressive. Unsure of whether or not Izuku could match his strength, he decided to focus on Kendo still, as he still wanted to at least tie the match. "When I grab his punch, run around him. I will try to hold him down while you try to knock him out with your chopping technique," Izuku whispered to Kendo, to the point where even she barely heard it even though she was right beside him. "Okay, whenever you're ready," she whispered back, getting a nod in response to what she said. Observation area. Everyone except for Vlad King, Rin, and Kamakiri were surprised to see Izuku was so strong despite his small size as well as his gentle-looking face. The three who were not surprised have already seen him fight up close and knew in terms of physical strength he was up there with low-tier strength enhancement quirk users already. "Sir, what exactly was his score on the physical fitness tests when his other classmates were using their quirks?" Senkaibara asked, confused by what he was seeing for someone the class 1 somehow tried to justify expelling. "He got 8th place, though the students who came in 9th and 10th came close to his scores," he told his students, recalling the video of it Nezu showed him to show how strong the young man was compared to the other students. This revelation clearly shocked his students, not that he could blame them, as he was surprised himself when he found out how high they placed. "Damn all might, I think you may have given him a little too much muscle before getting into UA." Vlad King could not help but think to himself that this much was a bit extreme for someone as young as them. After all, it was not like they were expected to carry the weight of the entire world or something else ridiculous like the fate of humanity, right? The entire class, including himself, winced at the counterattack when they saw the body-shaped indented left in the floor. Fake apartment building. Izuku moved in without hesitation, dashing at Shishida, ducking beneath and aiming for his solar plexus. This was to make sure Kendo had the time to go around. However, he then saw a right punch coming his way. Unable to dodge or block, Izuku did the only thing he knew he could do. Grabbing the arm, Izuku spun around, kicking Shishida right foot from behind with his own to try and get it off the ground. He managed it, throwing the beastly teen over his shoulder into the ground hard, leaving an actual indent in the ground shaped like them. Though it was only a centimeter or two deep, it was still impressive considering the height difference between the two at the moment. However, it was not enough, as Shishida after a mere 2 seconds had already recovered, rolling onto his stomach before pushing himself back up. Due to the flip, Izuku and Kendo were still in front of him. This changed position of hers, where she was now behind where he was a moment ago, made him realize their plan. Distracting me so she could knock me out from behind. Good plan, but unfortunately for you I have full use of my arm back now, he said, stretching his arm lightly before rushing in for his own attack on the pair. They both had jumped to different sides to avoid his two balled-up fists as they smashed a hole through the floor. Luckily for them, he knew they could easily dodge that. Hence the reason he used enough floor to break through the floor to the floor below them, despite it being enough to cause significant injury. Though Vlad King still warned Shishida over the paw to hold back to be on the safe side, even though he was sure they predicted that outcome as well. Turning to face Midoriya, as he felt confident his collar and his muscles would be enough to block any chopping attack she could do, while he took out Midoriya with one hit. Moving in with a right hook, he expected Midoriya to be thrown into the wall due to the impact of his punch. But to his surprise, the green-haired classmate had caught his arm, holding it down with both hands so he could not pull away. Kendo enlarged her hands and grabbed his other arm to prevent him from using it to pry himself free from her partner. "You can't hold me back," for Shishida began to say before the alarm went off again. Shishida had been eliminated. The winners are Midoriya and Kendo, Vlad King said, causing the beastly teen to turn to Midoriya. Seeing now he did not feel the tape Izuku wrapped around his arm they were holding, realized if he did not take his eyes off of them, he would have seen them doing it right away. Mentally, he acknowledged that he deserved the loss for underestimating Midoriya like he did just because they appeared to be too gentle. Observation area. Izuku and Kendo received a lot of praise when they got back to the others over their performance against the acknowledged two best fighters in class at this point. Shishida was acknowledged as one of their top 3 fighters due to his raw strength, while Kamakiri gave off the feeling of having been in more fights than any of them. Though they still needed to see him fight an actual one-on-one combat to see his depth of fighting ability to confirm this, since he got taken down by a sneak attack by 2 people. "Alright, so would you say was the MVP of that fight?" Vlad King asked his students, already knowing the obvious answer. As he expected, everyone said Midoriya was the most valuable person for the fight and began listing off his incredible feats during the match. All were surprised to find out he could carry almost 600 pounds for a good few minutes before inevitable fatigue caught up to him. Keep in mind, they also praised Shishida and Kamakiri for their efforts. But the second one was too disgruntled to be approached right now, as he was embarrassed about his defeat. It was during all this landslide of questions and compliments that Izuku was the first to notice the floating pair of gloves and a pair of boots. "Hagakure," Izuku asked aloud as everyone turned to where he was staring to finally notice her. "Hey Midoriya, your fight was really impressive. A lot more than mine was, that's for sure," she said dejectedly, now making the 1B teacher realize why Nezu sent him the footage during Midoriya and Kendo fight. The footage being of her fight, as well as the security camera footage in the monitoring room after the fight had occurred for some reason. "Oh, come on now, it could not have been that bad," he said, seeing the gloves slump a bit. "Would you like our opinion on the matter?" Vlad King asked the students, who responded with a half-hearted reply about how the criticism cannot get any worse. This made red flags go off in both the teacher and the students' heads, but decided to wait till after they saw it, as none of them had anything important to do after school today. That and the fact that the one student had wandered their way after the first training exercise was something odd. Vlad King was to put in the simplest way possible to describe. Upset with Aizawa students, ignoring your teammate's suggestion, disregarding a fellow hero as helpless or in their way just because their quirk was not specifically suited for combat, ignoring the constant danger of the bomb scenario. The last one was based off the reckless attacks they launched at the villain team standing beside the bomb, and in his eyes was one of the worst mistakes they made in the exercise. His students were not much better as they began yelling about how her teammates treated her. Turning to Hagakure, he told what he felt like she needed to hear, not to mention also used this to explain collateral damage to his class. "You did a good job considering the power difference you faced, and your attempt at teamwork shows you understand an important part of hero work," he said as he heard her sniffle, assuming it was from barely avoiding crying due to getting acknowledged here. Deciding to prevent more friction between his class and 1A, he would review the video of the observation room later. This was a smart move, as after telling them how she got into a fight with the remainder of the class after they berated her for, in their opinions, getting in the way of her 2 teammates. Fortunately, when she told them All Might and a few of them backed up her decision supporting her, he was relieved the new teacher was not making any serious mistakes like Aizawa had. Unfortunately, this also got his class riled up even without watching the video of the observations room themselves, so at this point, since they were likely to find out anyway, he figured a more objective view of it would be better. Getting her permission, he played it on the TV for the class to see, reminding them to not cause trouble by picking a fight with them afterwards. TODOROKI household. Third-person POV. Damn it, he exclaimed, punching the punching bag for the several dozenth time in a row with his fiery fist since he began. Luckily, all of the equipment as well as the walls themselves were treated to be fireproof in case he ever lost his temper like he was doing today. For the Flame Hero, it was bad enough when his son entered his rebellious phase before entering UA, but then his information network sent him a photo they scrounged up from the internet. Normally he would toss it aside as a fan edit, but there were several, and his people have confirmed none showed any signs of being doctored in any way. The photos themselves showed All Might training and showing an almost paternal familiarity to a kid with dark green hair. However, he did not recognize the face. This and finding absolutely nothing on them, not even a name, meant one of two things. First is that this kid was just some random brat that All Might took under his care. But that seemed highly unlikely to him, as he was sure the #1 hero would never waste his time with a complete stranger instead of fighting crime. His dedication to fighting evil was why he respected the man enough to consider him a rival. His second idea was that All Might had a secret family and the coward was hiding them instead of ensuring the peace by showing they had a child to take his mantle like he did with Shoto. The reason he would normally consider was that their quirk was weak, but then logically they should not bother training them if that was the case. In other words, while he created Shoto to surpass All Might, his rival had a child of their own to surpass them, creating a new obstacle for him to overcome. It was after his son's first day at UA that he struck gold. As a child he described that was expelled matched the description of the photo he had. From what his son told him about the first day was that they were a girl, and that fool Eraser had kicked her out of class due to jealousy of superior quirks like his and All Might. Normally he would not care if that roadblock got removed by someone else. If they were a boy, that is. But a girl meant that he had lost out on so many possibilities to beat All Might. If she and Shoto had a child in the future, then the combination of All Might's strength and his own would guarantee the ultimate hero would be born. On top of that, if that did occur, then he would force her to cut all connections to All Might, as they say, rub salt in the wound for all the trouble All Might made him go through. I will have to ask Shoto if she was really expelled or just demoted. Knowing that rat, they probably just moved them over to general studies to continue collection tuition money from them. After all, if All Might is trying to hide his family, I doubt even he would be dumb enough to exert pressure on them for a random student. Endeavor said, sighing in mild frustration as the physical training calmed him down enough to think straight. Well, his version of thinking straight. Chugging a water bottle till it was empty, he crushed it in his hand, throwing it aside to a corner of the room for now. If she is anything like her father, I cannot force her and Shoto to get together. Instead, I will have to offer her work at my agency as a secretary, as a part-timer on the weekends for now, and a full-time position after she graduates. That way I can give the fool the illusion of slowly falling in love with Shoto before I propose a marriage between them. He thought aloud his simple plan, delivering one last punch, knocking the punching bag loose off its chain before walking out of the room, collecting his water bottle he tossed aside before. Sneering all the way to his office, the thought of finally being able to beat All Might was too much for him to contain his joy. Not noticing the terrified face of his daughter on the other end of the hallway, hiding behind the wall where could not see her when he walked out. Izuku POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. Class 1A after fight video. Toru got woken up by Aoyama, as he and Todoroki were the only ones conscious after Aoyama attack was magnified by her quirk to a surprising degree. Todoroki naturally went to her two partners and woke them up. Now all five were getting back into the observation area. When they got there, All Might began asking them a bunch of questions to make sure they were okay. Luckily for them, other than the massive headaches and sore muscles all over them her team had, they were relatively okay. Now that we confirmed everyone was okay, can anyone tell me who was the MVP of the fight? All Might asked them, to hear a mostly approval of Todoroki. Not the response he was hoping for, but they were still children after all, so he understood why they were focused on Todoroki due to his powerful quirk. However, before he could correct them, Momo Yaoyorozu raised her hand, so he decided to let her explain herself, since she raised her hand politely instead of shouting her answer like most of the others. And he hoped she would be far less critical and more polite in her evaluation than Tenya Ida, who has already proven himself to lack any tactfulness. Yes, young Yaoyorozu, tell me who you think was the MVP, he said, causing her to lower her hand. It was obviously Todoroki, as his quirk was the linchpin in the winning team strategy. As for major mistakes or those who contributed the least to their team, it was obviously Hagakure. She said, making All Might as disappointed as he was shocked to hear this, but due to his years as a hero managed to keep his composure. The reason he only asked for the MVP was to avoid anyone getting put down on their first day of real training. So to say she stepped out of line with the second half of her comment was an understatement. Letting out a small cough, she mistook it as a sign to further elaborate when he did so to indicate he was going to speak to correct her. Not only did she cause massive property damage due to her quirk, but she also got in the way of her teammates who were clearly more suited for combat than she was, Momo said, seeming proud of her explanation, not realizing how surface level her analysis was. Sadly, it was too late for All Might to stop the ball of criticism towards Hagakure the heiress had put into motion, crushing his hopes for this class currently. Not working with her teammates properly was indeed wrong of a future hero. Ida nearly yelled, chopping his arms in his usual robot-like motion. Yeah, that was pretty stupid to try and get close to them like that with her quirk not being that strong, Kaminari said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly from his corner of the room as All Might and Aizawa thought he should at least see the others fighting so as not to fall too far behind. These comments were surprisingly the most gentle among those siding with Kirishima and Sato's decision to fight head-on rather than come up with a proper plan. Among the few quiet voices like Mizo Shoji and Koji Koda, as well as her opponents, there were those who also spoke up, defending her definitively. Are you all that stupid? Did you not see how those two muscleheads screwed her plan up? Gyro screamed at them, getting her ear jacks in a cobra-like attack position out of instinct. You fools who can only see the shallowest of depths can never fathom how deep into the abyss Hagakure went to come up with her plan, Takoyami said more calmly than Gyro did, but with clear disdain in his voice. Now his comments could be seen as harsh if they did not know of Hagakure's plan, but All Might had allowed them all to hear the audio as well since he was having difficulty with setting up the earbud for himself. So, they all in fact did know of her plan to attempt to get past the wall of power that was Todoroki. All Might, wanting to stop any more argument, clapped his hands together, making them all stumble from the shockwaves getting their attention. Now before anyone argues further, let me make it clear that Hagakure was undoubtedly the MVP of the fight. Though Todoroki's use of his quirk and Aoyama's plan of attack was well thought out and minimized collateral damage, they were playing the villains. Therefore, they had no need to worry about causing too much damage to their surroundings, like the hero team giving them an advantage. My apologies if you two young men are offended by that, All Might said, turning to Todoroki and Aoyama, who shook their heads. No offense taken at all. The invisible mademoiselle would have shined just as brilliantly as we did if her partners did not hold her back, Aoyama said in a compliment in his own, let's call it, unique way. I can't fully understand what her plan was since I could not watch her explain it to her partners. But based off what I heard so far in here and what I saw her do in the fight, I assume her initial plan was to have them distract us so she could sneak up on us touching the bomb. Todoroki asked Hagakure, waiting for her to confirm this. Why, yes, that's right, Hagakure responded shakily, but not because she was upset at him. This was due to her emotions fluctuating rapidly from being upset due to half of her classmates insulting her moments ago, to being happy because of the praise the other half of her classmates as well as All Might that she was surprised to be receiving. Unlike these two who seemed to foolishly think they could match me in a head-on fight, despite my quirk clearly having far more raw power, as well as both people on my team having long-range attacks when they didn't, these two fools tried to focus on beating us in a fight. If they had focused on distracting both of us, she may have been able to slip past us and touch the bomb, winning the exercise, Todoroki said, keeping a neutral look on us with only the slightest upturn of his eyebrows' edges as he ever so slightly narrowed his eyes to indicate he was upset with the two of them. This, however, went unnoticed by most, as very few were paying such close attention to his facial expressions. This shocked the students as they did not expect the son of a hero like Endeavor to acknowledge someone he beat. Now him berating the two who attacked him and failed to beat him, that they saw coming from the son of Endeavor. Even so, this did not stop a cacophony of complaints from the others about belittling the two boys. Some even accused him of doing so because he had the hots for her, as Minta suggested, with Kaminari and Siro joined the purple-haired midget in his accusation, trying to tease Todoroki. Sadly, the one person who could have gotten them all to stop just made things worse. Well, you know, Tora was just trying to help, even if she did end up getting in Kiri's way, Mina said, trying to defend her newest friend and oldest friend, ending up as the last straw that broke the metaphoric camel's back. Just because I can't fight as well as some you doesn't mean I lack what it takes to become a hero, Hagakure screamed at them, running out of the room before anyone could chase after her. Well, Gyro did try to, with Takoyami right behind her, but they were stopped by All Might putting a hand on each of their shoulders, shaking his head no. Of course, you drove away a second classmate away. I can already tell what will happen next, All Might said, sighing as he shook his head slightly. Sir, did we do something wrong? Ida asked their teacher, not seeing why they were to blame for her being unable to take some constructive criticism from her classmates. Just for asking that, young Ida, you will also get detention for a week along with young Ishido starting next week. Saying this made most of the class gasp in shock, as they did not expect someone from a hero family to be given detention, even if it was Yue. As a hero who has seen many villain fights and rescues go wrong when someone tries to do something they simply can't by themselves, I can assure you, teamwork and admitting to your own weakness, then coming up with a plan to get around it to accomplish your goal is how heroes can conquer such stacked odds against them. To say I am disappointed in all of you except the obvious few here who spoke up in her defense understanding what she did right, and her partners did wrong would be unfortunately accurate. All Might said as he began to write something on a piece of paper from his notepad before tearing it off handing to Todoroki. What is this? An address? Todoroki asked, All Might confused as to why they handed him a piece of paper with an address on it. I know we still have a few fights left, and I will let you two go first next time to make up for this, young Takoyami and young Gyro. All Might said before continuing. I know you two wanted to chase after her, but I suggest you give her space to calm down and approach her tomorrow. The address I gave young Todoroki was for a small restaurant near UA with good prices. When I went as a student, their soba was delicious, so while I spend the next hour lecturing your classmates here, you four can go get something to eat and know each other better. The fact you understand what her two partners did wrong means you do not need to hear this lecture. He finished pushing Todoroki and Aoyama towards the door where Gyro and Takoyami were still standing near since earlier. All four of them thanked All Might, Todoroki surprising both them, and he had agreed to it even though he just told himself it was for the chance to eat delicious soba. The remaining students were stuck sitting on their knees for an hour before Nezu came to swap out with All Might to give his own hour lecture. This one was about no one receiving special treatment at UA regardless of quirk or heritage to help round out All Might lesson about how hero work was really like. Note to self, write down All Might lecture and help him fix it up a bit to give to the second and third years later. He may have what it takes to become a greater teacher than he thought. Nezu thought to himself, happily taking in all the despairing faces of the students being told they would be lectured for another hour. UA Training Ground Alpha. Observation Area. Third-person POV. For obvious reasons, Vlad King stopped the video when All Might started the hour-long lecture, however what they saw beforehand was enough. 1B had immediately began comforting her, telling her that All Might was right about her doing it correctly. Their teacher, however, already knew what was going to come, so he texted Nezu about how rather than Aizawa it was their class that had donated another of their classmates to 1B. Not all heroes need to be good fighters to stand out. If you maximize the use of your quirk even as a stealthier hero, you can still stand out. He told her as he was able to tell she wanted people to notice her, putting a hand on her shoulder as she was still looking down. At least he thought she was looking down. It is hard to tell when a student is invisible and wearing only gloves and boots. One of the most important skills for a hero is teamwork, so if you want to, I can welcome you into my class and help you to master your quirk and teamwork skills. Vlad King said, knowing from personal experience how hard it is to train when you cannot trust your classmates. If it won't be a bother to you, sir, then yes, I would. Toru Hagakure said, pausing at first to think about her decision to move to Class 1B. It was hard to choose to come to 1B due to how Gyro, Takoyami, Todoroki, and Aoyama defended her, but the rest of the class either not coming to her defense or berating her was too much for her to handle despite them. All right, I will handle the paperwork for the transfer, and to make it clear once again to all of you, do not try to pick a fight with Class 1 over this and conduct yourself like proper heroes should, but remember, if they get physical you should still defend yourselves appropriately. He said to his students, clearly aiming the last one at Rin, who went overboard recently with Kaminari from Class 1A. Receiving a warm welcome from the class, Izuku noticed Kamakiri looking away from Toru for some reason. Hey Kamakiri, what is wrong with you? Your face is red. Izuku asked him, only to end up getting everyone's attention. Don't tell me you're red in the face cause you're upset at 1A. Kendo asked him, about to laugh it off till she realized it was a look of embarrassment, not anger. No, sorry Hagakure, but I should let you know that I can more or less make out the outline of your body. Kamakiri said, hoping he would not be called a pervert for the reveal. You mean my rough silhouette? Toru asked him, unsure of why just an outline of her would make him embarrassed. Granted, she was still slightly embarrassed by it, but not so much so that she felt the urge to cover herself. No, not your rough silhouette. I mean all of the details except for color. Kamakiri specified, making it clear that other than her skin, eye, and hair color he could see her more private areas clearly. This was due to his mantis mutation allowing him similar eyesight to them, so just like a select few mantis species can see different spectrums of light than most others. He could see past her constantly refracted light to a degree, so even though he could not see color, he could see a detailed white outline of her body from head to toe. It took Toru all of 6 seconds to realize what he was saying, and despite no one being able to see it, her face had gone as red as a tomato. She screamed as she knelt down, covering her chest with her hands. Fortunately for her, Izuku gave her his tracksuit jacket after quickly stripping off his protective gear. Luckily for her, he was wearing a t-shirt under his jacket, so he was able to give it to her to wear, though it still did not stop the girls from surrounding her so Kamakiri could look in her direction after she stood. What am I supposed to do, Vlad-sensei? Toru asked him, concerned about future hero classes now that she realized she is not as invisible as she first thought. Taking a moment to think over on how to solve the problem, his more problematic student, though not through their own fault, had spoken up, saving him. I heard that the support course had made a new breakthrough in support gear 2 years ago. After a first year in the sport festival had all of their clothes fall off their body due to their quirk, they found a way to combine their DNA with clothing fibers so their quirk would recognize it as a part of them. So, it wouldn't fall off anymore, Izuku said, raising his hand as he volunteered the information for everyone. This caused the Blood Hero to recall the incident with the sensors and how Power Loader pushed himself to find a solution when Nezu threatened to slash the support course budget in half. Well, the principle of the two issues are the same, so in theory, it could work. But to make sure no one sees anything like how Kamakiri did, then they would need to make underwear to go underneath the bodysuit. If you wore anything else, you could lose your stealth advantage if they get too close to you and feel any loose fabric. Vlad mulled over out loud as he then turned to Toru for her opinion. I don't have any issues with that, though if possible, I still want them to make gloves and boots to go with it. Especially the boots so I don't need to walk around barefooted. Toru said, deciding that a bodysuit was better than nothing to cover her. He made a good point about her stealth advantage after all. Very well, I will let Recovery Girl know that Monday instead of coming in for homeroom you will go straight to the nurse's office to get the DNA samples the support course will need to make it. He said, getting them all to disperse and go home, due to Nezu lecturing 1A as well. They fortunately missed 1B so there was no conflict. Izuku training was skipped for today as he needed to handle the paperwork for Hagakure's new hero costume and her transfer. Since he had a patrol tomorrow he could not do the paperwork tomorrow. Luckily for him Izuku did not mind it since they understood all the extra work he now had to do. Though Izuku still was told by All Might via text to come to UA tomorrow to make use of the on-site school gym for their physical training. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so I saw no reason to worry for once in my life as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. Midoriya family home. Friday evening. Third-person POV. Izuku had made sure to get home as early as possible since today was his dad's regular weekly call, due to work keeping him busy. Though he did always try to call them at least once a week, sometimes he would also call on Sundays as well if he could. Though it almost never happened, they did call him when emergencies happened, and when his mother found out she had called him to tell him what happened. When Inko told her husband days ago what she found out, she could hear him letting out a torrent of flames as he screamed, cursing out Bakugo for what he did. Not that she did not expect that, though she never understood why he insisted on never standing out. She knew that teaching that to Izuku growing up had now become a mistake. So anyways, that is how the meeting with Nezu ended, but with how shocked she sounded like on the phone when I told her I prefer not to go after them in court. Inko told him as she and Izuku sat in front of her phone on the couch as it was set to speaker. I understand, though I don't doubt she did not know if we didn't. Her son is still almost certain to get sent to prison for the public quirk use alone. But we will be going after Aldera and the staff who allowed this to happen, he said before clearing his throat. Izuku, Hisashi said clearly in slightly somber tone to his son, wanting to ask them a question. You're dead, Izuku asked them, not once hearing that tone before, even when he was declared quirkless. His dad was still upbeat and happy as ever, telling him he would be even better than All Might one day. Telling him how when he turned 18, they were going to bring him and his mother to America to go to university there for business so he could start his own one day. Naturally, he nor his mother had told his dad which teacher specifically welcomed him into their class. So last time his mother told him that his dad asked to see about getting a transfer from general education to business. It wasn't necessarily a wrong assumption to make that it was the general education teacher was the one that invited him to their class and not the other hero course teacher. I'm sorry Izuku, as a father I should have kept a better eye on you even if I am on another continent. Can you forgive us for being so blind to it? He said to his son, not wanting to cause a divide between them like he did with his brother in any way. If it was not hard for Izuku to come clean about the hero course before, it was now. Hey Dad, you know how I told you that another teacher welcomed me into their class after finding out about my attempted expulsion? Of course, I was surprised when your teacher tried to expel you for not being able to control your quirk, Hisashi said to his son, still surprised that they awakened a quirk so late in life. In fact, the man was so surprised when his mother told them that she said she heard him fall out of his chair. Although considering his family history of latent quirks that almost went undiscovered, it had not surprised the man that his son was the same. So have you decided if you are going to go into general business or one of the 3 specified courses? He asked, curious, though thinking his son was most likely to pick the support gear specific course as his son studied hero gear quite a bit during their quirk research into heroes. Well actually, it was the 1B hero course teacher that welcomed me into their class, Izuku said awkwardly as he knew his dad, despite loving quirks, was not a fan of heroes. There was a choking sound on the other end and then silence. Dad, he asked his father, hoping he was not upset. Oh, I'm fine son. I was just surprised that the other hero course teacher welcomed you in so quickly. I guess congratulations on getting into 1B. Hisashi said, laughing lightly as he realized his assumption was wrong. After a bit more back and forth, as well as filling him in on all of the details, which yes included the cross-dressing, the fired security guard, and his previous classmates from one of Quirk's, they ended the call. "Oh, that's right. I will be sending you a bottle of whiskey over from America to give to your new teacher as a thank you gift," he told them, reminding them his son how important it is to show your appreciation in situations like this, especially with all their teacher had done for them. Izuku made sure to put a reminder on his phone to tell his teacher tomorrow if he sees them at school when he goes to train with All Might. UANEZU office, third-person POV. Greetings Bakugo family, I would like to say it was good to see you. But to be honest with you, after your son has deceived my institution, almost staining its reputation as a result, I am quite irate, Nezu said, smiling in a happy tone that did not match the low-burning anger rising within him at a fast pace. To go back a bit, it is 9 in the morning right now as the Bakugo family had come to discuss their son's future at UA, or more to the point if he had any future at UA at all. The reason he was so upset was after he read the report from Detective Tsukachi, a trusted friend of both him and All Might. He wished he did not. To say the results made him sick to think that Katsuki Bakugo previous school tried to promote this kind of behavior to their students and worse, try to lie about it to get Bakugo into UA was eye-opening. As a result, he had been doing in-depth research into the other students, much to the dismay of the Yaoyorozu family and the majority of the Ida family. I know my son has made a mistake by tampering with Izuku's school application and his past bullying, but please give him a second chance, Masaru said, bowing his head with his wife following his lead after forcing her son to do so. Nezu had to fight the urge to roll his eyes at this naive idea of trying to downplay their son's horrible actions for what they really were. Though they likely did not know the full extent, he knew for sure that the good detective had told them what his son said whenever he tried to put Izuku down. Before this continues, allow me to tell the exact extent of your son's crimes that will send him to prison, he said, seeing the worry in their eyes as they squirmed in their seats. In the first year of middle school, he committed 217 public quirk uses, and 183 of them being assaults on Midoriya or other students. Second year was 283 public use and 256 assaults, Nezu said, waiting a moment to take in their almost ghostly pale faces. Well, the parents anyways. The youngest was low-key growling at him, upset at what he was saying. I didn't do anything wrong. All I did was remind that quirkless nerd of his place, Bakugo screamed, getting up in the principal's face before his mother pulled him back. Calm down Katsuki. You already got yourself into deep trouble as it is, Mitsuki Bakugo shouted at her son, only now realizing how her son was already being looked at as a criminal. I'm no lawyer, but last I checked they send children to juvenile detention centers, not prisons. Also, why did you not mention his third year? Masaru asked the principal, causing his screaming wife and son stop to realize that he did in fact not mention it. I hate to break it to you, but once he turned 15, he was able to be sentenced as an adult. As such, all of his public quirk uses and assaults will be counted after that period. Keep in mind, all of this is just what they could get from security cameras so far using software to identify all video frames that had your son. There may be more based off of other student testimony and the police double-checking with their own eyes over all the footage, he said, gleefully dumping the metaphoric bucket of ice water all over this family. Even the young now looked scared. Before they could argue or waste any time, he continued. 331 public quirk uses, with each having a minimum fine of 30,000 yen to 500,000 yen and 3 months jail time minimum to 1 year. 216 assaults on Izuku, Midoriya, and other students, netting a total of 10,000 yen to 500,000 yen fines, along with a minimum of 1 month jail time to 20 years. Nezu said, telling them the total of what their son will punished for, waiting for the response they knew was coming in a matter of moments. That means Mitsuki Bakugo was about to say before getting cut off by the principal. A total minimum fine of 12,090,000 yen and a minimum of 100 years and 9 months of prison time. Now it was clear in how Son acted that he was clearly aware of what he was doing, as the previous 2 years are proof of that. If you want my advice, the odds of you successfully pleading insanity are extremely low. You may be able to get a reduced sentence, as he was clearly in a mentally diminished state thanks to the previous school teachers, but not completely waived. Now keep in mind that the assault charges will very likely only go through if the Midoriya family or the other victims wish to do so. But even without that, he will be spending most of his life behind bars, and this is if the prosecutor decides not to try and charge him for purposely submitting falsified paperwork to a government facility. Naturally, I will overlook this hole your son left in me desk that I had left here to show you how he tried to assault me a few days ago, Nezu said, stopping to finally breath and take a sip of his tea before sending the shell-shocked family off, letting them know he was expelled as of today officially. Now all he had to do was decide on Aizawa punishment. However, he would have to wait till after the sports festival to implement it, since it would be unfair to want to give them a new teacher right before the sports festival, throwing them all off and possibly delaying any further progress in their training. What he did not tell the Bakugo family, as he figured they would see it on the news soon if they had not already seen it, was the entire faculty getting arrested and the public school getting shut down. By the entire faculty, that included the directors who ran and owned the school. The fact that some even had ties to the Meta Liberation Army was a bit alarming. as much as he wanted to keep Bakugo there under watch to prevent even the smallest chance of them recruiting him. He could not risk letting the media find they allowed Katsuki Bakugo the chance to possibly stay as a student and evade such hefty criminal charges by convincing the police to cut him a deal. If he did, they would have a swarm of reporters on their backs and muddy UA reputation, which would also end up reflecting upon all of hero society. So sadly, he had to agree with the higher-ups that they just had to take the chance of him falling into the hands of the MLA or worse groups. All for one layer. Third-person POV. Ending his phone call, he planned to have a package sent to Japan from America through normal routes rather than through a portal. After that, he was finally able to relax a little, though he never objected to his protégé plan of attacking one of the hero courses. He was worried about it. But with the recent information he just got, he would be able to relax now about the attacks, especially with the new more precise information he had received about one of Quirk's. Not as thorough as his analysis would have been, but far better than their spy reports, which gave no estimation of limits or precise functions. Though he did have to make sure that 3 specific individuals along with their spy would be excluded from the attack. Luckily Kurogiri could handle separating them fine. After all, future allies would benefit his spy and certain others greatly, especially when suspicions got thrown around. Izukumi POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "Alright everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. In the Zuma 11 Naruto shop. Third-person POV. After getting changed, Gyro went outside expecting to see all the boys waiting for her, though she saw only Todoroki and Takoyami waiting outside of the boys' locker room. "Where's Aoyama?" she asked them as Takoyami sighed while the ice wielder just pointed to the door to the locker room they had come out of. He said he had to be careful with his costume cause of all of the mirrors on it. Dark Shadow said, popping out his user's stomach, surprising the other two. Noticing this and feeling Takoyami smack him upside his head, he introduced himself. "Sorry about that, as you already know, my name is Dark Shadow and I can speak your language. Fumi didn't want me to talk till after the first training exercise, but we all know how that just went," he said, laughing as he rubbed the back of his shadowy head with his claw. Though a bit weirded out by the discovery that a quirk can talk to them, neither of the two particularly disliked the idea. "Apologies for taking so long. I take it you are Monsieur Shadow. I could hear you through the door as your voice had truly magnifique boom to it," Aoyama said, giving the slightest of bows to the creature, being completely unfazed like the other two. After they eventually got the living Shadow and the French man to stop going back and forth in compliments, the group of 4, well 5 if you included Dark Shadow, made it to the restaurant. All the decorations were soccer themed, but for some reason the sign said football. There were only a few old men at the shop right now, so naturally they caught the attention of everyone there. "Welcome. It sure has been a while since I last saw UA students here at my little noodle shop." An older rotund man in small round black sunglasses wearing a bandana around the top of head spoke up. He also had a white beard and connecting mustache, a scar over his left eye giving off an aura that, combined with the scar, instantly told them he has seen his fair share of fighting. "Our teacher gave us the address," Todoroki said in his usual monotone, handing the paper All Might gave them to the old man who seemed to be the owner. Seeing the ever so slightly tightening of the skin around his eyes, that could tell immediately that he was focusing his concentration at the note for some reason. "So, he sent you. Well, everything is on his tab today, so just let me know what you want, I will make it for you. I wish he told me he came back to the city for a while. That kid will never change with how forgetful he can be," he said, seeing the look of awe on the student faces. "Are you sure that is okay, good sir?" Takoyami asked him, worried they would get scolded by taking advantage of All Might kindness by doing such a thing. "No worries, kid. I knew him when he was still a run of a hero student and struggling with how to safely use his quirk in a fight. If only you knew how many times he got his rear end handed to him by his classmates because he held back too much fighting them. The name is Hibiki Seigo, but you can call me Coach," he said, gesturing for them to come sit on the bar stools to eat. "Thank you, it looks like you're a major soccer fan," Gyro said, making a mental note to ask All Might about it if she got a chance to see if what the old guy was saying was true or not. Her comment, however, set off both him, as well as Aoyama and Dark Shadow. "It is called football, not soccer," the 3 males shouted at her. The old man went on a lecture about how Americans had tainted the sport with the ridiculous name change and how great it was in general. Naturally, the 2 who shouted with him butted in from time to time to agree with him or give a slightly different opinion, extending his lecture. Though the food was good, just like All Might had said, the other 3 wished that All Might had warned them about the soccer issue in advance. Walking out of the restaurant, Todoroki turned to Takoyami, curious about something. "Why do you look so exhausted? Don't you also like football like Dark Shadow?" he asked the avian-headed teen, as the other also now just realized the seemingly odd behavior as well. Takoyami could not help but let out a sigh at this question that was directed his way. Though we may be connected physically, we still have two separate minds. As such, we have different interests and, as you could already tell, personalities. Takoyami said, unsurprised that people thought he and Dark Shadow were exactly the same kind of people. Whenever Fumi is meditating or reading those books about cult stuff, I put noise-canceling headphones on him so I can watch football without bothering him. Dark Shadow said, full of that slightly early dinner, still thinking it was funny how they were surprised to see him eating. Takoyami, as one would expect, was embarrassed by the looks they were now giving him at when Dark Shadow described his activities. Meditation, Todoroki asked, almost making him faceplant. That is what had your attention? Are you kidding me? Takoyami exclaimed, surprised by this. No, I am not. Why would I be surprised about you studying religious practices in your spare time? Todoroki said, unsure why the almost philosophic-like talking person was not to be expected to be interested in something outside of the norm. Takoyami did not elaborate further as he was worried what Todoroki would say given his clearly blunt nature. Naturally, the other two did not say anything more on the topic as they knew where it was clearly leading to and how Takoyami likely did not want to talk about it. So instead, they began discussing what they might end up doing for rescue training at the USJ, lightening the situation up. Class 1 a trip to USJ, third-person POV. While All Might went ahead to the USJ to wait with 13 for Aizawa and the students to arrive, there was trouble already brewing within the bus. It was as soon as all 17 students had gotten onto the bus that 4 individuals felt the heavy atmosphere of the closed space. It was not for everyone choosing their seats freely due to the open space of it resembling a public bus rather than a traditional school bus. As such, people sat beside people they liked and made sure to not sit beside people they disliked, meaning all the girls threatened Minda when he tried to sit with them. Even though Ida was upset at everyone for not sitting in order to make him taking attendance easier, even though Aizawa told him it was not necessary as he saw everyone was there. The heavy feeling of the atmosphere on the bus was due to the resentment the others felt towards the 4 who did not get lectured on Friday. At first, the morning was a bit chaotic due to Hagakure announced transfer to 1B that no one saw coming. Well, except for the group of 4 friends that was recently formed as of the previous class. Naturally, there was a chorus of outcries against her for running away because they felt like she could not handle a simple truth about her combat abilities. The revelation that Bakugo got expelled from lying on his student application, although confusing, did not surprise most, as they all generally felt he was too aggressive and, to put it mildly, rude for someone trying to become a hero. So, they easily guessed a number of things that he could have lied about to get himself expelled, which was fortunate for Aizawa since this quelled their curiosity about his absence, as this made sense to them why he was not saying anything till now. Though Kirishima did let out a bit of a complaint about how bad what he did could possibly be. He was quickly silenced by Ida, who pointed out how Bakugo should have known better than to try and hide something from UA. It almost made Aizawa want to laugh, cause if he did not create the problem he did when he expelled Midoriya. The school may have never found out, at least not until it was too late anyways. Aoyama, Todoroki, Jiro, and Takoyami had stayed quiet throughout this to avoid angering their classmates more as they were already receiving glares. Sitting at the back of the bus, they talked amongst themselves while the others talked at the front. That is, until someone said something that caught their attention, as well as Aizawa, who driving the bus. For Aizawa, this was due to his suspicions about Midoriya and All Might relationship, as he thought it was odd All Might just randomly decided to train a kid for the UA entrance exams. Hey Uraraka, you said that Midoriya destroyed a 0-pointer with a single punch, right? Sui asked the brown-haired classmates of hers that were originally clingy with the boy in question. Yeah, he did, but why do you ask? Achako Uraraka asked, confused as to why she was bringing this up now of all times. Well, I just thought that to have a quirk that powerful, one his parents are probably a pro with a strength enhancement quirk. Hero, Suyu said, putting her finger to her mouth in her usual sign she was trying hard to think of an answer. This got the others talking now about who it could be, as no one recognized the name Midoriya. Though there were heroes like All Might who kept their names secret from the public still in this day and age, it was still a narrow list. This made sense to Aizawa, they would go down this road of logic. However, this did not help him, as All Might family name was different from the green-haired student. Ooh, I know the answer, Mina said, waving her arms in the air, thinking of an answer to the problem of no one recognizing the family name. Taking into consideration her barely passable test score, Aizawa had serious doubt she had figured out the answer to the unrecognizable hero family name. What if he was some hero's secret love child, like in those soap operas? She said, making the talk turn to how scandalized it would be for a hero to be found out about such a thing. Aizawa was about to dismiss this when it was actually a good explanation as to why the young man and All Might would have different last names. Aizawa was about to consider how to approach the hero and Nezu on the topic after his recent mistakes when he heard something that he needed to stop from spreading. You and Ida saw it firsthand. Can you think of any hero with a similar quirk? Momo asked them, unsure of how big the 0-pointers were, so she was unable to tell how strong they would need to be to destroy it in a single punch. I am afraid I cannot place it. My back was turned at the moment he attacked it, Ida said, not wanting to admit he was running away from the 0-pointer and leaving Uraraka behind trapped under the rubble like he did. Well, there was only one hero with a strength enhancement quirk I know of that is that strong, Achako said, unsure as to say their name cause of how crazy it sounded. Who is it? It can't be that off the mark, Mina said, wanting to hear what she thought. It's All Might, she said as she saw everyone staring at her dumbfounded. This was what caused Aizawa to worry, even if he would never admit it. Whether true or not, if villains hear All Might has a suspected child, the kid will have a target on their back the size of Tokyo. Fortunately for him, everyone dismissed the idea immediately, thinking how impossible it was for All Might to have a secret love child, stating how he would have announced his family like the number 2 hero did due to his high rank. It still bothered the teacher that they touched upon the subject and almost began spreading a rumor as dangerous as that one. With the group of 4 students in the back of the bus, however, did she just say All Might? Gyro shouted, almost being heard if not for Dark Shadow using his body to muffle her voice by wrapping himself around her head. Up till this point she was using her enhanced hearing to listen in and whisper to the others what the remainder of the class was talking about. So, they understood what was just suggested, and they too thought it was crazy that Izuku was All Might's son. I can assure you that it is not the case. If All Might did have a kid, my dad would know about it, Todoroki said, seeing the other just blink as they stared back at him. Oh right, no one outside his household knew how obsessed his father was with All Might, he realized. My father practically stalks All Might in his free time, so if there was even a hint of him having a kid he would know about. Then again, the people he has tailing him always lose track of him after he saves someone and gets away before the news reporters can corner him. He said, finding the smallest delight in how his father still complains how he cannot even find All Might home after all these years. Though he did keep to himself how his father All Might stalkers caught wind of a couple who thought they might have seen him at Dagaba Beach a year back talking to Kid and an emaciated-looking man. But according to them he left as soon as they focused on the 3 cause they only saw him for less than a second before he vanished from their sight. I am not even surprised to hear that Endeavor Creep stalks All Might, or as you put it, attempts to. Dark Shadow said while still keeping his hands, claws, whatever you want to call, his shadowy arms up, defending himself from an irate Gyro complaining to him for what he did. Sorry if he offended you, Takoyami said, bowing to Todoroki ever so slightly. No need to worry, you can insult him all you want. I just recommend you do not do it in front of a camera or to his face, Todoroki said, remembering how he ruined the lives of every newspaper or news station that ever spoke ill of him. Well, in any case, Midoriya father or mother must have a powerful quirk. That or he could be an unusual mutation that occurred amongst his parents' 2 lineages, Aoyama said, finally pulling Gyro off of Dark Shadow. Good point. I mean, Takoyami told us Friday that neither of his parents had a sentient quirk like Dark Shadow, Gyro said, agreeing with Aoyama as that is an easier explanation to understand. After a few more minutes of switching back to their conversation of the USJ, they finally arrived at their destination. Alright everyone, hurry up and get into the USJ. As I already told you multiple times, I hate wasting time, Aizawa said, sighing as he could actually relax a little overseeing their rescue training. When he got in, he went straight to 13 and All Might in their muscle form, waving to his excited class. Is everything here secure? He asked them, still worried about the break-in from last week that they still had yet to solve. I understand your worries, but we have triple-checked the entire system and there is no sign of tampering. We even checked the zones physically in person and saw no tampering with them that the system could miss with its scan, 13 said, though understanding, unable to hide her slightest hint of annoyance at the thinly veiled accusation that a villain could pull a fast one on her in the USJ she personally designed, maintained. All Might, feeling that Aizawa was looking at him differently than usual, raised an eyebrow at the tired-looking man. Is everything all right? All Might asked him, deciding that it was better to try and be more subtle with Aizawa as he felt extra grumpy compared to usual. And as much as he hated the man for how he treated Midoriya, he knew it was immature to stay upset with them as it could negatively affect the lesson. Yeah, it is for now, but I want to talk with you later about a different topic, okay? Aizawa asked, making it clear from his tone it was not a request but a demand for an answer, but forced himself to try to be polite due to his current bad position with Nezu. Very well, but first let's get through this excursion with no incidents first. All Might responded with his signature smile, doing his best to hide the unease he felt at the attitude Aizawa was giving him despite already being on thin ice with Nezu. 13 began giving her speech about how dangerous their quirks can be if mishandled out in the field or used for villainy. As soon as the speech was finished, many began to notice the people gathering at the fountain in the center of the plaza. Are we already beginning our rescue exercises? Those guys playing the villains look tough, Kirishima said, getting excited that the school went as far as to hire a bunch of people to play the role of villains. Everyone get back, this is not a drill. Those are real villains, Aizawa shouted, getting ready to leap in after All Might, who already got down there but made sure to send 13 a look. Nodding back to him and understanding, she stayed behind to watch the children while those 2 went to the leaders to take them out. Unfortunately for them, their plans went out the window immediately as Kurogiri teleported the students all across the USJ, with one particular group of 4 students sent to a specific zone where they were confident they would be contained. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. LOV Lair, third-person POV. Taking a small group of 18 villains aside from the others, he showed them 2 pictures. One was of Shoto Todoroki while the other was of Yuga Aoyama, and gave a verbal description of 2 other students. He also assured them that the students' quirks would be weakened in this area. "These are 4 students that we are isolating from the others in an area filled with flames. You must not kill these brats, injure them if need be, but keep them all in the area where we are sending you all." Tamura said, annoyed that they were giving him looks like he was saying something crazy. "But why not kill them if we easily can in this area?" One person from the group of fire quirk-related villains asked, as he did not get why they bothered weakening them in the first place if not to kill them. Tamura had to hold back a growl at them questioning his orders, especially since he was paying anyone who did not get killed during this raid. "Listen, you idiots," he shouted, getting the attention of the others in the warehouse before getting them to turn around by glaring at them. "If we actually kill the 2 students whose pictures I showed you, their families would either hunt us down themselves or pay heroes to put more effort into hunting us down. And I highly doubt any of you want to have someone like Endeavor hunting you down afterwards to try and get to the League of Villains," Tamura said, making a clear distinction between his group and random people he hired like them. Getting the message, he was telling them that he would not help them if Endeavor hunted them afterwards got them to agree to not killing the kids. He told them not to. "I get those first 2, but why not the other 2? The same person as before asked him, wondering why the other 2 were important. After all, he had no pictures of them to share with them. They are close friends to them, so if we place them together, they will focus on protecting them and most likely stay put out of our way," Tamura said, as unlike before he was being completely honest with them about why he was sparing all of them. In truth, even he did not know why his master insisted he spare the other 2. He understood to a degree why the Todoroki brat and the Aoyama boy were being spared. But those last 2 are a mystery, even though his master said they could become future assets, as neither he nor Kurogiri understood why but trusted his master's word. USJCONFLAGARATION Zone. Third-person POV. With a high-pitched scream and some tumbling after falling through the portal and rolling onto the ground, the group of 4 noticed where they were. Surrounded by flames and rubble, buildings with smoke coming out of the windowless windows, this all gave a clear indication of where they were. This was not good news, as this meant that Todoroki would need to push his quirk harder to get decent use out of it, as well the light from the flames weakening Dark Shadow, making the quirk-reliant Takoyami practically useless. "Here, Gyro, you need to calm down and not scream again if we want to quietly make our way back to the teachers," Todoroki said, holding his hand out to her, helping her up as she rubbed the back of her head with her free hand. "What are you talking about? I didn't scream," she snapped back, slightly defensive. This was when they turned to the other 2, with Takoyami shaking his head no while a third of their regular-sized Dark Shadow pointed to Aoyama. "Really?" Gyro asked, as Aoyama embarrassingly shook his head yes before pointing behind them, shaking like a leaf in the wind. Behind them was a group of villains who looked like they were ready to attack them. Naturally, they did the most sensible thing. Todoroki made an ice wall between their 2 groups and the 4 began running, going through the alleyways between the buildings. Unfortunately for them, they were cut off by alleys filled with too much fire for Todoroki to freeze without damaging the walls of the buildings around them. Then he had to make ice walls to cut them off at alleys when the villains got in front of them, forcing them to backtrack and try to find a new way around. As a result, they were tiring out quickly, being forced to take cover in a basement of a building they found, then freezing the door shut. The villains saw this but followed Tamura orders, so they just made sure to watch from a distance and keep them pinned down. Third-person POV. Sent to the flood zone was a screaming Minda who flailed his arms and legs wildly as he fell from the sky towards the water surface. Along with him were 2 more students, Tenya Ida and Hanta Zero, though both of them were far more composed than Minda. Ida, who made sure to aim himself towards the boat, confident in his armor ability to save him from dying in this fall, curled himself into a ball. Zero made use of his tape trying to get both Minda and Ida but missed Minda due to his flailing. As a result, only he managed to use Ida to pull himself towards the boat. Cutting off the tape once he was close enough, he shot his tape at the side of the boat, using it to climb up, almost falling into the water despite catching himself above the water surface due to Ida rocking the entire boat with his impact, ignoring the screams of the midget classmate as he heard bones snapping and arms being torn off. "Sorry, but I can't help you fight villains in the water when they have the advantage in it." Zero shed tears of regret and self-loathing as he needed to get himself to the boat deck to temporary safety. Checking the wreckage as Minda's screams finally ended, he spotted a barely conscious Ida trying to pull himself out of the wrecked 3 floors in the bottom of the boat. "Ida, are you okay?" he shouted as he helped them up, hearing a cracking noise. "H, my arm," Ida shouted back as he began holding his broken arm with his barely good one. After a few minutes of going over his injuries, they determined all he had was a broken arm, as well as noticed something bad. Though Ida did not break a huge hole, the boat was leaking. Getting out quickly, they realized it was only a matter of time till the prop boat sunk. This did not escape the villain's attention, who decided not risk boarding and would wait for them to become completely vulnerable to them. After all, between Ida heavy armor and Zero clearly needing a structure nearby to cling to escape, the death of the two students was all but guaranteed to happen as far as the villains were concerned. In the distance partway south of them they saw a tower of fire flare up, completely engulfing a section of the training facility before an explosion overtook the fire. Moments after, it seemed the system reset, and the water simulation went online as the water was suddenly filled with choppy waves, stopping the villains' advance as they struggled to not get swallowed by the powerful waves. Using this chance, Zero, after getting a boost from Ida pushing his engines to full power while holding him, used his tape to barely cover the distance to the shoreline. Pulling on his tape, he used their momentum and force from the few seconds of Ida using his engines before they had turned off to get away from the water villains, only for Ida to get his face grabbed by a guy wearing hands. USJ Landside Zone. Third-person POV. Momo was glad at first to get transported here with Kirishima and Sato, as she thought they would make great frontline fighters to handle the close-quarters combat. However, as she now learned what it felt like to be Hagakure, she regretted not getting someone with a bit more brains. Instead of following her orders to guard her while she used her quirk to make flashbangs and smoke grenades to escape to their teachers at the center plaza, they decided that beating the villains quickly was the better idea. As such, they fought with everything. They had not considered how unstable this area was. As a result, they would trip everyone there up when they used big attacks and miss the opponents, causing the unstable ground to shake on them. This meant that Momo could not concentrate on creating the items they needed to escape, as she was stuck using a staff she made to fend off anyone who made it past them to her. One of them managed to stab her in one of her thigh with his claws and tearing off part of her vest, exposing her left breast. Taking the moment of distraction as the villain smirked at this sight, she swallowed her disgust and slammed her staff in his crotch before bashing him over the head. At this rate, she expected them to be overwhelmed, till a pillar of fire rose up just a little bit south to the area directly across from them before it was engulfed by the largest explosion she had ever seen. Unsure of what it was exactly, as no one in her class had a fire quirk, what did become evident was how boulders began falling down the top of the hill they were on. Using this chance, as the villains got taken down by the boulders, the other two agreed with her finally to run, as they did not want to be crushed by the boulders. USJ Central Plaza. Third-person POV. All Might, who was holding back the villain known as Namu, was nearly stricken in his weak spot by the villain as he got distracted by an entire zone being engulfed in fire, instantly followed by an explosion. Aizawa, do you know what just happened? He asked his fellow teacher, Hiro, pushing Namu all the way back to the leader, who identified himself as Tamura Shigaraki. I can't say for certain, but based on how the flood zone seems to be set to one of the highest difficulty settings, if I am remembering it right. Then that burst of fire plus the explosion probably destroyed the emergency access panel hidden in that zone, causing the system reset that raised all the difficulty levels of the simulations while turning them on. Aizawa said calmly as he took down 3 more regular villains in an instant. We need to turn them off before the students stuck in the other zones get injured cause of it. All Might said, worried about how first years would be highly unlikely to survive both the villains and the high difficulty of these different disaster simulations. No need to worry, even if 13 is injured and cannot turn it off herself. The sudden reset will catch Nezu's attention, and the communication jamming will make it clear we need help. Just hold out till backup arrives. Aizawa whispered to the blonde hero, who was still new to the school and did not know how Nezu set up the school's interconnected systems. This was when 2 of his students landed at the edge of the plaza where the water met the ground. Though barely in time to save Ida due to his helmet, he managed to nullify the leader's quirk, as he had suspected since the beginning that they were the one with the quirk that destroyed the UA barrier. All Might, who tried to attack them, was suddenly grabbed by Namu from behind, unable to shake the beast off, and it was obstructing Aizawa's vision. He could not cancel Tamura quirk. Unfortunately, he could not move from his position either, as he had to make sure the students who managed to run behind him made it to the stairs without being intercepted by the mob of villains. To his surprise, however, a bolt came out of nowhere to save the number 1 hero as it struck Namu in his brain, stunning it and weakening his grip on him. In an instant, All Might flipped Namu overhead with all of his strength after grabbing a hold of his arms. Though Kurogiri made a portal just above the ground beside Tamura, the shockwave still sent him flying back and away from All Might. Alright, I got that monster before it could finish attacking All Might, Momo exclaimed proudly while still holding the crossbow she fired the bolt with, thinking due to the exposed brain that it was not a person but some sort of experiment on a quirked animal. Normally Aizawa would be appalled by such an action, but considering that All Might looked like they were about to die, as well as the fact that the brain-exposed villain seemed to lack any mental faculties besides being able to take the hand creep orders, he overlooked it this time. But he would make sure to lecture her on lethal force and not killing a villain unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had killed a few villains himself in the past due to it being necessary at those times to survive. All Might wanted to scold her also for such a lethal attack, but could not argue against it like Aizawa. Not because he was about to die, as he could escape that attack in time despite the worries of the others, but because if that creature that was most likely a normal person once now truly had multiple quirks, then he knew from the stories of All for One what that meant for their mental state, or rather lack of one. In a morbid way, her killing them would be more of a mercy due to their current existence. Ordering Yaoyorozu, who was wearing instead of her red vest a strip of what looked like Sato costume around her chest, to evacuate to the top of the stairs with the others, he continued his fight alongside Aizawa. USJCONFLAGARATION Zone. Third-person POV. Normally Todoroki would be feeling seriously bad frostbite from using his quirk as much as he had been doing since being dumped into this area with his friends. Luckily for him, the intense heat from this place was balancing out his body temperature without him having to use his quirk to warm himself back up. However, his friends were different, as their bodies were not used to sudden changes in temperatures like him. Realizing he needed to form a new strategy to protect his friends, he knew what he had to do but had a hard time accepting that he had to do it. "What's wrong, Todor? Oki?" Gyro asked, barely able to stay conscious at this point. I can stop those villains and get us out of here, but I would need to use my other half of my quirk," Todoroki said, upset with himself for hesitating to use it, as even though he could save his friends with it, he would be admitting defeat to the bastard by doing so. "Your other half?" Aoyama asked, confused to this statement, as all he thought was that he could produce ice so far from what he saw. But he still managed to recognize the look on his face when he talked about using his quirk and understood to a degree. "Listen, Todoroki, you may not like where your power came from, but in the end, it is your power. You decide how to use it, not someone else, so stop thinking that the person you're thinking of right now is tainting your gift," he said to his classmate, the first half about both of them but the second half applying only to Todoroki, not both of them. As far as Aoyama was concerned, Todoroki was blessed to have been born with such an amazing quirk, to the point where he was almost jealous, though he was still in the realm of envy, as he did not allow himself to have darker thoughts like jealousy, as he was likely the reason and as a result at fault for all of them being trapped in this fiery mess with him. Todoroki, unaware of the dark truth of Aoyama's quirk, was confused as to why he seemed to sympathize with him over his hang-up with his quirk. Still, it filled him with a sense of warmth and calmness hearing them say that his fire was his and not his father. "All right, I'm going to seal the room with a thick layer of ice. Get ready for an explosion up top," Todoroki told them as he got out, freezing them, and like he said, "One last thing. Gyro, can you tell if there are any gas lines going directly under the building?" He asked her as she barely got a whisper of all clear from her, as Takoyami and Dark Shadow huddled with her for warmth along with Aoyama as they now went from heat exhaustion to hypothermia. Taking a deep breath, he approached the open doorway, seeing the villains look confused due to most likely that he came out of hiding. Placing both of his hands down on the ground as he kneeled before the doorway, he first made a 3-foot thick wall of ice between him and the rest of the building. With the potential of frostbite but his oxygen supply secured, he went next to focusing on his left side. Only focusing on the area of the output and not the power, he unleashed everything he had around the building they were in. Since the flames were fueled by gas and oil being released in certain spots to create the fires in a controlled manner at the moment, he pushed the temperature as high as he could so they all would erupt into pillars of fire. Each one had a small sparking device that would go on at the start of any exercises in that area, putting just enough strength into it to keep the flame burning at an optimal level without damaging the gas or oil releasing lines till they went out and the system auto sensors turned them back on again due to a lack of flame. But since his quirk could cover the whole area and not just one spot like those sparking devices, that meant he could trigger all of the gas lines. From his spot he could see the spaces in between the different spots around him were empty, but to people seeing this from the outside it looked like one huge, combined pillar of fire. Unfortunately for the villains, despite having a high resistance to the flames, they still had the same problem as Todoroki and the students did earlier. With all of the flames needing oxygen to last, it was hard to breathe in this area. But when Todoroki caused all the gas fire output to suddenly increase before the explosion, it was like a vacuum instantly consuming all of their air. Then an explosion occurred from the ground underneath all of them, completely destroying the area. With that and his ice almost instantly melting, he collapsed from exhaustion, with his friends' voices being the last thing he heard till later when he woke up in the hospital and the police officer told him his friends were okay. IZUKUMIDORIYAPOV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA teachers meeting. Third-person POV, letting out a long sigh, which was extremely rare for the quirked animal, as such all staff present -13 due to her injuries being too severe. Starting off the meeting, he began to list off the injuries that they had to contend with from the students. And the criminals, unfortunately, but those can be dealt with easier than the students. The villains themselves could not touch the school legally with what they did. But that would not stop the press from villainizing the students who accidentally went too far or had to do so to survive. For the villains, most of them had minimal injuries such as broken arms or legs, with the only serious cases being the group in the conflagration zone. There were 6 dead, 8 permanently injured beyond full recovery, and finally 4 who will recover over time and be able to be imprisoned after they are prosecuted. Nezu said as they all looked to each other exchanging glances as they knew the media shitstorm that was coming their way. Especially when it came to protecting Todoroki, as when they pulled him and the others out of that zone he was in shock, unable to respond to them. Luckily or unluckily depending how you look at it, Hound Dog had some experience in dealing with such significant trauma from the students already. To give you all an update, Shoto Todoroki is not exactly fully recovered, but he will get there eventually if he gets proper therapy. Hound Dog said, hoping this would relieve them somewhat, but also tried to hold back the information about Endeavor. Cementos, who picked up on this phrasing, knew something was up immediately and did not hesitate to respond. Is there a reason you said if and not when? He asked, making the other teachers notice this. Though with that said, Nezu and All Might already knew this problem was coming, but knew something the others did not about Endeavor and the HPSC. Responding the resounding questions from the other teacher before Nezu played his recording of Present Mike eating hot peppers, Hound Dog spoke up. Endeavor, despite my recommendation his son see a psychiatrist friend of mine who is better equipped to help his son than me. He insists that his son is not so weak that he needs to see one and agrees to only allow him to go through the mandatory therapy from UA that we demand. He said, finding such a mindset disgusting and completely wrong, both for a hero and a parent. Nezu and All Might knew Endeavor was a harsh person and suspected what kinds of skeletons the man had in his closet. But both sadly knew that between his own influence and the HPSC backing him up, they could not touch him or the HPSC unless Endeavor really crossed the line, and they had solid proof. The fact was that the HPSC does not like All Might as the #1 hero, but knows that removing him from his spot would cause them more trouble than they could handle. Otherwise, they would have replaced him with Endeavor at the #1 spot already, as he embodied their ideals of a flashy and easily marketable hero they could use to distract society. Rather than fixing the problems, they let them linger, as if they did fix them then they could not easily keep the political power they currently had. They have also been trying to get in Nezu's way of running UA like how he wanted, which originally did not have facilities like the USJ being built or allowing quirkless students into the school not be done before. That is why rescue heroes or teams of heroes focused on rescue and disaster relief did not hold too many spots in the higher hero ranks. It was why 13 had chosen to come to UA, as very few hero schools cared for rescue training at all, a major flaw that both she and Nezu agreed on. Since Nezu agreed with her approach of building a training ground to specifically hone the rescue skills of their students, other schools have slowly taken to their example. Though the majority still focused almost completely on fighting and considered rescue tactics a secondary concern, it was starting to change. After more complaining and arguing about reporting Endeavor and making a public statement, Nezu raising his paw after clearing his throat to get everyone to quiet down. I know you are all upset, but unfortunately we cannot do anything except to trust in Hound Dog for now and give him whatever support he requires of us. He told them, making it clear by his tone that they would not be discussing this topic further for today. Seeing them all calm now, he moved on. As for the other students, we only had 2 with major injuries, thankfully. One was Tenya Ida, who thankfully only broke an arm thanks to his helmet saving him from dying to the leader's quirk. Though he will have some light scars where his fingertips made contact on the sides of his head, but he will still heal just fine. As for the other one, the fact that Nezu seemed to hesitate to speak about the other student made all who did not see the student injury or hear of it yet gulp. They lost both arms and sustained some brain trauma, so we will unfortunately be removing them from the hero course. The parents are attempting to sue us as we speak. The only good thing is that our lawyers had told us we could not be held responsible but rather the villain. Though the quirked animal still felt responsible and wanted to pay for his medical bills at first. When the parents showed up to speak with him, he had changed his mind. The disgusting smiles they had on their faces as they demanded an amount of money that was nearly a quarter of the school yearly budget for their son injury made him sick to his stomach. So, he turned them away, saying they could accept payment for their son medical treatment and the mechanical prosthetic arms for their son made by I-Island, or get nothing at all. Even when the school lawyers would inevitably win the court case, as they assured him was still putting aside funds for the basic treatment and hospital stay he would need. However, despite the villain responsible for the grievous injury going to jail for attempted manslaughter among other crimes, it does not fix the damage it did to our reputation in the eyes of the parents who are considering pulling their kids out of UA if we cannot keep them safe. Nezu said, finding the complaining about their children's safety now absurd. Yes, it is true they put security measures in place to try and prevent this from happening, but hero work is inherently dangerous. Anyone with half a brain or did basic research knows that in the early years of hero society, hero schools were always getting attacked by villains, and that this threat was always looming over the students' heads. The mouse principle of UA found it ironic how even though All Might brought an era of peace like no other since the dawn of quirks, this also made people delusional, not realizing the actual dangers that come with being a hero or training to become one. It was decided after further debate that the USJ would be closed until the security system could completely be redone. President Mike bringing up the topic of a traitor did not sit well, especially since based off where the students were sent it was clear that the traitor would need first-hand knowledge of their quirks. The only ones with that information for the first years could only be All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu himself for the whole class as well as any of the students within the class. Naturally, Vlad King had access to the info for the students in his class as well, since he limited unnecessary access to their quirk information unless requested, to try and keep the HPSC from accessing them through the other teachers' access in the system. It was much easier for him to heighten security over just 4 profiles rather than dozens of them, though he will do everyone eventually. It will take time. Technically, yes, the HPSC did have access to the students' quirk information, but that was before UA, as any improvements Nezu kept secret. Once they graduate, he updates it officially, with a very few exceptions like Sir Nidai quirk, as the HPSC would have gone after him barely halfway through his first year. That is why he made sure they never knew the full scope of his quirk that Nezu discovered immediately. The young man did not know it himself before coming to UA. Naturally, President Mike almost blurted out Izuku Midoriya or Toru Hagakure being the most likely traitors, due the only ones with the possible motive of revenge against them. Luckily, he cut himself off before he could finish his sentence, though he had said enough to make them understand where his train of thought almost led. Nezu gave them all a strict warning after about not uttering the prospect of a traitor among the students in fear of the distrust and false accusations it could spread. If there was one thing Nezu knew about humans, it was that they were always ready for a witch hunt. Though the villain known as Namu had escaped with the leaders, which prevented them from studying them in a safe place like Tartarus as they originally hoped for, it did at least allow them to sweep what Momoye Urazu did under the rug due to lack of evidence and very little witnesses. Fortunately, they did not have to worry too much about any potential violent behavior from her in the future, as she was quite shocked herself to find out the creature she shot was once a human being. Though in need of therapy from Hound Dog for the foreseeable future, it at least was a good sign she showed regret over her actions for potentially killing a villain. A proper lecture about when it is okay to use lethal force and when not to is needed. But otherwise, the issue was one he could easily solve with Hound Dog and Recovery Girl expert assistance. HPSC Boardroom, third-person POV. With both the attack and 13 getting taken out of the picture, they now had the chance to push more of their ideals onto UA and get it in line with their approach. The way to go about this, however, was not easy to decide on, as just like a hydra with different heads having different tastes for food. The HPSC executives all had their own political agenda, causing them to quarrel among themselves on what approach to take. Barrera, the executive in charge of hero training, wanted to focus on overhauling UA training system, wanting to use this chance to permanently shut down the USJ and focus on combat training more at UA to finally shut up 13 and the other rescue specialists. Habai wanted to use the chance to take the right to oversee UA security from Power Loader, who refused to give him access to them, let alone see them. If he could access them and change them himself, he could make it the same level of high security he wanted that Nezu had turned down in the past. The principal turned it down in the past, stating it was due to how much it would restrict the students' freedom to enjoy their school life normally. The information executive Main Dekunkuta was annoyed with how UA denied them access to their school system, which they had denied the HPSC over the years, unlike other hero schools who fell in line allowing them access to all of their information. The others stayed neutral, as there was nothing in particular that UA did that affected their jobs or interests all that much. Clapping her hands together, everyone went silent for the Madam President, who looked around her before speaking. I believe we can attack Nezu on multiple fronts with just one person, and with the recent incident he will not have the ability to say no, as for once the press will be more helpful to us than a hindrance, she said as she projected a photo onto the wall to remind them all of a recent issue that UA had before the USJ incident. UANEZU office, third-person POV. Having Vlad King, Hound Dog, and All Might meet them in their office after the meeting, Nezu decided they could not wait any longer to let the Blood Hero in on the secret of One for All. He also brought Hound Dog in despite his busy schedule with Todoroki and the other traumatized students, as he thought that they would likely need to give Izuku counseling in the near future. Alright, so why did you call both of us to your office after that hell of a damage meeting? Vlad King asked Nezu as Hound Dog nodded in agreement, as he was unsure what else they had to discuss. After all, 1B was not attacked and only had to reschedule their rescue exercises to the training grounds, limiting it but still allowing them to do it. It is about Izuku Midoriya quirk, or rather the truth of it, as well as how it is connected to the villain we believe to be behind the USJ attack, Nezu said, making both men raise an eyebrow at this statement, unsure of what that diamond-freckled bundle of nerves had to do with the USJ attack. Their faces became more and more shocked as the explanation went on about One for All, as well as the villain who inadvertently created it, All for One. While Hound Dog looked like he was about to gag like a dog that ate grass, Vlad King managed to pull himself together, glaring at Nezu. Oh come now, I planned to tell you after the legal issues involving Aizawa mess was solved, which sadly took until yesterday when Mrs. Midoriya officially sued Alder Junior High and crossed the point where she could not go back on our deal. He told the teacher of 1B, glad that he could now truly begin Izuku quirk training. You two allowed a child to wield a quirk that is being hunted down, an immortal supervillain, and didn't tell me right away. Vlad King could not help but scream as he slammed his closed fists on Nezu's desk in frustration. Granted, he was still given an accurate explanation of how the quirk functioned, but not mentioning it had roughly 200 years to build up its current power level caused him to underestimate the challenge ahead. To be fair, when I smashed his head into a literal puddle 5 years ago, we all thought he was dead, like I am sure you would have if you knew about him back then. All Might said, defending his mistake, as even Nezu admitted that he was surprised the villain recovered from such an injury, though the two men doubted that he was fully recovered, or else he would have likely been there as well to assure that All Might died at the hands of the Namu. Hound Dog, who was silent till now, finally spoke up. I am more amazed that the kid actually is able to handle the pressure, knowing he could be hunted down for this quirk like the other heroes were. He said with clear admiration in his tone, that is until he saw the looks on the faces of the other two, and their faces of surprise made him worry that his gut feeling was right. You two did not tell him yet. What the hell? Hound Dog exclaimed, then began to devolve into a series of barking and growling at them for a good few minutes before calming down. I will admit I made serious mistake despite my intelligence I always brag about. Though I am upset with myself for forgetting, I would like to point out I was required to focus on fixing Aizawa's mistake before he ruined UA and all of us working here. Nezu said, defending himself to two of his employees, that he was asking for help with the one-for-all issue that was happening. I understand your reasoning, but what about his? Vlad King turned to All Might with a tone that demanded an answer from the number one hero. Is it bad that I did not think he needed to know the history of the quirk because I thought I killed All for one? All Might admitted that unlike Nezu, who rather than double-checking the kid knew the history behind the quirk, the blonde man just decided not to warn the kid about its history. After a lot more scolding directed towards All Might for not even thinking to warn the kid, as Nezu was just as he said so busy it slipped his mind to check. They had all decided to tell Midoriya tomorrow after school instead of training him. When the HPSC president came to the front gate unannounced, Nezu had to send All Might and Vlad King out. Meeting Hound Dog in his office late into the night was something Nezu could allow them to see due to the USJ incident, giving them excuse to have discussions lasting late into the night. But if they saw All Might or Vlad King there, it might raise suspicions and cause to investigate why. That investigation could cause them to take notice of Midoriya, which was the last thing they wanted. He also wanted to make sure he had at least one person with him in the room to back him up with their opinion. If the HPSC tried to force him to comply with their unnecessary regulations, he has been able to refuse till now by justifying why with logic being on his side. Walking through Nezu's door without so much as knocking, she announced herself as she walked in with a confident grin on her face. Greetings, Principal Nezu, it has been quite a while since we talked, she said with two bodyguards flanking her on either side behind her to protect her. The cocky smile and the smug air surrounding her made him wonder what she was planning. Indeed, it has been. If you came here to make your usual requests, I am a bit busy right now with the USJ attack, Nezu said in a tone that indicated he wanted her to have left already. Tisking at this, she waved her index finger at him before sitting down across from him. I have come to offer a solution to your problem that led to the injuries that occurred, she said, waiting a moment for to respond. And what problem in specific do you think it is that lead to the injuries that occurred? He asked back, knowing they would not get anywhere if he did not respond to her. To put it simply, you did not have enough students with enough powerful combat quirks there. As such, I am recommending a student endorsed by us that we can guarantee will bolster your students' ranks in the face of future attacks, she told him as she slid the photo face down across the table to him. Nezu was for once so shocked in his life he could speak when he saw the face of the child they recommended. Fortunately, Hound Dog was able to keep it together enough to respond, or rather he was so angry at the suggestion his anger prevented him from freezing up like Nezu. You want us to accept them with their record? Hound Dog screamed into her face as he leaned forward closer to her over the desk. Oh, have no worries, we have made sure that the charges were dropped by the police, so they were never officially charged with them, leaving their record spotless. Of course, you can refuse our offer, but then I wonder what the media would say if you turned an applicant we provided you with that had so much potential and no reason to refuse them, she told Nezu, as getting all the charges dropped are as good as making them disappear, as they could silence any reporter dumb enough to go against them. She was happy to for once seeing Nezu so angry at her threatening him that he was actually making a clear effort to force a smile. Well, in any case, you can let them rejoin in time for the sport festival, as we will be training them till then. Good day to you, gentlemen. I will be expecting the paperwork in a few days, the HPSC president said before turning her back and walking away. Once she was gone from the school grounds, Hound Dog spoke up. Are you really going to let them into the school? Hound Dog asked, knowing from what was listed in their file that they were clearly too mentally unstable to be a hero. In fact, he would bet his job on the obvious fact before them, that the HPSC purposely had the doctor that would have needed to reevaluate said student before allowing them to take part in any hero course, let alone this fast track they were doing, to tamper with the report so that if anyone of a good conscience tried to publicly question, they could easily destroy their career. I am afraid I have no choice. If I say no, they turn what little good will we still have from the public into a pile of ash. But mark my words, when I find out who they bribed or blackmailed to make the charges go away, I will personally tear them limb from limb for endangering hero society, like they just did. Nezu said, already seeing the repercussions of the USJ attack affecting the public view of heroes, asking if even the best that supposedly gathered at UA had failed to stop this group of villains attacking them where they should have had the home turf advantage. Then what about other heroes in the streets who would deal with random criminal that because of patrolling the streets did not have the overwhelming advantage UA should have had at the time? With much regret, Nezu began dialing in Midoriya house number to warn her of this person arrival at the sport festival and a brief explanation of why they were threatened into such a position. He also called Midnight and Aizawa to let them know of the adjustment in teaching roles they would be doing after the sports festival since classes were cancelled for one until then. This all of course was different than how he originally planned it, as he intended a much harsher punishment for Aizawa in the form of being put on suspension without pay while Midnight took over his class till after summer break. But now he needed to keep him around class 1 in case this student tries something they shouldn't. Which means instead he will now be made Midnight Teaching Assistant, or as he will call it, Midnight's little bitch. Rather than the black mark on his career similar to what he did to his previous students he expelled, that Nezu had to re-enroll under a different teacher. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. Police headquarters. Detective Naomasa Tsukachipov. To say the recorded confession of Izuku Midoriya that Nezu sent me was both shocking and impressive was an understatement. On one hand, it was impressive that Midoriya had managed to not snap till now. But on the other hand, it was shocking that the school had gone so far before any sort of confession of what transpired there. The clearly forged reports of the students I saw for that school through the Education Board database upon request just made it look even more bleak. What most people did not realize was that my quirk worked even through video, though it gave me a bad headache due to the extra mental strain. It seemed that even before this incident, there was a bright red flag in the system for the school. But for some reason the people who should have overseen it did nothing. Something to definitely look into once this is all done, I thought before refocusing on the report I was about to give to my boss. I had to make sure he understood the ticking time bomb we were dealing with. Oh, come now, it can't be that bad, my superior said with a hearty laugh as he heard from me that we needed to arrest a bunch of teachers. But once they saw the recording and I confirmed everything said was true, it took my superiors no time at all to decide to arrest these people after seeing how they encouraged breaking the law, as well as the extremely violent and disturbing behavior they were teaching the students to embrace. If we did not know how they embellished students applying to hero schools, we would all think the school was trying to purposely make future villains. The judge I brought this to had agreed to give the warrant, and in just 2 days' time we would make our move. Also, since Nezu is a hero, we could give him immediate access to the footage without any issue to help us so we don't miss anything, as well as the information the facial recognition program could get from it in the first go as a preliminary report. Though we would still need people to go over all the footage themselves to fully punish the crimes of the teacher by tying them to what the students did. ALDERA Junior High. Third-person POV. It had been 5 days since the semester started, and to the surprise of the principal, UA had not complained to them about Midoriya. Perhaps they did send me the wrong student's name when they told me 2 of ours got into UA, he thought with a cheerful hum as he drank his coffee. But the reason he was in such an excellent mood right now, enough so that shared his imported coffee with the other teachers, despite threatening to fire them normally if they so much as touched the can it came in, let alone drank it. It was just 3 days after the semester started when he got a call from the HPSC president saying that Bakugo had caught her eye, saying how she wanted to have a video call with him about other potential students, which he thoroughly told her about and hyped them up to her. Setting his coffee down, he got to work on going through the third-year student list, as she asked him to send her a finalized list in 2 weeks for review. So, he had no time to waste. With a stretch of his arms he got to work combing through the students' records. He made sure to patch up certain records and add the standard false praises from the other teachers like he did with Bakugo and so many others. It was during this fast-paced keyboard typing that he heard a helicopter outside but ignored it, thinking it was just passing by. Then he heard a rumbling from the roof as if someone had just dropped down on it. Who the hell is making noise when I'm trying to work? He yelled as he poked his head out of his office door, only to be met with a gun aimed at his face. Freeze. You are under arrest for. And the officer began listing off the charges as the principal stood there with his hands raised. When he tried to resist by shoving the gun out of his face and yelling at the police for what he thought was complete nonsense, he was slammed hard against the ground. While being handcuffed, the remainder of the charges were read off to him, followed by his rights as was protocol. Being taken out front, the principal saw police cars outside and the other teachers and staff members along with him being put in the trucks used to carry away criminals. Confused as to how this was all happening, he was told at the police station this was due to an investigation into Izuku Midoriya past. This infuriated the man, as the quirkless child was responsible for this mess, when they should have just killed themselves a long time ago like they should have. Well, in his opinion anyways. It only got worse when he and all the teaching staff had a class action lawsuit filed against them by former and even current students. The result, when not if they lose, would leave them all not just financially destroyed, but also, with their reputations ruined, they could never get a proper job after they served whatever jail time they would get. If the class action lawsuit was not filed against them all, then they might have been able to hire lawyers who could have saved them. Sadly, the lawsuit and the overwhelming number of people involved made it clear to any lawyer that saw it that they would not receive payment for saving them from jail time. As a result, the best the former teaching staff and other workers who did nothing to stop it could get was a public defense attorney. The free lawyer given by the courts would be useless, as the best they could do was a plea deal, something that the police would never agree to. What he did not know, nor would he ever find out, was that the HPSC president had used him like a toothpick. Instantly and one time, as such she would not be saving him from this. It was rather sad really, as this man was given hope to climb up in the world before the reality she knew her enemies would bring crashing down upon him. But after all, to her he was just a toy to play with till she broke him and moved on to a more durable toy in Nezu and the police. As for the students in this mess, the first year was excluded from the interviews as none of them knew Bakugo, nor were they there long enough to really experience much. But for the second and third years, about a third was charged similarly but far less intensely like Bakugo. The last 2/3 were about even, with the bystanders being a bit higher in numbers than the victim group. It was due to these massive lines of interviews and interrogations that the police did not notice the subtle attack of the HPSC till the day of the USJ attack, something that they could only suspect for the moment, but were certain was a fact due to the threat, or as the HPSC called it, help they gave to UA. UA, third-person POV. Once the president of the HPSC left, he called the Midoriya family to let them know of Bakugo's return, apologizing and taking quite a bit of time for her to calm down, before agreeing to Eraserhead being there to watch over the explosive teen. Fortunately, she wanted to do everything she could to protect her son from the blonde menace. Principal Nezu checked his cell phone to notice his call history as he was about to call Eraserhead, Midnight, and Vlad King with the bad news. He saw missed calls that occurred during the meeting that they just had earlier. "Hound dog, you can go for now, I will find out why this happened," Nezu told the man who reluctantly left despite clearly wanting to stay. "Don't try to fix your copy of the security footage," Detective Tsukachi screamed as soon as the call connected, causing Nezu's ears to ring. "I need a bit more context and a lot less shouting. The HPSC president just threatened me to let Bakugo back into the hero course." Nezu told them to calm down, as well as telling them what just happened with their common enemy. "Shiwa, okay, let's just deal with the video footage first. Our footage of the files from Aldera got corrupted, but only Bakugo's face was corrupted, so we cannot convict him now according to the HPSC lawyers. When we tried to fix them, the files deleted themselves. So, we need you to send a copy to us," he said to the quirked animal, hoping they could still prosecute the school at the very least. Nezu, who was confused by this, got a feeling of worry and opened the files to see that Bakugo's face was indeed corrupted. "Good news, I still have the footage. Bad news, his face got corrupted like yours. But we should still be able to use it to punish the teachers," Nezu told him, hearing the choking sound he was expecting. "How did they hack into UA without you knowing?" Detective Tsukachi asked in concern, as UA files were on par with the most secretive of military and government top secrets in terms of security. "I do not know how this happened either, but I will try to figure it as soon as possible. But for now, it seems we have no choice but to dance to her tune. I will send the files back to you," Nezu said, making copies and sending them to him, seeing how the file sizes were indeed smaller than when he first opened it. Perhaps this is a clue as to what happened to the files, he thought, before letting the detective go and wishing him luck with putting those filthy excuses of teachers away for most of their remaining natural lives. HPSC President Office. Madam President POV. Looking over all that had occurred over the past week, I was quite satisfied. The first way I had used the fool of a principal from the less than third-rate middle school was quite simple. During the video call and email, I had made use of two different programs made for me by the security executive and information executives. The first program erased all traces of the email and their video call from both our devices to hide my tracks. For the second program, while the two of us were connected through the video call, it allowed me to edit files on his computer and the system it was linked to. This only done so easily due to him not putting proper security around the student information like Nezu did. Though I hated Nezu for it, I still had to respect him for being smart enough to take such a precaution. As a result, I was able to upload a custom virus, also made by the security executive, that once it infects a file would erase any image from those files. So, I infected all the records and security camera footage, removing Bakugo's face. Though normally detectable, this was designed to hide within the code of the image or video it was attached to. As expected, it was able to hide from both the police and UA security system, so it was a successful test. But the real surprise to this virus was that it did not take effect right away, but a few days after the file was opened. It was designed to potentially mess with Nezu, but it was still in the experimental stages, so she had decided to test it on the Aldera principle. As a result, both the police and Nezu had an infected file that, if someone tried to fix or restore the image, would cause a sort of self-destruct function to trigger as the file was permanently deleted from where it was stored. This allowed the HPSC to force the police to drop charges and gave them the chance to force UA to accept Bakugo through their recommendation. The USJ was just a happy coincidence for the HPSC that I would end up taking advantage of to easily get him back into UA in time for the sports festival. I knew I was smiling coldly with no hint of warmth despite feeling happy at the news I heard from one of the underground heroes. But I did not care as I took a sip of my tea while sitting at my desk. Despite the overgrown rodent attempts to keep me out of UA, I managed to sneak in a son of one of the underground heroes into the school. Sadly, their quirk did not work on machines, so they failed the entrance exam and must wait it out in the general education course for a little bit. But oh well, he will make it into the hero course eventually. His mother will just have to get him obediently in line for us when the time comes. I spoke out loud as this young man's rebellious face and insistence of wanting to be a so-called real hero annoyed me. Enough so that I need to think out loud about it to avoid lingering on it and getting a headache as a result. Honestly, his mother was okay with being completely unknown while working for the HPSC, so why does he care so much? It is not like he could ever do anything with the spotlight if he got into it. Still, to think that Nezu left such a perfect opening for me, I said as I looked over the files about the student I got from the fool of a principal from Aldera Junior High. I could tell it was fake since the student I snuck and said to their mother that the student was suspended according to all the rumors they heard. But that was not the perfect opening I spoke of, rather it was the student I investigated, as there must have been a good reason Nezu suspended him so quickly. Even by my standards, this brat was clearly a homicidal maniac who not even I could or would attempt to control properly, but that was okay. After all I needed from him was for him to eventually have a public meltdown. Even if I caught some heat, the majority would fall onto Nezu's hands beautifully. The USJ attack was a legitimate and unforeseen godsend to me, but it is a pity that the Airazu heiress survived. If she also died or got a permanent injury, then I could have used her family to ruin and even replace Nezu. Why couldn't she try to be more useful to me? I mused, as the mental images of the family announcing to the press that they demanded Nezu step down was a sweet dream for me. Going over everything, I saw no trail left behind for Nezu to follow to me or to figure out what I did. With our lawyers paying a visit to the good detective, all I needed to do was call the Bakugo family before visiting Nezu. "Hello, is this the Bakugo family?" I asked as I heard what sounded like a completely broken mother's answer. That was good news for me, as this meant they would be more likely to jump at my help. "Yes, is this another person telling me they are suing us?" she said, as if it did not matter if another person sued them or not. "Looks like something I can use to put them in debt to me and keep them obedient if they ever realized what I was doing. This is the president of the HPSC. I was wondering if we could do a video call to discuss your son's future," I told, getting an immediate agreement along with her number and a few minutes wait. "So, you wish to help our son?" the father asked me, clearly the only one with a brain in that house, as he had a hint of suspicion in his voice. "I believe he will make a great hero with some proper training from us. Even so, we will send him to UA so we can reveal him to the world as best as possible. We can also make the police charges and the personal lawsuits go away if he agrees to it," I told them, hearing the parents discuss it while the son just stared at from behind them with an unreadable scowl. "Fine by me, I'm going to be number one with or without your training," he said, making me wonder if he realized or not if I was using. No, it was impossible. I will end up being the one laughing while all of them will be wallowing in despair. "Excellent. I will send someone to pick you up so you can focus on training for the UA Sports Festival. So, get your stuff ready for next 2 weeks. After the festival you will intern with Hawk, the number 3 ranked hero, to take down some small fries for publicity," I told him, seeing only his parents get excited. But oh well, his poker face will crumble when he accidentally murders someone during the combat portion of the sports festival. With that we ended the call, and I gave an order to have someone go to pick him up tomorrow. I also informed Guerrera to not hold back with him, but only teach him the bare minimum self-control so he would make it to the combat round of the competition before screwing up. "I wonder how well you will patch up the damage done by my special gift Nezu," I said, chuckling as I stretched before gathering what I would need to visit Nezu. Though I was still curious as to why All Might decided now of all times to start teaching, but oh well, I can always just investigate that after. As well as the supposedly quirkless kid from that trash school that also made it into UA. Even with Nezu's relaxed and loose rules about bringing in weapons to use, it still did not explain how they passed with the 6th highest score. I smelled one of his schemes to promote less quirk-focused training mixed in there somewhere, and yet my instincts told me it was something else. All for one layer. AFOPOV. I was curious about the ripple effects of the USJ attack, as they were not at all what I had initially expected and calculated. I had expected the HPSC to do a smear campaign to attack UA, and yet Nothing? No, it was odder than that to me, as it seemed they were cooperating and helping UA by sending them a personally trained student. Though this help was only help on the surface, as anyone who really knew the truth between UA, police, and HPSC understood the actual intent. The HPSC used the opportunity to force what was essentially a spy into UA while rubbing it into Nezu's face. Sadly, I could not get much information on who it was, since the HPSC was trying their hardest to keep it secret till the sport festival. But I could wait till then to see who it was. The bigger issue was whether they were onto me or not, sending an inside man into the hero course. If so, I needed to warn my own to be careful. But even if they were playing the long game, I wonder what their real goal was, as I could not see much getting done. Even so, I have another issue in the fact that they were supposedly in contact with the principal of Aldera Junior High. I mulled over aloud, hating that I could not talk to anyone about this except my doctor, and they were busy fixing the Namu. If the doctor was successful, then Tamira could make a small disruption at the sports festival, but I had serious doubts that Namu would be ready by then for his repeat performance. Well, either way, this is my chance to see that person quirk, to see how it functioned. Considering how late it awakened, I am curious as to how powerful it was. But if UA did fall because of the HPSC, then I could finally get that person to quit being a hero and become a normal person out of harm's way in this hero versus villain conflict. I wonder what kind of quirks I will be adding to my shopping list this year. Last year was far too lackluster for my tastes, so I hope I can find at least 1 or 2 good ones, I said with an inevitable sigh. Even so, I would continue to wait to see Sir Night Eye Sidekick reveal one for all, so that I could finally capture the quirk at last. When I do manage to get it, however, I may decide to give it to that person, so my quirk all for one will be added to its core. Izukumidoriyapov. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Gym number 3. Third person POV. Though today was a combat lesson, it was more focused on proper punching and kicking. Glad King saw only about half of the class actually knew how to properly punch or kick, among other things. So, he decided to teach them all the basics. Even support fighters were sometimes dragged into fighting on the front lines of battles. As such, he had a goal for them all to have bare minimum level of combat ability in terms of non-quirk fighting. For whenever they could not use their quirks in a fight to defeat their opponent. Case in point, Midnight, who was considered more of a support fighter, could easily fight on her own against opponents without her quirk going as far as to master her whip. For which Izuku was the only one who has seen a video of her fighting with it, and was grateful that they fought her that day using the robot and not facing her directly. Good spacing of your legs, Hagakure. But you need to bend your shoulders inward, not outward, as well as lean forward when you try to block their punch by grabbing their upper arms, Kendo told her as she helped Hagakure up after shoving her down when she tried to block her and grapple her. Toru, for her part, was not too upset compared to after the battle trail with her previous class, as there was no shouting at her and she was being given actual advice. Got it, Kendo ni, she said quickly, getting into the habit like all of Kendo's previous classmates, who quickly saw her as a big sister. Getting back into she was determined to land at least one hit on Kendo that she did not allow to connect. On another side of the gym, Izuku was currently trading blows with Shishida while using both of their quirks. In Izuku's case, he was the only one doing quirk training alongside the basic close quarters combat their teacher had planned out for them. And as Izuku predicted previously, his diet has made the power of one for all more stable by forcing it to operate at a lower level. However, it did mean that at the same time, no matter how hard he would try right now, he would not be able to fight at his full power. Those who especially lacked any close combat prowess to the point they could not fight without their quirks at all was Kanoko Komori, Nyaranjiki Shota, Manga Fukudashi, and Ryuko Yanagi. Granted, there was Ibara Shizaki, who preferred to capture and immobilize their targets, as she did not like violence due to her religious beliefs. She was especially challenging for the pro hero to train in combat, as he first had to get her out of her unrealistic pacifist mindset. Otherwise, Vlad King knew that his principal would have her removed from the hero course before she gets herself hurt out there in the field. As such, Tetsu, who quirk made it nearly impossible for most of his classmates to hurt him, was her sparring partner, being told to goad her on. Though he had refused at first, Izuku unintentionally giving him puppy dog eyes, asking him to do it for her own good, got him to break down and agree. The current result was her squeezing him from the neck down in a cocoon of vines, yelling at him about defiling the Lord's good name as he struggled to break free. Though not the close quarters combat everyone was supposed to be practicing, this was arguably more important for her first, as right now she was not even willing to throw a punch. Just as the blood hero broke up the two students before she choked the young metallic man into unconsciousness, the alarms went off. Nezu then began calling for his name among some of the other hero teachers to come with him to the USJ. Everyone stay here and lock down and wait for me to get back, he shouted as he punched in the security code to lock the gym up before leaving. With this, the fighting had stopped, with everyone gathering in the middle of the gym. Needless to say, everyone was worried as the slightly different alarm and their teacher distraught face at being called by Nezu told them something was seriously wrong. They had all heard the stories of how hero schools were attacked a lot when they first started, but that was supposed to be all behind them since their parents were their ages. No one attacked a hero school nowadays. That was basic suicide. So, to go after the number hero school, well, they could not even imagine what kind of maniac would attempt such a thing. There was obvious other options they all could have come to first, but what other situation at the USJ would require the strongest hero teachers to gather all together there? A little over a half hour had passed since Vlad King left and his first student spoke up to the group. We're going to be alright, aren't we? Hagakure asked, shaking while she held on to an equally shaking Komori. Oh, of course we are. We will be right, Komori responded, attempting to encourage her to stay calm despite being unable to calm down herself. Awais, deciding they would start asking annoying or dumb questions if they did not calm down, spoke up. Will you two calm the fuck down? Of course, we are going to be alright, damn it, he said with his usual harshness before exclaiming in pain at the end where he was slapped upside his head by Kendo. Naturally, he was not upset at his classmates for panicking, but even though he only got talkative when panicked by extreme situations, it did not cut back on his natural sailor's tongue. As much as I wish for you to be more social with everyone and talk more, now is not the time to be swearing or upsetting others, Kendo said, knowing he did mean any offense with his swearing. But with their classmates currently shot nerves already one wrong nudge away from going into panic mode, she had to stop any aggressive conversations. And here I thought Monoma was going to be the first she slapped, Fukadashi said, his joke readying his quirk for when Kendo would glare at him. On cue she gave him a look meaning to shut up, which he then immediately responded with his quirk making a comedic "oh," like in those old TV comedies from their great-grandparents and possibly for certain people their grandparents' days. Even if it was an old joke, it still made everyone break out in laughter, finally easing the tension they were all feeling since their teacher had left. Eventually a clone of ectoplasm came to let the students out and do roll call before letting them all go home for the day, putting an emphasis on everyone going home in at minimum groups of 3 due to the earlier villain attack on 1A. Though everyone was initially shocked at first, they all were told that 1A was mostly alright. Toru raised a fuss about the 4 from 1A that stuck up for her, but when told they were physically fine and that she could speak with them a day or two from now, she calmed down. UA Training Ground Alpha. Third-person POV. Rather than go straight to training exercises like Eraserhead would if he was not injured, Vlad King decided to teach his students the basics first. Gathering everyone in a circle around a training dummy, everyone minus Rin as he was still in the middle of his punishment. So, he was sent to spend his punishment of not being allowed to participate by assisting Midnight with something she said she needed help with. Vlad did not know what it was she said she would be making Rin do, but the blood hero knew it would not be inappropriate. While physically anyway, as mentally was a whole other matter. The intersection was big enough for them all to form a comfortable circle as he showed them how to check for broken bones carefully, going over how to properly wrap up a wound when someone was bleeding as well as how to stop a bleeding arm or leg that was severed. Though he admitted to them they would not be likely to need to use the information on how to stop a bleeding limb that was severed till years down the line. After that he taught them how to carry the victim in different ways depending on where or how they were injured. He went over CPR, as he was going to have someone show up next class to test them to certify them. Normally he would not do this till later in the year, but after the USJ attack he decided it was better they learned it in advance in case of another attack. All Might also would not be participating in today and will only show up after the CPR certification on Friday, which is when they will do a practical rescue exercise. UA Training Ground Alpha. Third-person POV. Toru and Izuku were both disappointed to not see Class 1A at school after their first rescue training, but figured they just needed more time before returning to school. Fortunately, the CPR certification went by quickly and everyone was deemed qualified by the tester. When All Might arrived, Toru immediately ran up to him, returning to the bundle of nerves she was before the test began. How were they after the USJ attack? Toru exclaimed, grabbing onto him, shaking his arm back and forth. Calm down, young Hagakure, he said, getting her to let go and waiting for her to calm down before continuing. Those 4 that you are worried about will be just fine physically, and Hound Dog is working extra hard to help Todoroki mental recovery go swiftly. All Might patted her head, giving his signature smile, looking around to everyone else and unconsciously stopping at Izuku for a moment before he spoke again. Today we will try out what Vlad taught you all last time. We will divide everyone into 3 groups for the exercise. Group 1 will be made up of 6 people playing the victims. Group 2 will be made up of 10 people playing the part of the heroes. And finally, Group 3 will be made up of 5 villains, he said, holding out a box for them to clearly take turns pulling numbers out of. Without much further explanation except for him waving his hand in a come-over motion, they went up to take numbers. This spread of the students in the group was meant to give the maximum number of students training as close to a real-life scenario for heroes as possible. The victim group consisted of Juzo Honuki, Kosai Tsubiraba, Pony Tsunotori, Senkaibara, Shihai Kuriwaro, and Manga Fukadashi. Those playing the role of villain were Setsuna Takage, Nito Monoma, Tetsu, Kinoko Komori, and Itsuka Kendo. Everyone else left were the heroes, and unfortunately for them the villains would be there to interfere with their rescue, as the scenario was as follows. Villains attacked an office building and a handful of employees were injured, with the villains now scattered amongst the building. The heroes' primary goal was to save all the civilians who were reported to have a wide degree of verifying injuries, with their secondary being to take out the villains. Naturally, Nezu had them use a damaged building from the second year's combat exercises in that training ground. He told Cementos and Power Loader not to fix so 1B could use it now. Pony was also asked by Vlad to speak only in English while in character to make it harder for the less English proficient students to ascertain and handle her injuries. UA Training Ground Alpha. Damaged building. Third-person POV. Outside of the front entrance. With the building having 10 floors, the design was set to mimic an average office building that, thanks to the previous damage, looked like it really was taken over by villains. The scenario is as follows. 5 villains escaped a group of heroes and ran into an office building, with 6 employees getting trapped in while all the others evacuated. 10 local heroes had gathered together to quickly go in with 2 objectives. First objective is to rescue the 6 injured and or trapped employees, with the second being to capture the villains. Shishida said, going over the task before them, looking around to everyone, as well as the empty space where Tora currently was wearing her new costume. We need to come up with a proper plan before moving in, he said, seeing the nervous looks amongst his classmates who were less tactical or were not fighters as he would call some of them. Awase, Shizaki, Shota, and Bondo were the ones nervous at the thought of having to both fight villains as well as rescue people at the same time. Tora was nervous as well, but since she was now fully invisible, no one except Kamakiri could see this. Speaking of the green-colored young man along with him, for those who kept a calm or neutral expressions were as follows. Kamakiri, Kodai, and Yanagi were able to keep their composure, with Izuku somewhat doing the same, is mumbling to himself at his usual high speeds while going over all of the possibilities for their team, as the opposition had some good fighters on their side. His new jumpsuit was built much sturdier and went from a bright green color with white outlines to a darker teal with black outlines. Power Loader also added light beige shoulder pads due to Izuku being a close-quarters combatant. The knee pads have been extended to cover more of his legs, now reaching up to his thighs and going down to his ankles. His new gloves were reinforced in hopes of withstanding his quirk, are also tinted light beige like his shoulder pads and are decorated with blue stripes. Without the previous design of a smile, his new respirator is now metal rather than reinforced plastic like how his mother bought it, with it now diamond-shaped. It has 8 holes in the center and hooks around his whole jaw so as to make it easier to stay on. His red boots got upgraded to be slip-resistant and steel-toed, which as well was for both safety as well as making his kicks hit a little harder even without his quirk. Toru's new costume was much subtle, as there were limited things they could with it currently due to the DNA implementation in it. It was a solid black one-piece skin-tight bodysuit that came with reinforced white gloves, as well as nearly silent white boots that only those with super hearing or highly skilled veterans should be able to hear. Awase and Bondo will need to use their quirks to reinforce the foundations of the first 3 floors to keep it from collapsing on us during the rescue. Beyond that, we need to stay in 2 teams of 3. To properly search, we need to split up on the 4th floor, with one group heading straight to floor 7. Once Awase and Bondo are done on the first 3 floors, they need to come up and regroup with the others on the upper floors, Izuku said, giving a basic layout of what he thought the best plan going forward would be. That's a good plan, but you are missing 2 people in your calculations, Kamakiri said, pointing out the mistake he thought Izuku made due to the pressure of their first rescue exercise. No, it wasn't. In case the villains try to get away and run past us, we need 2 people guarding the entrance to the 4th floor. If Awase and Bondo get caught off guard, it could likely mean them getting taken out by the desperately retreating villains, Izuku said, clarifying this to everyone as they all nodded in agreement with his plan. Then who splits up where? Ibarra asked as they began debating who should be where during the operation. After a few minutes, it was decided that guarding the entrance would fall upon Shishida due to him fighting in a damaged building like this a bad idea, as well as Shota, who quirk made him more suited for farther range combat by throwing pieces of rubble due to his quirk. The 2 search teams would be made up of Izuku, Kodai, and Yanagi in the second split-off team examining the 7th through 9th floor. It was done this way so that way they had a main fighter like Izuku and Kamakiri in each group to push back any incoming villains, with some backup like Kodai or Shizaki if things got bad. Naturally, both teams would converge onto the 10th floor if there were still any injured people or hostages on that floor. The bell rang for them to begin the exercise, so they went into the building prepared to face all that lay before them. 6th floor. The villain team was having their own meeting at the same time as the hero team to decide their plan of action beyond simply interfering with the heroes. After all, one of their conditions of victory was to escape out the front door of the building within an hour of the exercise beginning. As always, Kendo took the lead in this situation, which was good, as without her or Shishida there would have been no real plan for the villains. If we can simply stall them out for an hour, then we end this in a draw. I doubt we can win with them having twice the numbers, so we should aim for that and only go for victory if we see a chance, she said as Tetsu grumbled about it not being manly, while Monoma was grumbling himself that aiming for a draw rather than victory was shameful. Fortunately, Komori agreed with her, while Setsuna on the other hand. I think I have a plan on how we can potentially win. Setsuna exclaimed, smiling the way she only did when she came up with a dirty fighting tactic. When she revealed her plan, they all thought, though slightly different in terms of wording, the same thing. Have you been getting private lessons from midnight? The others more or less mentally exclaimed, but had agreed to do it, with Komori being the most reluctant, saying it was too much pressure for her to handle. Izuku Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey, I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Training Ground Alpha. Damaged building. Third-person POV. First floor. As soon as the bell went off to signal the start of the exercise, they ran in, beginning the split up of the hero team. One of the two boys went left while the other went right as soon as they got through the entrance, with the goal to go around the walls of the floor before looping back through the middle to meet up at the entrance to make sure they got everything they could. This process would repeat itself onto the second and third floors, with it possibly being done on the floors beyond that if they were damaged enough to require, based on the observations of the others. After a few minutes of checking the columns along the wall, Awais felt a shiver up his spine as he looked around, seeing no one. What the fuck was that? He cursed aloud, finding no one around him. Shaking his head, he passed the vent and moved on to finish his job. Fourth floor. Just as planned, Shishida and Shota both took up what were essentially bouncer positions outside of a nightclub while the others moved on. Luckily for Izuku's team, the building was designed with an emergency fire escape that they could access as a shortcut on the left side of the floor, getting to the window closest to the floor entrance, while Kamakiri, Shiozaki, and Toru went to explore this floor. Alright Koda, you go first, then me, and finally Yanagi will be last to catch either of us if we fall off the side, Izuku told them as he pushed the window up all the way. Hearing a thud halfway up to their destination, Izuku looked back to see nothing before continuing. Shishida and Shota, who were watching the entrance in an awkward silence, felt relief when they saw Team 2 make a successful escape out the window. Well, it was good to know that Setsuna did not sabotage the best shortcut they had. What do you think will happen when they get to floor 7? Shishida asked his short yet pudgy classmate for their opinion, as he was just as analytical as they were. Nervously humming for a few seconds to think about it before responding, he quickly responded back to his furry classmate. I don't have any doubts they knew of the fire escape exit, but I doubt they will get straight up ambushed. At least not until the enemy figures out what their team composition is, Shota said, fumbling his fingers together nervously at the idea of having to fight their way to the injured people they are supposed to save. 10th floor. After the thumbs up from Setsuna Body a little bit ago indicating the heroes have entered and split up as they expected, it was strangely quiet in terms of reports. Kendo, who was waiting for Setsuna Head to return to them to let them know what she saw, almost scared out of her seat when Komori screamed, "What happened?" Kendo asked in confusion, unsure of what exactly she was seeing, as screaming turned into moaning. It seemed that Komori, who was watching Setsuna Body till her head returned, got a little too close to it. As right now the headless body that was quietly sitting in a chair just a moment ago was now standing up and stretching its hands out in a grabbing motion. With one breast in each hand, Setsuna Body began yanking on them and panicking like a chicken without its head, causing the mushroom girl to moan every time she attempted to ask for help. Angrily, Kendo ran to the two girls to separate them, not angry at them. Well, okay, she was mad at Setsuna a little, but the majority of her anger right now was aimed at Tetsu. The moment this started, he immediately covered Monama's eyes while closing his own, saying it was wrong for them to watch such a thing, not realizing that instead the right thing would have been for him to help get Setsuna off Komori rather than trying to preserve her dignity by not staring. Throwing off Setsuna Body after removing her hands from Komori, the martial art master Ginger went to check on Komori, rubbing her back. Are you going to be okay? Kendo asked her classmate, who was currently shaking and breathing heavily with a bright red face. Getting a nod of yes from her, she continued rubbing her back, ignoring the very tiny stain on her paints that, due to the color of them, made it hard to discern if not up close. Moments later, Setsuna Head came shooting out of the vent with a red mark on her forehead. They came up the fire escape. What is the... Hey, why does she look like some asshole tried to put his hands on her? Setsuna tried to warn them in a panic, as this was not a predicted outcome they thought would happen. But she stopped her question halfway when she saw Komori, who was supposed to be watching her body, sitting on her knees, as it was clear she was on the verge of crying before. Seriously, why are you all glaring at me? She asked them, confused, as the others were giving her dirty looks like she just did something wrong. You're halfway right, someone got a satisfying squeeze of her, but I wouldn't call her an asshole, Kendo said as Setsuna was finally putting the dots together as to what happened. I quote, "I'm so sorry." Setsuna bowed her head to them all, not ever intending to do something this. She would joke around in the girls' locker room a little, but that was it. She would never actually bring someone to tears like just did to her mushroom-themed classmate. Oh right, what are we going to do about Midoriya leading a team up the fire escape? She remembered why she rushed up here in a panic, asking them what the next step was. Kendo, who was trying to think of a way to stop them, was beat to the punch, a devilishly grinning Monoma. "I have a few ideas," he said, making them all back away from him as they were feeling creeped out by his response, as he was making a sinister-looking face to go with it like always. 5th floor. After finding no one on the 4th floor, Kamakiri, Shizaki, and Hagakure made their way to the 5th floor. Kamakiri was upset they had wasted the time they did searching a floor that turned out to be empty, but knew not to start losing it. After the berating, or rather Izuku version of it, he had to endure after the fight with Midnight Sensei, he had learned his lesson about losing his focus. "Keep your eyes and ears open." We don't know who Kamakiri was telling them when they suddenly heard not one but two shouts. "Help me, my leg is broken." Pony cried out in English, causing some minor confusion as this group knew very little to no English. So, they could only understand she said help and had no idea about her specific issues at the moment. "Someone help. I tried to use my quirk to get out, but I only made it worse." Juzo, though in clear Japanese it sounded like a horrible situation, that it could get even worse if they did not get to him quickly. "Damn it, man. What did I do to deserve you doing this to me?" Kamakiri yelled under his breath, keeping it just loud enough for the two with him to hear. "Who do we choose first? We need at least 2 people to save him if his quirk made the floor unstable. But we do not know if she needs only 1 or maybe 2 as well." Shizaki asked, worried about one of them getting legitimately injured in the exercise if they took too long. "I can't do much to help if he made a hole in the ground, so I will try to get Pony out of here while you two hurry it up on your end," Hagakure said, running off in the direction of Pony, who they were unsure of. Observation area. Vlad King and All Might were both happy with the strategy the rescue team came up with to rescue the people in the building. How they secured the building's stability by doing ad hoc repairs to the first few floors by devoting a small portion of their group to it was smart. With those two making the first few floors secure, the top floors would be less likely to collapse, Vlad King said with a nod of approval at their decision. On top of that, they made the best use of the two who cannot contribute directly to the rescues, either due to low mobility or being too heavy to risk the floor collapsing on the more damaged floors. All Might pointed the two put in guard positions in case the villains tried to just rush the front door, recalling his own experiences of when he was unable to help with rescues of those extremely cramped apartments with closet-sized rooms when the building was damaged to the point of demolition. They were proud of Izuku taking a leadership role, with his classmates being more confident. That is, until the Setsuna situation occurred. Feeling the unasked question in the air from All Might, Vlad King had no choice but to speak up. I know, I will teach her to better control her outward reactions after, so we can avoid this particular incident in the future," Vlad King said, red-faced with embarrassment of the situation. A few moments passed when it got to the rescue group consisting of Kamakiri, Hagakure, and Shizaki reaching the first obstacle. At this, the two men began to laugh heartily at what the students playing the victim group did to their classmates with their plan. It was also another reason that Present Mike would bring Nezu later to consider his yearly request, which was to have the students coming in to already be at a 2 at least, due to how necessary it is for hero work. However, as much as All Might himself agree with the man, sadly the remainder of the staff would agree that it would be almost completely unused until they graduate, as only 3rd years have ever been considered for trips outside of Japan till now and will likely remain that way. Hey, is he actually? All Might trailed off, unsure of what he was seeing the student do. Yes, he is, and it looks like Midoriya's group is about to make contact. He better learn from this and get proper rest on a school night from now on, Vlad King responded, hoping for once something painful happened to one of his students, though not too painful given the recent experience Class 1 went through at the USJ. 7th floor. Izuku made sure to be the first to enter through the window after Yanagi opened it with her quirk as they stuck to the side of it. Just to be safe, he threw one of many small pieces of concrete that he picked up on the 4th floor before they made it to the fire escape. Throwing it quickly like he was skipping a pebble across a pond, he listened in for any responding footsteps. After a few moments, when he heard no footsteps reacting to what he did, he nodded for the other two to follow his lead. First, he put his pointer finger to his lips, then made a walking gesture with his pointer finger and middle finger. After that, he tapped the back of his shoulder. This made it clear to both girls, as both were more than intelligent enough to figure out his message despite not discussing it beforehand. Be quiet as we move, and tap the shoulder of the person in front of you to let them know you spotted something, is what he communicated to them. Nodding yes, they then proceeded with Izuku at the front of the formation, this time in case they walked right into a villain, with Kodai in the center and Yanagi at the back. After a few minutes they heard a noise, but it was not one they expected to hear, causing them to break their silence. Is that snoring? Izuku whispered to them as they nodded yes to his question, just as confused as him. Going towards the snoring, they found Manga Fukudashi, who after purposely getting his leg stuck under some bigger pieces of rubble had fallen asleep. He had a hard time sleeping the night before, resulting in him passing out as he laid under the cool but not too cold concrete. We're trying to pretend to be unconscious, Fukudashi, he asked them as he leaned in, tapping their shoulder as he was unsure what part of the speech bubble was what part of a normal human head. Jolting awake at the sudden feeling of someone touching him, Fukudashi freaked out, screaming as he woke up. V-villain. Crash, is what Manga Fukudashi screamed, activating his quirk with the second word as he intentionally planned earlier. Though falling asleep was not planned, pretending to be a panicked civilian who mistook the hero as a criminal and accidentally activated their quirk was what he originally planned. Sadly, he was asleep and startled awake, so he put a lot more power in it than he originally intended. Izuku jumped back, grabbing Kodai as Yanagi floated herself back with them all three, just narrowly avoiding the 5-foot-tall word as it broke through the floor. This was when it not only split the whole floor in half via a giant chasm from the 7th all the way down to the 3rd floor, but shook the entire building as a result, almost knocking anyone near the holes through them, as well as getting a shrill scream from someone below. "Shiozaki, Hagakure, are you okay?" Izuku screamed down the hole, thinking only one of them could possibly be hurt. "We're okay, Midori." Hagakure called out to him using his class's newest pet name for him. She had accidentally come up with it recently when she called him that by accident out loud instead of thinking about it. Though relieved they were fine, he was now wondering if he heard something that wasn't there. But deciding to not waste time asking the other two if they heard it due to the time limit, they moved on to the next floor. Though the subtle cussing out of the bubble-headed classmate by Senkaibara for almost getting him hit as well made the trio laugh lightly to themselves. Luckily, Manga Fukudashi was not seriously hurt, however, between the impact of the fall when he landed on the 3rd floor, as well as the fact that they would need to use excessive force later to pull him free from the glue he fell on, he would most definitely be feeling it for the next few days. Once the shaking stopped, everyone was relieved to see that no one had fallen through. Just as the person responsible for it was about to say something, the floor beneath them had collapsed under him, causing him to fall to the 2nd floor. Just as Vlad King hoped earlier, it was more than sufficient to cause Manga Fukudashi enough pain to learn his lesson about overdoing it. Sitting before the literature-named young man was the one who made that shrill scream, Yosu Awase. As he just narrowly avoided becoming she due to his classmates' antics, he got up. Now standing above the piece of concrete that was between his legs just moments ago, he tore off a piece of his tracksuit. Wrapping up the large cut on his arm, he made sure his building safety partner was fine before they decided to make their way up to join the rescue operation. Any further work in stabilizing the 2nd and 3rd floors would be kind of useless now, thanks to the big hole that was made through the center of half the building. 5th floor. Hagakure managed to make it to Pony, who, though she did find it slightly annoying due to her trying so hard to act as a victim, understood the girl was just doing her role in the exercise. She was, however, regretting her decision to be the one to try and help Pony when she had realized something important. Due to her gloves now turning invisible once she puts them on, she was unable to use hand motions to communicate with her peers like she was used to doing up till now. Pony, who may have been certainly airheaded, was not an idiot and quickly figured out the invisible girl issue. However, she was too slow to respond to Toru before it happened. On the other side of the floor, Kamakiri was walking across a tightrope made of Shiozaki vines with a simple plan in mind. He would first use his blades to hold up the rubble to pull out Honuki, then Shiozaki would be able to safely carry them both back using her vines. "You were a real pain in my ass, you know that," Kamakiri told him as his classmate just chuckled at this question-like comment. "To be fair, Vlad-sensei told us we would get marked for how well we did playing the parts of the victims," Honuki said, reminding his classmate it was not just the heroes and villains being scored today. Before Kamakiri could quip back to this and tell Shiozaki to pull them over, there was a rumbling before a crash, as the entire floor was engulfed in a dust cloud, with what looked like giant letters fell from the floor above, breaking the ceilings, including the floors all the way to the 2nd floor by the time he could see clearly enough to discern it. This caused rubble to fall, now trapping both of them, making it harder for Shiozaki now to rescue them, as she both had to regrow her torn vines as well as carefully move the rubble on her own. Honuki could not help but give a side glance, really. Look at Kamakiri, who grunted in annoyance at this, knowing what it meant. I know, but at least I am not at fault for this," he said, making a mental note to slap his voice bubble-headed classmate upside his head later, until he saw said classmate laying down on the 2nd floor below them, at which point he began cursing them out fervently, which triggered Shiozaki reprimanding him for it, pausing her rubble clearing. When Pony had innocently repeated some of his foul language trying to understand what he said, Hagakure began yelling at him for swearing. It would have stayed that way if not for Izuku repeating one of the swear words he heard out loud, as it was one of the few not in Bakugo's vocabulary. This caused the invisible girl to then throw a pebble-sized chunk of concrete at his face, making him wince. Shiozaki, who in any other situation would have also scolded her for the senseless violence, held her tongue as she did not like the mantis-looking young man corrupting Izuku. 7th floor. Yanagi, after making sure their assigned person was down, got down Senkaibara as he was in a difficult spot for even Shiozaki to reach. Izuku once again took the lead as they got back into formation. Not seeing anyone else, they moved on. Though he did wonder why the vents leading down to the lower floors were closed off, but the ones connected to the upper floors were open. Though given that the building seemed to be designed with the vents connecting only directly to the floor above and below the floors they were on, it would make sense if the previous class that damaged the building had used a strategy that involved the ventilation system. But then does that mean, Midoriya, you need to focus, your muttering could give us away on the next floor? Yanagi spoke up, making him realize he was muttering, a bad habit he was trying to stop doing. Sorry about that, let's get going. We are almost guaranteed to run into the villains on the next floor. he told them as they nodded back to him, understanding they needed to be on guard. Izuku POV. Surrounded by enemies, I stood shoulder to shoulder with Tetsu and Kendo as we were at the forefront of the pack, with my only friend who transferred from 1A to 1B with me at my back. Even so, I saw no reason to worry for once in my life, as I had my classmates, my friends by my side. Giving a subtle nod to Tetsu and Kendo after locking eyes with each of them by means of a sideways glance, getting nods and smiles from both of them. "All right everyone, let's show them that we are heroes, not their prey," I told everyone as we ran into the fight before us in groups. UA Training Ground Alpha. Damaged building. Third-person POV. The IGTH floor. Izuku, as soon as he got through the short staircase between the floors, could not help but wrinkle his nose at the smell in the air. It is fresh at first when it hits your nose, then it quickly gets overpowered by a musty smell hitting your nose harder due to the first slightly pleasant smell. The others also had to pinch their noses as they continued to walk further towards the next staircase while keeping a lookout for the next injured person. If I'm right, then we have 2 people left to save, Izuku Midoriya whispered to his partners, starting to find it hard to breathe. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about the last 2 doing anything like what Fukadeshi did. Ryuko Yanagi responded in her own whisper, also finding it harder to breathe since they first entered the 8th floor. With a few coughs from Yui Kodai, Izuku was starting to get suspicious as he was the only one who did not cough yet. When they got to the classmate they were supposed to rescue, they saw him passed out, looking like he was trying to cover his face before fainting. Rushing up to check on him, Izuku heard a violent cough from Kodai while Ryuko gave a lighter cough. Why are they coughing? What happened to him? Izuku thought to himself as he looked over Shihei Kiwaro after he got them out of the rubble. Though not able to confirm it with anything, he knew in his gut their coughing and their classmates' current state were connected somehow. This was when it clicked for him what the villain team plan was. KODAI. Take him back to the 7th floor immediately and warn the others to cover their faces, Izuku yelled, suddenly catching both the girls off guard and causing Shihei to start to stir in his sleep, unable to fully wake up. What are you talking about, Midoriya? Riko asked him in a panicked tone that was nothing like her usually leveled and quiet voice. I will explain later, but right now, you need to start breaking windows immediately, Izuku said as he ran towards the nearest window on the end of the floor they were walking towards. Doing so, however, he was immediately met with a powerful tackle from Tetsu, who was wearing what looked like an airtight glass helmet connected to a glass backpack that Midoriya knew for a fact that he did not have at the start of the challenge. Midoriya. Both girls exclaimed as Ryuko tried to rush to his aid, while Yui was still holding up Shihei. Kodai, however, in her attempt to try and warn Ryuko of what she did not notice, was stopped by her coughing as she struggled to breathe. 10th floor. Seeing how Izuku was the only one not affected so far, this made Setsuna worry, so she rushed back up to the 10th floor. We have a big problem, Setsuna exclaimed as she flew her head through the window of the 10th floor to where the remaining 3 were. While she and Tetsu were fighting them down there to buy time for Komori and Monoma to spread as many mushroom spores as possible. Kendo stayed behind for 3 significant reasons. First was to protect them in case some of the others tried to sneak their way up the side of the building. Second was to quickly be sent down to assist Tetsu if it looked like he would be overwhelmed. Third and finally was to oversee the progress of the hero team and Tetsu fight to make decisions as the team leader on what to do as the exercise goes on. What happened? Kendo asked the dinosaur-loving girl, hoping it was not too bad of a turn since her last update. Midoriya is not affected at all so far, Yanagi is barely affected so far, and Kodai is probably going to drop soon, Setsuna said, giving her brief detail on the current conditions of them. Taking a deep breath, Kendo considered all their options, but she knew time was wasting with each passing second, so she decided quickly. Hold off Yanagi while I get ready to go down and help him. Once we take down Midoriya, seal the vent between the 9th and 8th floors. Me and Tetsu will retreat to catch our breath and prepare for the 9th floor final fight when the others get up here, she said as Setsuna nodded and then quickly rushed down to rejoin the fight. Letting out a sigh, she limbered herself while Monoma went down to recopy the air quirk to make the mushroom spore-free oxygen tank. At this point she had no choice but to fight Midoriya in a closed space where his quirk would be at its full advantage, especially since his respirator, which they forgot to factor in, would only filter the air up to a certain point. Even so, he was still much less limited than they were in the fight. Unfortunately, they already sent Tetsu a few minutes ago to intercept him and started spreading the spores as soon as Midoriya group was finished rescuing the victim. Fortunately, unlike Kiwaro, Tsubiraba had wrapped a cloth around his face to lessen the amount of the spores he inhaled. So now they would need to readjust their plan for the remainder of the hero team, especially Shishida, as not even she could block a direct attack from him at full force. Are you going to be fine? Should I stop? Kinoko Komori asked her classmate and current teammate, worried about if her spores would take Kendo out of the fight. But the calm, heartwarming smile from Kendo and her gentle yet confident response reassured her. No worrying aloud from you? Okay. I can handle this, so you just keep doing your part, Kendo said proudly, as she was used to taking on the role of a big sister for her previous classmates. Whether to rein them in or simply to calm them down when distressed, it always worked without fail. Observation room. Vlad King and All Might were a bit off-put at first when they saw the mushroom spore plan in action. Though when they considered that Setsuna said she was inspired by midnight ruthlessness when planning the attack, they expected a different kind of bad. They still knew, however, that Recovery Girl would likely yell at them for the students affected by the spores despite the air filters telling them it was still at safe levels for now. Well, safe for people nowadays. People from the pre-quirk era had far less stronger bodies, so much so that the quirkless today would be considered top athletes back then. Too bad for them, they were so focused on the opponent's quirk they did not take into consideration their support gear. Vlad King, in all his red-colored spandex suit wearing glory, said with disappointment at this over-focused mistake. While to be fair, most heroes don't have a respirator or any support gear at all with their costumes nowadays, especially with most relying solely on their quirks today rather than martial arts and or support gear. All Might told him to defend the student's naivety, though the symbol of peace could not help but think back on how such a thing was in great decline nowadays, with many of the few such heroes left like Aizawa who did follow in the steps of the old heroes. Those few heroes also hated him, comparing him to these newer heroes, not realizing that he was much closer to the old ways than most of them. It was true that he never used support gear and did not incorporate traditional martial art techniques into most of his repertoire of attacks. But it was from a lack of effort, it was more so because of the overwhelming power of One for All. Any support gear he used only lasted a few attacks at best before completely breaking down beyond repair. As for more traditional martial art techniques, while even with proper control over his power it was more efficient to use overwhelming force 9 out of 10 times. Even so, he learned the basics and incorporated those into his attacks instead. The decline in hero quality because of the HPSC is no excuse for us not teaching them better before the internships after the sports festival. Otherwise, they will develop bad habits that will make it harder for them to grow as heroes in the future, Vlad King said sternly and with great annoyance, especially when he mentioned the HPSC. I agree, though I still don't understand why Aizawa was teaching such bad habits like relying on their quirks to the first years, considering how his own quirk required him to learn martial arts in depth along with some basic knife techniques according to Nezu. All Might responded, though seeming like he was having a deep and internal thought of Aizawa training methods, he was in actuality having different thoughts. Mainly he was gushing over and praising Izuku Midoriya like a father would their own child. Not once or ever will realize this was the same thing Nana did when it came to him before her. Final battle, obviously in a motherly way. Something Gran Torino heavily restrained himself from doing due to needing to train the young All Might quickly despite clearly taking pride in training him. Before they could continue their conversation, the door to the room began to open. Midnight, I thought you were busy with. Oh, why did you come here? Vlad King asked the newcomer, as he was not expecting them to show up during the exercise. 7th floor. After she finally got back to the 7th floor, Yui Kodai dropped to the ground coughing hard but feeling relief, nonetheless. The fresh air that was not contaminated by spores was a great relief for her, enough so that she did not notice the footsteps coming from the 6th floor. Are you okay, Kodai? Hagakure asked as she rubbed the back of her extremely pale face, struggling to breathe. Classmate. Obviously she isn't, otherwise she would not look like she just dragged someone out of hell all by herself, Kamakiri said, clicking his tongue as he checked on the other classmate they found with her. There is no need to give her attitude, but seeing her retreat by herself is certainly not a good sign for us, Huei said as he, Bondo, and Shizaki came up to help us back up as well. The 8th floor and up was sealed off and filled with Komori mushroom spores, Kodai said, giving them the best info as quickly as possible. We need to get them down fast and you two can't go onto the floor with us, so you take them down, Kamakiri said, pointing to Shizaki and Bondo, making the best tactical decision he could. The weakened Shizaki tried to argue back but was interrupted by Hagakure, surprising them all. He's right, Hagakure yelled, getting all eyes to turn to where she was holding Kodai up against her. Your vine hair will be riddled with mushrooms in no time, and Bondo has all those holes in his head that will get filled as well. We can more easily cover our mouths and noses, so we will be better off than you two. Please trust us, Hagakure said, with the plea to trust her made clear in her tone. This was also when they heard a noise from above that sounded like shattering glass. The IGTH floor. Izuku was struggling to get up as Tetsu made full use of his increased weight by covering himself in metal using his quirk. Ryuko could not help him either as she was dodging punches and kicks from Setsuna's severed limbs she sent flying towards them. However, they were not simply trying to halt them, as Tetsu and Setsuna both were trying to knock them out as quickly as possible. While Izuku was managing to avoid Tetsu ripping off his respirator and successfully blocking his punches, Ryuko was not so lucky. Setsuna, the dinosaur-loving girl, was too fast for the ghost theme to keep up with. As a result, the ghost girl had already had her mask nearly ripped off 4 times so far. Fortunately for Izuku's teammate, her opponent was watching her from an air vent, so she could not fight at her full power. Get off of me, Izuku yelled, not really trying to get anything done but just instinctively venting his frustration with Tetsu. No way, Tetsu responded, forgetting now the advice given to him to remember his air supply was limited and not to waste it. Getting his forearm under Tetsu's chin, or rather the glass sphere around his head. Izuku then flipped himself backwards by swinging his legs overhead, punching Tetsu directly in the chest, shoving him off. Both teens managed to get to their feet in time to begin a back and forth of punches, with Izuku dodging while Tetsu instinctively blocked. This gave Izuku the advantage with even his respirator starting to fail on him, albeit very slowly. Izuku dodged via weaving, bobbing, and twisting his body out of the way of his opponent's punches, rather than taking the hits or blocking them. This normally used up more air in a normal fight than staying still and blocking the hits, but this fight was anything from normal. His opponent's quirk was good for defense and offense, so even one good hit to his torso would be a major blow given the spores in the air. Tetsu, however, was blocking, which normally was better for him given his quirk defenses, especially his physical attack resistance. This decision, however, was causing him to use his air up faster, as Izuku was one of the few capable of hitting him hard enough to get through his quirk. As a result, Izuku did the smart thing and repeatedly struck the same spot, his right lung weakening the metal cover, knocking the literal air out of his repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he kept up a fierce grin despite Izuku practically running circles around him. This was due to his metal skin slowing him down. This was making it harder to move more flexibly, but the worst part of this was not Izuku getting the time to learn his movements. Rather, it was while his quirk gave him a near invulnerable defense against most close combat fighters. If someone who was as strong as Midoriya struck the same spot repeatedly like he did, then eventually his quirk would falter. Despite Tetsu being able to repair it quickly by growing more and smoothing out his metal skin, it did no good. As his quirk always did his whole body all at once, it meant even to repair one spot he used up a bare minimum more than would be required for it. Unfortunately for him, Izuku had already realized this and was aware he was also running low on air. Though the fact was that anyone could see how his air was running short due to how he was becoming dizzier as the fight went on. As such, Izuku tried to go in for the finishing blow and destroy his air helmet by doing a right roundhouse kick, or rather it was a feint. The real attack would be after he caught it. From that position he would move in to deliver a punch with his left, breaking the helmet. Then go in for a punch with his right hand after Tetsu let go, aiming for the throat to try to force them to inhale the spores. Tetsu had learned from Midoriya's previous fight and knew that even if he could not finish it himself, he could do something for his partners. So instead of blocking the attack, he jumped forward, ripping the respirator off his face despite knowing it would take him out of the fight. As he thought would happen, Izuku broke the solidified air helmet and then he took a blow to his throat, causing to choke up, and that combined with the inhaled spores had finally taken him out of the fight, as the best he could do now was stay conscious. However, his plan worked in the end, and Izuku was now breathing in the spores, coughing as he tried to cover his mouth. This caught the attention of Ryuko, as a result distracting her from the opponent she was dealing with up till now. Unfortunately for the villain team, Tetsu was not the only one who could make a sacrifice if needed. As the struggle went on, Setsuna finally managed to get what she was after since she started her onslaught against the hero team. "I got you," Setsuna declared from the vents as she snatched the face mask from her classmate, expecting her to try and grab it back like before. However, to her shock, Ryuko had used her quirk to send pieces of rubble towards the windows with the clear goal to break them. Setsuna tried to catch the pebbles, but she was unable to stop her, and as such Ryuko had managed to break a window. This attack brought a flood of fresh air into the room, destroying their strategy that relied on keeping the fighting in the center away from the windows. "This floor is cleared," Ryuko told her before passing out just as Izuku managed to get himself to the destroyed window. Taking in a deep breath of fresh air at last, he was finally able to relax at last, though only for a moment since he had a time crunch. Sending a knowing look to the air vent where he finally realized why he got a bad feeling from it before they entered the floor.
Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.